what's going on? Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Let me introduce the crew. We got Rilla. We got Anton. We got Courtney. We got Amira. We got the Miss Crimson Cure. We got Kay. Me, myself, I'm Lapeef JR. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. What's going on? How y'all doing, family? How y'all doing?
Man, you know the vibes. You know the vibes. It's Thursday night.
Yeah. It's good to see y'all. Good to see y'all. Everybody looking nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Kay, I see you got the feather earrings going on again.
Ow. Yes, I like feathers.
Okay, I see you. I see you. Courtney, nice smile. Mary, I see you. Remember, you got a hoodie on?
I do.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's what's up. That's what's up. Everybody look nice. We definitely appreciate you guys for tuning in to Lapeef Let's Talk, the greatest show ever. Before you get this show started, make sure you guys get the likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel. Let me test your mic real quick. You there?
Check.
It's not a little low. It's a little low to y'all.
Hold on.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit.
It's still low?
Yeah, it sounds a little bit
A
better.
little bit.
Yeah, a little bit
I
better.
just raised the volume. That's all.
Okay, okay.
All right.
That's what I'm talking about. We got to make sure we're right. Got to give people what they want. All right, again, make sure you guys get them likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. So let's get this show started.
Let's go.
Our first topic of the night is Rick Ross agrees to pay $11,000 in child support. Rick Ross agrees to pay $11,000 in child support. It's been a big stir around here. People have been constantly talking about this, wondering if it's enough. He got three kids, and an agreement was put in place for him to pay $11,000 in child support for his three children. Let's talk about it. I'm gonna start with you, Rilla. How you feel about that? You think it's enough?
Man, you know that's a passion point for me. I think it's more than enough. Shout out to Texas with the cap on child support in Texas, right? And so, and I seen around on a couple other spaces where, you know, some people were disagreeing and saying that it's not enough. So one of the things I think that Rick Ross did that was smart was that most of his assets are allocated to his company. So on paper, I think he makes like 5 figures, right? Like personal income, he makes like 5 figures, but through his companies, he makes like $500,000 a month. Right. And so, you know, that all factored in. Now, here's the other flip side of it. Whatever we was hearing in the background, it just went out. I'm still good.
You're still good. That was me.
Okay.
I just muted everybody, Mike.
So here's the thing. How much does the mother make? Right. Because if they filed in Georgia, recently, Georgia updated the laws to where, you know, you take into account the mother and father's income. Well, how much does the mother make? Since we're talking 11,000 might not be enough. Mother makes
$147
per month. That's what she reported.
Well, how much does she make?
She reported
$127.
Yeah, she reported. Yeah, I heard 142, 127, same difference.
Wait.
100, a grown woman with
$127 a month
per month.
Yeah. Let's just say 150. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's say 150, whatever per month is what she reported, right? And so and you know, Courtney, I don't want to steal some of your thunder because you probably been looking at this the same way. I'm kind of looking at it, but I think what he's paying for his children is more than enough. And I'm curious to hear Anton as a person in a certain tax bracket, you know, and I see you active. I see you've been getting active with baby girl. I'm just trying to figure out, you know, the thing with the Rick Ross situation, man, 11,000 a month for 3 kids. It's like, you know, what does that equal out to? Like 130 something thousand a year. So what it amounts to is really spousal support or some type of, you know, alimony for the mom. Because there's nothing I could see her paying what's going to cost 3 kids 11,000 a month. And I'm pretty sure we can come up with something astronomical. And, you know, well, what about this lesson? What about that lesson? Or what about living in this type of house or that type of house? Or what about driving this type of car? We talking about child support for the kids. It's supposed to be support for the kids. So, Courtney, I don't want to steal some of your thunder because I got a lot more to say on the topic. You know, this is a passion point for me.
No, go ahead, Rilla. I'm listening.
Hat then came off. Go ahead.
All right, Courtney. 11K in child support is what Rick Ross is paying for his 3 children. What are your thoughts about that?
I think in the current climate, when we see celebrities having children and the child support, I think he was extremely smart. Like Rilla said, I think per month, the man makes almost $600,000 per month. So 11K to that, and consider if we look at PJ Washington, he's having to pay out 200 grand a month. I mean, Rick
is
Ross
his lawyer? Hey, whoever PJ Washington's lawyer is need to be disbarred. Bro.
Right.
He paying how much?
200K a month for one child. Rick Ross makes more than him, 3 kids, 11K, and plus he agreed on it. So these, he said, I agree to this. And so in everything, it wasn't, they came into an agreement, which I think is also important when we're talking about child support. But I mean, Rick Ross has always been a very smart man. So he came out really good as far as what every other celebrity has been paying out for child and spousal support.
Okay. I'm going to go to you, Miss Crimson Cure. 11K in child support Rick Ross is paying. What are your thoughts about that? You're on mute. There you go.
In terms of what celebrities pay, I would have to agree with Chicago Rilla and Courtney. It's okay. 11K a month for his income. Being a celebrity, 3 children, his lawyers did very well, and her comparison to PJ was on point because PJ, thing, he just paying out the nose. Just Lord help him, somebody help him. But Rick Ross is actually doing okay with that. But I'm kind of 2 minds with it because I'm not sure how she keeping her kids with the cap. Talking about she make less than $200 a month as a full grown woman. She'll be the same one somewhere arguing, talking about how she grown, but she gonna report less than $150 a month. So you a bum. You don't need to be raising the kids. If you don't have no money, ma'am, then the father is more capable, at least financially, of taking care of the kids. You need to try to figure out how you gonna eat, ma'am. You make less than $200. That's crackhead money. What you? Okay. Well, all right.
Well, I think she didn't work. So she wasn't working when she was with Rick Ross. So I think that's why it was so low, is that she didn't have a job.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but there was a time where I wasn't working when I was married, and I was coming up on more than $150 just off of what somebody wanted to give me every month. I mean, I don't understand. I don't understand being grown, a grown woman having kids, and you reporting. We're not gonna say that's what she make. We saying that's what she reporting. Mm-hmm. Less than $150 because I heard 142. It's a ridiculous amount. Teenagers get more money from their mama, so I don't understand.
All right, I like that. Anton, Rick Ross paying 11K a month in child support for his 3 kids. What are your thoughts about it?
Honestly, bro, I think that a lot of these women should be mandated to get a job. I don't know if it's legal for a judge to be able to say that. I don't know if a judge can say, hey, ma'am, you're going to have to get a job. But I'm largely, I kind of lean on, I don't even care about the amount. I think that that's too much. I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's too much to give a grown adult in any way, shape, or form child support of $11,000 a month. I don't care how much you make. I don't care if he made $3 million a month and that equated to what is that? $36 million a year. I don't care what it is. I think that is too much, and the cap should be absolutely lower, especially when you take into consideration that we've made significant strides in advocating for equal everything. And so I am largely of the idea that there should be other requirements, such as a time limit by which women should have to get a job in order to be able to come back to the court asking for more money. I don't understand that. And so I don't think in any way, shape, or form that a child's welfare should be tied to how much the person or the man that's paying child support. I don't think it should be tied to that at all. And as a matter of fact, I'm almost, depending on the circumstance, advocating for whoever makes the most money should probably be where the child is residing anyway. So I don't think anybody should be paid to take care of their kids. That's your reasonable service. That's the thing that you're supposed to do as a result of having a kid. So I think that he's paying too much. I think that the judge was grossly unfair in mandating him to pay $11,000 per month. So, I'm not for that at all. Not even a little bit.
Yo, Anton, can I ask you a question? Yo, do you
Yes,
think
sir.
do you think the government should be involved at all in mandating the welfare of children in some instances? So say in this instances where you have Rick Ross, like there have been instances where both parties are amicable, and they say, hey, say in Courtney's situation, you talked about it, Courtney, like you guys were amicable and you were taking your father of your child off of child support, and you said them jokers looked at you like oofy goofy.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to get
So-
your thoughts, Anton, on do you think the government should be involved in that process?
Yes,
Okay.
100%, because there has to be things done in an orderly fashion. You can't just have people willy-nilly out here doing everything, because if you want to, the problem is that people involve the government in their business in the first place by not taking care of business and getting married to the person that they're supposed to be married to. So I don't believe that the government should be absolved from participating in the situation. If you have people going to the government asking for benefits, asking for welfare, asking for social programs, then you've involved them anyway. So do I think that the government should be involved as much as the people advocate for them too? And if people can't be adults and come to some kind of amicable, reasonable situation in which they can figure it out amongst themselves or solve for it like grown adults, and they start to get the government involved in it, then they don't have any choice. So should the government be involved? Honestly, based off of the foundation of your question, no, but I think that they don't have a choice, considering that adults don't know how to be adults and be able to figure it out amongst themselves. They're grown enough to have kids, but they're not grown enough to be able to solve for situations when it comes to, and largely I think that a lot of that lies on the doorstep of most women. But in general, adults can't solve for it, and they've involved the government in it, so they don't have any choice but to get involved.
Okay. Amir, Rick Ross agrees to pay $11,000 in child support for his 3 children. What are your thoughts?
I think this is a prime example of why I said that the majority of the time the children should go to the father. Piggybacking off of Anton, is that the provider is usually the one who should keep the children, because if not, you're in a situation where the one with the lesser money is out, stuck out in the streets with a handout. To avoid that, give the children to the provider. Another thing is that I heard that in PJ Washington's case, he was ordered to pay $160 before taxes, and she ended up getting $140 after taxes. So it's still quite a bit. And in this case with the 11 grand, I was curious, does anybody know if she's getting alimony? Anybody?
They weren't married.
They was never married. No.
Oh, so they weren't married. Oh, okay. So that makes it even worse, because in my view, you shouldn't get child support if you're not married anyway. So yeah, I completely agree with Crimson, Anton, and Courtney, I think it was, and Rilla. So yeah, I think that it's too much. I don't think that you should have these privileges if you weren't married to the person. And yeah.
Wait, because that is a thought, and I've never thought about that. So do you think, Amir, if there was no incentive for people to have kids out of wedlock, specifically women like the Brittany Renner and the PJ Washington, right? We're just using that as an extreme example. Do you think that there would be more incentive for people to get married and to raise kids in a stable household if they took away the possibility of child support outside of them being married before they had the kid?
Well, do you remember when we were having this conversation a few weeks ago? And I know my position seems really extreme. I saw comments too talking about how extreme it was that I said that alimony and child support should not exist. That's kind of what I meant, but also I mean in certain situations this is okay, but it should not be a mandatory all the time thing. I'm saying in certain situations it should be available to them. But in this case of a woman who gets pregnant and has a child out of wedlock, you deserve nothing. You deserve nothing. Only if you're married.
Okay. Okay. Rick Ross agrees to pay $11,000 in child support. What are your thoughts?
I mean, $11,000. He got off, I guess, easy, right? For how much money he makes per month. I think Courtney said something like $600,000. Is that what you said, Courtney?
Almost.
Approximately. So that's like 2% of that. So, I mean, I think that's fine. I think the mother should be happy about that. I don't think she should be seeking more. That's enough to provide a very good life for your children. A couple of people said something about the parent who makes more money getting the children in their custody, which, I mean, to an extent, I can. Oh, you can't hear me? Can y'all hear
It
me?
sounds muffled.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. I just was saying afterwards. It sound a little.
Oh,
Just make sure it's not the cam mic.
it's not.
Okay.
It's
Right.
the one you recommended.
Nope.
But no, but yeah, a couple of people said like something about I lost my train of thought when I saw that message. The kids going with the parent who makes the most money. But I mean, I don't know. Has Rick Ross tried to get custody? I think sometimes if you have a really busy parent, they might not think that having custody is the best option for the child, because at the end of the day, the child is the most important within this situation. It's not like the parents' feelings are the most important. So if Rick Ross is, I don't know what he'd be doing, but let's say he's on the road or whatever, he might not be the best parent to be the custodial parent. So therefore, the mother who can spend more time with the child, because time is very important, would be the one that had the child. So then Rick Ross would have to pay money, in this case, $11,000, to help with the support of that child. I think that that's fine.
Okay,
I
I
mean,
have a question.
if Rick Ross wants to fight for custody and he has time to do that, then I think that's cool too.
Okay, what do you think about Rick Ross having custody and having the mother be the babysitter, but the custody is still his? What do you think in that kind of situation where both parents can still be active, but the custodial parent is the father?
I don't think that makes sense. If the mother is the one that is mostly with the child, they would then. So are you saying like if Rick Ross was like, I have custody in terms of the law, but mom, you're going to raise the child when I'm out most of the time throughout the week? That
Well, yeah,
doesn't
she's
make
going
any
to be a
sense.
mom. She can still be a mom to the child when he's gone and so on and so forth. They'll still be raising the child together, but he has custody. So in the law, he has the power, most of the power, but she can still be in the child's life.
I think in terms of custodial parents, and anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, it means like the person who the child spends the most time with. So if Rick Ross was just the custodial parent on paper and then was having the mother be the custodial parent for real, like that doesn't make sense to me.
Well, custodial
The
parent also.
babysitter, I mean, and I would never consider someone's parent their babysitter. So to call someone's mother or father a babysitter, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. Chicago, what were you about to say?
I was going to add some additional context to custodial parent. That also is the parent that is the primary decision maker for the children.
Yeah.
So medical, school choice,
Mhm.
all these other things flow through one parent legally.
Mhm.
And the non-custodial parent has, legally has no bearing whatsoever on the decision-making process. So is that fair?
Yeah. So I think Mr. Palmer, actually, shout out to him, taught me that on the show that I was on. In terms of like the legal, in terms of like medical decision making and things like that. Maybe they should seek joint custody, and then the mother be the residential, where the child lives. I mean, that's up to Rick. He has the means to seek whatever he wants. So if he's agreeing to pay 11K, which is almost 2% of 600K, if that figure, is correct in terms, I don't know his salary a month, but, just going off what Courtney said, I'm sure she researched, if it's around 600K, it's almost 2%. So that's like not a lot. So I don't think that, I don't know, if he wants custody, get it. If he wants joint custody, try to get it. Like, why wouldn't he?
So you're saying that his ability to provide, or his ability to overwhelmingly be designated as the person that has the most resources based off of what we see it on paper, has no bearing on whether or not he should become the custodial parent. It's all based off of time?
I think that it is, I mean, in terms of how they decide custody of children, it goes by who does the most day-to-day things with the child. Who's the primary caregiver, caretaker of the child. So if Rick Ross, I don't know his life schedule, so I'm not trying to, assume to know, but let's just say he's, traveling and doing all this and that, and he might be in his home 1 day a week or 2 days a week or less or whatever, then I don't know if all that moving around and whatnot is the best decision for a child who has to go to school and all of these different things. I mean, then they will be left with a nanny and or whoever else. Mm-hmm. But if that's the case, why not leave them with their mother? You're going to pay the nanny,
because the mother only makes $150 a month. And part of being a parent is the financial responsibilities that come along with ensuring that the kids are in the best position possible. But at the same time, you don't want to incentivize. Again, you said babysitter, but essentially if he's paying $11,000 a month,
I don't like the term babysitter.
I know. I'm assuming.
Okay.
I'm taking that term into consideration, right? But essentially, she is a babysitter because he's paying her to take care of their kids, because she's only said that she only makes $150 a month. So if she's only making $150 a month, that's not enough to adequately provide for a child. So then should he be in the position of power to make the best decisions possible, seeing as though she can't even take care of herself as an individual?
If he feels
like her spending time shouldn't have more bearing on the ability to be able to provide for a child. Am I off?
If he feels that she is not a good mother, he should seek full custody. I'm sure he could get it if he wanted it. He would have to probably scale back some of the things that he does so that he could be more present, just in terms of the considerations that the court might make. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. But if he wanted that, he has the means, the time, the money to do that. And if he's not doing that, that must mean that he trusts this woman with his children or child. I don't even know how many kids he has.
Hold on, okay. Let's take out of the conversation what the court decides, right? Or what he could do as far as what he needs to seek or whatever like that. In your personal opinion, considering that she's indicated that she only making $150 a month, she's a grown woman, a grown adult with 3 children, and he makes whatever it is that he makes. In that, taking that into consideration, in your opinion, do you think that the weight or the well-being of the children, it would be better served to be with the person that can spend more time with them, obviously living in poverty, or with the person that's able to provide the resources, whether it be a nanny or not, regardless of what his schedule looks like?
Well, see, that's the thing. If you are the non-custodial parent and you make a bunch of money and you don't have as much time, I think it's better to be with the with your mother than with a nanny, he would be paying a nanny that same amount or more.
Even if she's
kids.
in poverty.
The mother, you're talking about the biological mother. I mean,
yes.
If he were to have a nanny, this sounds like a in spite of situation. Like he wants. I'm not saying he wants to, but let's just say if he was like, I would rather get custody and put my child with a nanny and pay them $12,000 a month instead of you, or 11 or whatever. That doesn't sound like the best interest of the child is being taken into consideration,
but you're talking
because
about
the best
him.
interest
You're
of the
not
child is
talking
to
about
be
her,
with the
though.
parent.
But you're not talking about her. Even if she's in poverty, which clearly she's way below the poverty line, according to whatever it is that she told the court, even if she's in poverty, that still has a bearing on her ability to be able to care for the children, just because she can spend time.
Well, in this situation, like when you're the baby's mom of a multimillionaire, I mean, in reality, I get where you're going with this, but in reality, like she's not in poverty if she's going to be getting $11K a month.
Yeah, but that's not hers. That's the children's. That's the problem with child support, though.
Well, I have a question because
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Crimson.
Do your thing.
Are we just saying this because they weren't married? Because I'm pretty sure she was not working at all. And I don't know how long she was with Rick Ross, but to have 3 kids by him was awfully a lot of years with this man.
They don't file taxes together.
Well, maybe not. But if it's their setup and that was Rick Ross and what he wanted for her not to work and for them to live together and for him to have 3 kids by this woman because she needs sperm to have those kids. So he had three kids with her. He was okay with her not working. So now that they're not together, it's not that she was in poverty, she didn't have a job.
You adding factors in there, Courtney, because nobody said that she wasn't. Hold on. Nobody said that she wasn't working when they had kids. We're talking about the current state, because if it was something of an agreement, then the court would be involved in the first place, though, right?
Well, they have to be, because the agreement for them to be together was, I want you living with me, take care of our kids in our home, don't work. I want the mother of my children to look after my kids instead of a stranger, which majority of men, especially that they want their woman and the mother to look after their child and not strangers. Bringing insiders into your house will mess up kids. And that's where trauma starts, when mom and daddy is not there because they're too busy and having strangers and all these different babysitters.
But now that they're broken up, I'm sorry, my bad. I'm sorry. I thought you were still going. Go ahead.
So now that they're broken up, just like if she was married, and that's the idea of alimony for housewives. So he could have even put in his clause, hey, I'm going to pay this $11K, but I want you to get a job. And this $11K will last for the next 3-4 years. After 3-4 years, I want the judge to bring it down because you should be having a job now because I'm not going to support you. So that could have been a clause too. But this is something that he agreed with. But, I think I'm like, hey, I don't agree being a mother. I'm not a babysitter. I take care of my child completely. So I don't know. It just depends on their kind of relationship. But to say she's in poverty, yes, she is now. But why was she? Because she didn't work at all because she was taking care of their children.
And he probably liked that.
I want to get to Crimson.
But he liked that arrangement.
I'm enjoying the back and forth and hearing everybody's opinion on it. But if I can just kick the chair, we know this is a scam, right? We understand that her reporting that she make $150 in 2021 as a woman after feminism and after women's rights. This is not 1745 where she can't work. Okay, she's able to do whatever she want to do. So if we know this is a scam, then I'm not. He should have custodial parent rights because she is ill-equipped to make proper decisions, because we just gonna take her word for it that she make less than $200 a month as a grown woman in this society. So she's not making very good decisions. She's running around having babies. I don't care if it is with a millionaire. She's running around having babies and ain't got a life together. Okay. So the babies was the last thing she was supposed to be trying to do. So this was a scam from the beginning. She knew she had no money. She knew she was a bum. She went and flaunted around in Rick Ross's face so he could, take care of that. And she knew having 3 babies, 2 babies, 1 baby, whatever, have number of babies was going to result eventually in child support that was going to take care of her. She's not too interested in the children. And then we can have a conversation about the custodial and the time. But when women have custodial parenting legally and the father is not around, or she's fighting the father so he can't be around, those children are not with her either. They're with whoever is providing child care, whether that's her mother or family members or daycare or whatever the case may be, because she's going to have to work then, and she's not going to be spending this inordinate amount of time with her children then either. So he should have the rights to make the decisions about those children, because aside from being financially secure, those children are his legacy. They belong to him. Them his kids.
I wonder why he didn't want to get full custody of them. Does anybody know if he?
Yeah. So here's the thing. Like, they filed in Georgia, right? And lead attorney was on here some weeks ago explaining to us. Now, I know I'm very familiar with the system in Georgia. That's a woman and child state. And there's a very small percentage of men that actually fight for either joint custody or primary custody and win. Custody automatically defaults to the woman. And as lead attorney said, you almost have to prove she's a crackhead or derelict of some sort. So even with making reporting, this is how biased the system is against men. Even with reporting 100, see, it's not just as simple as, well, he should go and fight. Lead attorney told us, right? He's had people spend.
Well, but to be fair, the reason that lead attorney mentioned the amount of money it would take, and Rick Ross is a multimillionaire.
I'm not talking about. What I'm saying is, he's explained that people spend up to $30,000 fighting for their children. The question then becomes, why am I fighting for my child to begin with, right? Number one. Number two, you're still going to go into court in a state that's pro-woman and child state, and you have an overwhelming chance of losing that case. So yeah, he I guess in your eyes, like, he could go and fight, but if he's listening to the advice of good attorneys, which I'm assuming he has on payroll, they're probably telling him this is what you're going to be able to do in Georgia. Now, juxtapose that against what Chris Brown was able to do in Texas. Texas has a cap on child support. Cap is $3,000.
I like that word, Rilla. You've been reading the dictionary.
We coming with that. We coming with that thesaurus, brother. Now, at the end of the day, you got to be aware of where you're fighting from. The outcomes in California is going to look a lot different than the outcomes in Georgia, than in Chicago, than in New York. And this is what we was talking about on the other show when it comes to child
with lead attorney.
Mm-hmm.
What's the cap in Texas?
$3,000
a month for no matter how many kids you got.
Period. Period. It's $3,000.
You're gonna get me a baby mama down in Texas. No, I'm just kidding. I'm stopping.
I don't know. I just think we can't compare Rick Ross to like the average man.
Why can't we? He's a father. He's an earner.
He's a multimillionaire, and the average man is not. So when we're talking about it costs $30,000 to do court fees, that's nothing to him.
The caveat is he could spend $500,000 in court. He's still not guaranteed to win primary or joint custody.
I don't know. Well, has he tried?
Okay, you moving the goalpost.
I'm not.
I'm just trying to figure out what does that have to do with the cost of tea in China, right? Because we're doing all this conversation around Rick Ross, and we still, like, I'm curious to know, what are your thoughts on a woman saying she only makes $150? And I understand, and I hear you, Court, with the fact that she was his girlfriend for however many years or whatever. At the end of the day, $150 as an adult with kids, like what message are we communicating on that?
Well, if she isn't working, what do you expect her? Because when you do child support, they ask for income, not your gifts, not if mom and them give you $200-300 a month. They ask for your income. if she doesn't work, what do you think her income is going to be?
But they have equal opportunity.
I just got some news about her. She apparently.
Nothing's about equal opportunity.
You just got some news. Breaking news.
Rick Ross.
She apparently has like some workout gear, a website, and she sold out of the workout gear. So she apparently makes more money than what she's reporting.
Scam.
Breaking
fraud.
news. Breaking news.
Crimson Cure wins again.
So she.
One thing I don't think
I always just think of.
Okay, hold on, please.
Oh, I couldn't hear you. It broke up a little. I didn't know you were talking.
What I was saying, no one has said anything about stability, and I think the courts look at that as well. Where is the child more stable at?
Mm-hmm.
And
Courtney, the break is breaking up, Courtney.
the world.
That happened once every show.
I know.
You gotta upgrade that internet.
The Ghost of P-Ray is undefeated.
So she's just going down in history as the person, right?
Yeah. Is it any better?
Yeah.
I'll just
a little bit,
It came back. Go ahead and say what you were saying. Say what you were saying. We didn't hear it.
You sound like you look like a karate movie.
All right, y'all. I think we're gonna move on from this one. If you guys are just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you guys get them likes up. It's been a great show thus far. Also, while you're at it, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. You still freezing up, baby girl. Still freezing up. We can get 1,000 megs or better.
Just refresh it, or like go out and come back in.
Let me say this also. Public service announcement. Anton is always rocking hoodies. I know JR got the t-shirt on, but make sure y'all go to lapeef.com and pick up the hoodie. It is hoodie season. It's fall. Winter is coming, as we all know. So some of the dopest hoodies and gear that y'all can possibly ever get, make sure y'all go to lapeef.com and pick that up. I'm gonna be rocking it on my live stream tomorrow.
That hoodie is really nice. I like it.
Appreciate that.
I see you, JR, with the creativity.
Oh yeah, you know how I do, man. You know, I'm a creator.
Yeah.
Again, make sure you guys get them likes up. Also, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Move on to my next topic. I always got that bonus in. It's gonna kind of transition into our next topic, what you guys are aware of. I'm gonna put this up there real quick. Here we go. My friend says she's thinking about leaving her husband. I showed her my DMs and what it looks like out here. She booked a therapist 2 hours ago. Laughing. Somebody help me understand why it's always the woman who wants to leave. Because generally, before marriage, women believe marriage will be better than it actually is. And men believe it will be worse. So with time, women grow disappointed in their lives while men grow. Let me take this off. While men grow more content. Let's talk about that real quick. Bonus topic. Who wants to go first?
So wait a minute. She's saying that her friend showed her DMs, and so nobody necessarily did anything wrong.
Right. I think she was showing her DMs to show like the climate of dating nowadays.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I got you. All right, makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then basically, you know, she said because generally before marriage, women believe marriage will be better than it actually is, and men believe it will be worse. So with time, women grow disappointment in their lives, while men grow more content.
I think that's the absolute opposite. I think that marriage wind up being better for women as a result, and I think it's the flip side for that. Men, and it is very much reflected in the sexual marketplace, right? And that the value of men continue to go up as they mature. Their peak earning time doesn't even really hit until their 60s, sometimes their early 60s, late 50s, early 60s. And men generally have more options, but women file for divorce more often. So ideally, if you really take it into consideration, the fact that in majority of households, men are the ones that earn the most money. Often at times women, even in today's time, considering the fact that equality has very much caught up in which women can go out and get whatever job that they want. They're the most educated, they're the most enrolled, they're the most in college. I just did a show earlier this morning that showcased that during the pandemic, the majority of men, right, because the enrollment within college has gone down significantly, and over 70% of those that have no longer chose to enroll in college were men. And there's even a 1 million application gap for the women versus men applying to college. They are the most educated. They have the most opportunities, more than they ever had in their life, yet and still men earn more. And often at times when you look at these households, especially when kids are involved, women have the opportunity to get comfortable and become mothers and take time off and all of this other type of stuff. And there is a significant amount of people in households, women, that are not working and they are being taken care of. So marriage is often at times overwhelmingly much better for women, which leads to them being more content within their households and their situations. And yet, and still, you find at times that the majority of the divorces are filed by women, and then take on top of that the fact that it's often as a result of money, and men are the ones that hold it down. So I think it's the complete opposite of what the picture that's being portrayed in that screenshot.
I disagree. I disagree with that. I do think it is what the original post said, simply because me, even as a woman, I have to admit that I had all these dreams about, like, when I'm married, what it's going to be and how my husband was going to treat me year after year and how things were just going to progress and he's going to get even more romantic because he's even more in love with me because he knows me more. It doesn't work out that way. It turns out like everything starts off really good, and then once you get married, you have this phase where it's like, you know how it is, Anton, you've been through it, you too, Rila. It's like beautiful, and then after that, it just turns into routine. And women, we don't like routine. We like things to be fresh, and I want to get surprised and all this. And men, especially if you have a man who works a lot, who's a high value man, he doesn't have time to keep you entertained. So in my case, like I thought it was going to be a lot different, but it turns out to be routine.
So let me ask you a question, Amir. Because you're saying content when it comes to romance and love, right? But contentment with regard to being financially secure.
The original post was not about finances, was it? It was about romance.
It wasn't about anything specifically.
She said that she showed her DMs and talked about like how, yeah.
She never said love. She never said finances, anything. So it's really left up to interpretation based off of whatever it is that we see contentment as being. You see content from a woman's perspective, right? And that you're looking at it from a love and a romance perspective. I'm seeing content as that, and that it's not like a lot of women, once they get married, are overly geared towards working even harder with their career. They get more relaxed in their ability to be able to, chill as a result of having this other man that's providing in the household along with them.
That's true. That's true. But in the post, I think the woman was talking about romance, but you're right. It's left open to interpretation. Yeah.
No, I would agree with that.
Hold on, brother. 1 second. I know Crimson was trying to go. Go ahead, Crimson, and then we'll come to you.
I'm sorry. It's interesting to hear Anton and then hear Amira, because you're hearing really the masculine and then the feminine, because Anton is like, well, from a guy's point of view, she should be cool, right? Like, I'm taking care of stuff. She's comfortable. I made things. She should be content. But the post isn't talking about that. The post is talking about a woman's interpretation or the fantasy of what she thinks a marriage is going to be. And we know that if we're going to talk about that from a woman's point of view, that's going to be emotional. And that's not going to be based on quantitative things like the money that's being earned or the good neighborhood that she ends up living in due to her husband's work and these sorts of things. Women are filing for divorce, in my opinion, more than anything, because they don't think marriage is work. They think they get into these marriages and it's going to be a Disney show the whole way through. And everything's going to be, and she doesn't have to do anything. She just has to be right here. And that's enough. And she should be enough. And it doesn't work like that. When they get into these relationships and understand that in order to be a wife, you have to continue to meet the needs of your husband, not just enough to get the proposal and get married. That's actually not the end of it. The real work begins after the wedding, not before. So once you get that wedding, then comes the actual marriage, where you have to actually do that work as a woman. And I believe that a lot of these modern women out here don't like that work. They don't like all of the emotional work that they have to do. They're part of that marriage. They can pinpoint what he's got to do. But when it comes to what they've got to do as women, I think that becomes overwhelming to them. They get bored with that. They don't like that. And so it's like, we just can't, I just can't, girl. You know, we just can't get along. I'm just not feeling his vibe no more. And then divorce.
So wait. So Crimson, so answer me these questions, a couple different questions. Why is the number one reason why people get divorced money? A. And then why is the majority of women leading with provision and protection for what it is that they're looking for when it comes to men? They don't say love, they don't say emotion, they don't say romance, they don't say desire. And as a matter of fact, as women age, the ranking by which they place that love, romance, desire, emotional connection, all that other type of stuff falls way down on the list compared to their desire to be provided and protected for, which closely aligns with the idea why women are hypergamous in the first place.
Women have a fantasy world that they live in, mostly. Do women want to be provided for? Do we like security? Do we like the security that a man with means has? Sure, all women like that. Getting divorced because of money usually means I'm going to get divorced and I'm going to take what money he has, because if he's broke, you don't have to worry about that problem. But if he has money, then she's going to be like, oh, okay, well, I can get something out of this once I'm bored with what's going on. Is he providing consistently? Most of the time, yeah. Men are providing consistently. And if he's really doing the thing, his provision, if they got married when he was younger, is actually increasing as he gets older, because whatever he's building, whatever he's doing in terms of provision and in terms of finances is probably growing. So they're probably getting better in that sense. But where they're degrading is the internal thing, not the money thing. That's almost a smokescreen. That's almost cap. I'm just going to put it like that. That's almost cap for a lot of women. Well, it was the money, and it was not. If she's arguing about money and he got money, that means it's not being distributed the way she think it should be. It's not flowing the way to her the way she think it should be flowing.
I have a question for you, Anton.
I would have to go ahead. Ask your question.
My question is, like, to find a happy medium here. Could it be that this post was that the woman had a fantasy about, like you said, provision and money, that she had this fantasy about the lifestyle that she was going to have, the money that she was going to be able to enjoy, and it didn't turn out that way, and that's why? Because it still is a fantasy that she had, right?
The reason why I say what I say is because I found that the more successful that a man becomes throughout his marriage. So let's take somebody like me that got married when I was 22 years old, and I'm 39 now, and I've been married for 17 years, right? I found that the more successful that I've become, the less amount of time that I have to give towards whatever on a daily basis, right? But we are more connected and in love than we've ever been before. I may spend less time with her, but the time that I spend is more meaningful, and the options that we have to do what it is that we want to do is significantly greater. So when we do spend time with each other on a daily basis, when we do, even if we go out and I bring my laptop with me, we incredibly connected. We holding arms, we holding hands, we loving and we kissing. I used to never even show public displays of affection out in life. Now I'm in a space, and we in a space to where, right, I never used to hold hands or none of that. Now we in a space to where it's roses and puppy love and all of this stuff. And I would largely tie that to my ability to be able to free up and divest myself from the stress and the rigors of everyday life that normal people will have to endure, and that they got to worry about living paycheck to paycheck and all of this other type of stuff. So it doesn't align or compute with me, even though I'm more busy than I've ever been. But at the same time, we're less stressed and she's more free flowing in her ability to be able to move throughout the day. And this is a similar situation. And we have, I have married parties over here all the time. I've said, I put it on my Instagram. It's the same thing with other couples that I know. We all are kind of living and flowing without any kind of problems. And although the men work extremely hard, the women are incredibly happy, because the time that we have and the ability to divest ourselves from the stresses that regular people that live paycheck to paycheck endure through every day, it's not the same.
Okay. Anybody else want to chime in or had a question?
Well, I was going to ask you this, Anton. Do you think the fact that I know Kevin Samuel's been talking a lot about women being like the first man to imprint on a woman, right? Do you think that plays a part? I know Crimson brought up the fact that the man or the couple that gets married young, right? And so do you think the fact that as you guys have grown older together, the fact that you were your wife's, really first and only imprint, do you think that plays a part in why y'all get along so good? And also the second part to that is, do you think that a woman who has already been
yes
okay.
To your first question, but go ahead.
The second part is, do you see where that would be a problem for, say, another married couple where the woman has been imprinted on by another man, right? So like, even if we look at what people have been using as an example lately, the Will and Jada situation, right? Everybody understands that her first imprint, or at least what it seems like to us, was Tupac. Right?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I think that that's true on both fronts.
Okay.
I think every single thing that happens to you in your life and who it is that you interact with is going to have an effect on what it is that you do and how you're affected with the future people that you interact with. So I think it plays a factor across the board. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think that's why, I was saying I kind of agree with what Amir and Crimson is saying, in the sense that women are emotional. They want that romance. They want the flowers. They want the candy. They want the Disney romance novel every day. And then when it doesn't happen, they're going out seeking that, right? There was a whole series on Netflix, Sex Life, right, where the woman had seemingly perfect life, kids, I don't know if you have all your high earner, but husband, perfect, right? But she lived in the suburbs. It was routine, and she was bored. So what did she do? She went and somehow connected back with some ex-flame that she had, and this is like a 12-part series on her going through this journey of trying to get with this man and reliving whatever passion. And so I think that does happen.
Marilla, are you watching a rom-com Netflix series?
I don't think that was.
It's really good.
Yeah.
No, it's really good.
You know what I'm talking about, Kay?
Yeah,
no, Anton ain't gonna watch that. He's not gonna watch
that. It's good.
Good try though.
All right, y'all. If anybody else got anything to say, we're gonna bring that one to a close. On to the next topic. Y'all,
I have something to say.
Go ahead, Kay.
So with that situation that you put up the tweet or whatever, I don't know what it was, Facebook status, I'm not sure. Tweet, maybe a tweet. I don't understand why, like, we have to make all these assumptions. Like, we don't know why the woman is leaving. I don't think it always has to be because they just were fooled or thought they were in some Disney movie. And I would definitely argue that the whole fantastical view of marriage and relationships is not only on women, in terms of being the ones who have those views. I definitely, in fact, I've specifically said like a lot of men have this whole Disney movie situation as well, where they think there's just going to be a woman who's not going to say anything. They're going to cook and clean and just shut up. And they're never going to have an opinion and they're just going to fall right in line. That's the exact same thing. And I'm not saying that all men are like that at all, but there is a, a, a sector of men that are just like there are some women that have this same type of fantastical view of things. So I don't know. I just guess I don't think that it makes sense to just make all these assumptions. Like all the lady said is she's gonna move was thinking about leaving her husband. We don't know what happened. So like why even
And you
assume
said
that
all the
because
lady
she was in
said,
a Disney movie?
as though that's not a big deal. Like that's a big deal.
No, I'm not saying it like it's not a big deal. I mean, ending a marriage is a huge deal. I'm saying it like she didn't give us more information. All she said, as in she only gave us like a very small portion of it. And I
I,
mean, I don't think, Anton, let's just say hypothetically, I know it's never going to happen. And I really believe that you and your wife are never going to get a divorce. I believe that truly. But let's just say hypothetically, I mean, would you necessarily get on a tweet and tell all the reasons why? Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't think we need to make all those assumptions about what other people are doing
there
without
was a
enough
homegirl
information.
that kind of told her business, but I think that the thing that we was drawn from is not necessarily whether or not she was going to get divorced, but it was the last part of that screenshot that said that more or less that women, who is it, women or men that gets content within a situation. I think that that's the thing that we was more or less discussing, and not whether or not she was going to leave. So all of the other stuff was just things that added into whatever it was that we was discussing. So I don't think that's as big of a factor as to whether or not women or men get more content as relationships go on and as they get older.
But if I can interject something as well, I think the even bigger question or the even bigger point that we're looking over, because all of us kind of skipped to the last part, but what about the first part? We may not be able to make accurate assumptions about exactly what happened and made her want to leave her husband, but what we can say is that it was frivolous, because if her friend showing the DMs would make her go and set up a therapy session, then that meant that she thought that a therapy session might actually help whatever was going on in her marriage. So she was willing to go back to the streets, to them streets, before she actually attempted to not leave any stone unturned with trying to make sure that her marriage survived whatever it was going through. And we don't know what it was going through, but whatever her marriage was going through, if you want that marriage and you want that man and you want that relationship to work, then you need not leave any stone unturned. And therapy is a stone. So she had to be shown the condition of the streets. And what clicked in her mind was, I'm not going to be able to fight in these streets like I thought I was going to be able to do. So let me run back to my husband and see, can we make it work with a therapy session? Maybe I need to stay where I'm at because it don't look like I'm going to do too good if I hit these streets like I want to. You know, it's not the same as it was 15 years ago when I was in them. So, you know, so we know that it was frivolous. That's what I got out of it. It was whatever it wasn't that serious, because watching a chick's DM, if something was really going on in my marriage that really made me want to leave and I really could not content myself in that marriage, her DMs wouldn't have nothing to do with that decision. I'd have been like, girl, deuces, I'm out of here because I can't, you know, with this marriage. So
I like Crimson.
Crimson, that was such an interesting, because I know that sometimes I think of things way differently than other people. I didn't even think of it in that way at all. When I saw the thing about the therapist, I thought that this is how I interpreted it. I thought that she was saying that she saw the dating scene of today and booked like therapy for herself. I didn't think that it meant she was booking therapy for her and her husband to get back together. Like that didn't even cross my mind until you just said that. So, I mean, I don't know. It was very open. It wasn't specified, and I don't know what she meant. But it's just interesting to see your point of view on that, because I didn't have that same interpretation at first.
Courtney, I'm curious as to what your thoughts are. What do you think about the idea that women and men, or who gets more content, or who's more likely? Obviously, there's different situations or whatever. But what do you think about the idea that men becoming more content, or women becoming more content when it comes to relationships, considering everything that we was talking about? You muted.
Yeah, mute.
I think women and men get content in relationships, especially been together for a long time. Like Amira said, things do get to be a routine. I just think men are able to endure the routine, endure being in contentment a lot longer. And I don't think it stresses out men as much as women. So women do get, we do want the romance. We do want to feel special and Valentine's Day. We want that to be continued out. But then also with women, we get content in relationship with how we look. Going to bed with big flannel, PJs on with holes in it, underwears, holes in them, bonnets all day, walking around, flip-flops, especially if you work at home. You're not even going to brush your hair for 2-3 days. So, women get content in that mode too. So we both have, being in long relationships is like, okay, we need to spice it up. Baby, please take me out. I want something, a special day. Well, baby, I need you to put on some other clothes besides those yoga pants you had on for the past 3 weeks. So I think we all get content.
3 weeks, huh?
3 weeks. Got on yoga pants right now. So, but we all get content. I ain't going nowhere. So I get it. Men are visual. They want their woman to look good in the home, even when they cooking. That's right.
I've been wearing a hoodie for 3 weeks too.
I mean, but to be honest with you though, Courtney, like I'll go through if I see some pajamas that I'm not really feeling that much, man, I will go. I'll be like, hey, we about to throw all of these away. I'm about to take you to listen, honestly. And people get mad at me for calling her my chick because it puts me in the mindset that I'm technically dating, which I don't even believe in dating, but it's fun, right? But we'll just take that as an opportunity to spend a day out shopping at the mall, and I'll be out there and she'll be picking out a whole bunch of different type of pajamas that she think that I can like. And you know what I'm saying? Like everything is an opportunity for you to spice things up. And so I don't understand it, but it is what it is.
I think that's a great idea. So Anton, so for a woman that's in a relationship that she wants more romance in, and she's like, I want some flowers once in a while. I want to be thought of. Write me a little sweet love note. So what do you suggest for her to get that, especially with a man that is so busy?
I'll have my assistant write you a love note.
See, no. I want your handwriting. I want you to remember the first night that we kissed.
I thought Microsoft Word had like a speak to text type of feature or something like that. That's what Siri is for. What do we need to do all of this for? Come on, man.
You see? So you're
a whole bunch of typos. She like, what? What are you talking about?
But women do crave that. Like, because we are emotional beings. So we want, for men to kind of understand that and do some things that, let's just tap into our emotional side and, feel all gushy. Because you want a feminine woman. So that's what makes us more in our feminine. When you do that stuff, we like, oh, look at my boo girl.
Now you just
you can't be like, I want a feminine woman, but then don't want them to want certain things. Like, I think that's where the disconnect is for a lot of people in terms of certain people. Let me say it like that.
I think it should be a mix when we're talking about giving women certain treatment and wanting to be now. I think men have to mix it up, because the men that give it all the time, again, women have a tendency to start taking that for granted. He does this all the time. He always brings me flowers. He always, takes me this place. He always gives me gifts, and it's like, girl, I don't care about that girl. I don't care. You know, I know he gonna bring me a gift for my birthday. It better be.
You know,
it better cost $5,000. You know, then we get into that type of stuff, and it's like, girl, relax.
Crimson, you know what, Crimson? There's actually, I mean, I can't quote who, but I will if somebody needs me to. But there's actually data about how if you give something all the time, it becomes less valuable. But if you give it like in random intervals, that's the most effective.
Mhm.
So like if you give, I think the study that I read was about like them giving a kid M&Ms after they did something, and like eventually the kid didn't care about the M&Ms. But if you gave it to them randomly, it kept that motivation up, right? So like that was interesting what you just said in terms of you know, if a man is always doing certain things, then maybe a woman might just be like, you know what, whatever. And I'm not saying that applies to all women, but that reminded me of that.
So what Kay is
Study
telling
that I
y'all to
read.
treat women like your children. Got it.
It's so true.
No, it's not.
It's so true.
It's
My
not.
husband needs to do that.
But it's not even about like the children, though. It's about that's human. That's human behavior.
Nah, don't be rationing out nothing to me. I want everything I want when I want it, and that's the end of that conversation. I don't believe in rations. This is not the army.
Hey, Corey, he sound like
It's just human.
Darius on what was that movie? Love Jones. Said, don't hold mines back. Give me all mines right now.
Yeah, hold on. Let me be racist. Look at this Rilla. Hold on.
But you know what, Anton, that works for.
Do not play with me. That is my favorite movie.
Ow. You know, in the bell curve, there's people in the middle and there's people on both sides. The all the time works for some people.
For me,
And
my
like
husband
what
used to bring
Crimson-
me every 3 days. He would bring me 24 roses, 24 red roses every 3 days to a week. And he used to bring it so much that I turned around one day and was like, "That's all you bring me. That's all you ever give me." I said that to him. This is an honest story. I said that to him. I said, "That's all you ever give me is roses. When are you going to give me something different?" He stopped bringing me roses for 6 to 7 months. I had to ask him for flowers. I had to ask him, and I was so grateful when I got another flower. I was like, "Thank you."
Yeah.
Maybe Kay is right then.
It's true.
I mean, it's not me.
For the first time on the Lapeef Network, Kay has said something that was, in my opinion,
I can't believe you.
accurate and correct.
JR, I am appalled at your behavior with this soundboard.
But you see what I did there? You see what I did there? I'm rationing out my praise.
Anton, I don't like it. I am
rationing out my praise. Next week,
I'm like
she'll
you,
be on the
though.
countdown timer. Next week, she'll be on the countdown timer.
No. Don't ration to me.
If you guys are just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk, the greatest show ever. Make sure you guys get them likes up. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Appreciate all the super chats. We've been seeing them come in. Appreciate all the support, man. Make sure y'all share this video, man. We just starting to cook right now. Just starting to cook, and I would hate for somebody to miss this opportunity. Again, get them likes up.
Yeah, are those blue blockers?
Excuse me?
Wait, no.
Sick. Them glasses.
No. Listen. Oh, they're a little bit less. No, listen. Blue blockers.
Hold on, Courtney. You laughing a little bit too damn hard right now. You laughing a little bit too damn hard.
Blue blockers are my favorite.
Everything. Them mugs are sick.
Blue blockers, I love them. I love the glasses, and I thought they reminded me of blue blockers because I love blue blockers. And I have multiple pairs. So yours just looked like it, but like they were a little bit lighter. I was like, is this a new edition?
I'm gonna get you back, Kay. I'm gonna get you back a little later. You least expect it.
Okay.
Why do y'all take everything I say as some kind of
out the blue?
Okay, for Freestyle Friday,
I've been looking at the glasses. I like them. The blue blockers.
You gonna do that verse from the commercial for Freestyle Friday, okay? We're gonna do that.
What is that laugh?
Oh my goodness.
What
is that?
What's going on?
Honestly,
bro, the only thing I'm waiting on is for Kay to get tired of her hair being done and to pull it back and that ponytail thing that she be having, bro. She gonna go and change into a hoodie. You know how she is.
It's coming soon. I'm getting hot.
Uh-oh.
JR, that is not a diss. I don't know why y'all always think everything is a diss.
I didn't say it was
I
a
like
diss.
your glasses.
I just said that was a
No,
moment.
but you said you were gonna get.
No, glasses
You
was
said
this.
you're gonna get me back.
I didn't.
Now I gotta live in
Right,
fear
but
for the rest of the
but
show.
that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. It'd be a good thing. I might bring a rose up.
Oh, you're.
Yeah, I might bring a rose up there or something. Or flowers. I might
Okay,
sprinkle
yeah,
something on the set for you. Yeah.
Okay, please. Let's
Stay
make that
positive.
it.
Again, if you guys just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Make sure you get them likes up. Again, this is the greatest show ever. Share this video and make sure nobody don't miss the opportunity because we just now starting to cook. Our next topic is. Give me 1 second. Y'all threw me off with them blue blocker joke.
It's
Boy,
not.
you laughing too damn hard. That wasn't that funny.
No.
It wasn't that funny.
My mom wears blue blockers when she's driving because he puts it over the
I
glasses.
love them. Courtney, I love your mom. They are
She wears
so
blue
good.
blockers.
You love everything but these glasses, huh?
Look, JR, I can't believe you said it was a joke. It's not a joke.
Okay.
I need y'all to assume positive intent. I didn't do anything. I love blue blockers. I have several pairs. I love your glasses.
Okay, well, if you got
Just don't
several
get me.
pairs, then you would have known that these weren't no blue blockers.
No.
That's how I know it's shade.
I thought this was
Anyhow,
a new
I got you later in the broadcast. Don't worry about it. Our next
JR,
topic.
I like your glasses.
I got to get to our next
I
topic. Excuse yourself. You're excused. Okay. People change after marriage. People change after marriage. Should the marriage adapt to those changes or remain firm with their vows? That's our next topic, y'all. Next topic. Kay might have missed it, but I'm going to put it on the screen for us so she can know. Should the marriage adapt to changes or reframe? That's a typo. I get it off. With their vows. You guys got it? All right. I'm going to start with you, Courtney. You're on mute. There you go.
So in any relationship, people grow, people change. So in your vows, it doesn't say, if you change, I'm going to leave you. It says for better or worse, rich or poor, sickness and health, till death do us part. Keyword death. So no, you're going to change. I'm going to change. And hopefully you do. Every single person should be wanting to grow, to be a better person continuously. You are forever evolving. No one ever gets to the pinnacle where they're there. The idea, I think, into maintaining the relationship is understanding how you're growing and communicating that with your spouse, with your mate, and grow together, learn together, be better people together. So no, there's no reason to leave out, especially if you've got vows till death do you part. So it's death do we part. If I'm growing in a way that you don't like and we're having differences, like the tweet said, let's go to counseling, let's go to therapy to get back on the right page.
Okay. Amir, people change after marriage, right? Should that marriage adapt to those changes or remain firm with their vows?
It depends on what kind of changes. Honestly, I think that you should maintain things as you agreed to when you got married, because when I married you, I married what you are, what you were then. If we're going to be changing, I believe it has to be just for the better. I don't know, because I'm thinking about marriages like you see Will Smith and who's this, Jada? Right. You see their marriage is kind of like she changed and Will Smith kind of let her do this. And I don't think that he should have let her change into what she changed into. So I think it depends on what kind of changes we're talking about, because I don't know. I think it's best to just remain firm in your vows and remain firm in who you guys were and just improve together, as improving, not changing your personality and changing the dynamics of the marriage and all of that. I don't think you should do that. I think you should keep your marriage as it works. If it worked in the beginning, keep it that way. And yeah, I just think I'd only believe in improving. That's it.
And that marriage, the devil is in that marriage. I can't do it, bro.
Crimson Cure. Should the marriage adapt to changes or remain firm with their vows?
You got to remain firm with your vows. Change, and I agree with Amira, you got to define changes because we should be evolving into better people together. Not, oh, well, we, went our separate ways. Why'd you go your separate way? What happened? Why did you develop into this completely other person than the person that you married? I think if we go a little bit deeper, when people say they grew apart and you're now this completely different person, that just means you came out of your bag. You went on ahead and dropped your mask. You wasn't really that person. Or we got married dishonestly. I was capping. Somebody was capping. Then we got married. And I could not uphold that anymore. And the real me kept coming out until I couldn't hold that no more. Now I'm this completely different person. I want to go on this completely different trajectory and all of this type of stuff. You have to keep the foundation firm, because if we got married honestly, and when I say honestly, I mean you were who you really were and I was who I really am. And we got married based on that understanding and that knowledge. And my husband gave me his vision and I agreed to that vision. I agreed to help him meet that vision. That's what they call it, a help meet, because I'm supposed to help him meet the goal, the vision. I'm supposed to help him do that. I agreed with that, however, X amount of time ago. That didn't stop. That agreement didn't stop just because I woke up and felt different. That agreement didn't stop because he made me mad yesterday. That agreement didn't stop because I made him mad last week. The agreement is still the agreement. And I think that's part of, and I'm kind of diverging. I'm going to let somebody else speak in a moment. But that's kind of part of why these marriages fail so easily. Nobody got no staying power. Things is gonna change. They gonna change. Can you roll with that change? Can you keep up with that change? When I got married 20 some years ago in 98, I married a healthy man that was working. 4 years into that marriage, he got diagnosed with end-stage renal disease and he wasn't working no more for the duration of that marriage till he passed away. That was a change. Now I could have said, well, I married a man that was working, and yeah, I'm gone. Or you were in it for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, for sickness, for health, for death. You in it for that then. You either meant them vows or you didn't mean them vows. Which one was it? And not until you get mad and then now you feel some type of way. Now you gotta, let me be quiet. Let me let somebody else talk.
Oh, and let me ask you a question.
Wait, Crimson, let me.
Aren't you
go
agree
ahead.
with me? Because I
Right,
said to
that's
adopt
what
the
I thought.
changes, and so that's a change. That's the worst part. So
That's what I thought too.
yeah, I think we're saying the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I got a question. First, let me just say
Okay.
that you absolutely dope. I think that you are the epitome of what a great woman is, especially considering what it is that I've just learned about you when you holding him down and, for the duration of that. So I want to extend my condolences before I even ask a question and just say that I rock with you. I think that you're absolutely awesome. I watched you on a live stream with Amira the other day and I thought you was cooking. Okay. Until that guy tried to get on without a shirt, but that's a whole other conversation. But so let me ask you a hypothetical question, because you posed this or you presented a scenario, your real life, in which it was something that, I don't know anything about the disease, but apparently he couldn't help it, right? It was just, that was life. That just kind of kicked in, right? What about a circumstance or a situation in which, let's just say the guy, right? The guy, because I know Kay, for example, said the other day that barring some physical abuse that you need to stick it out no matter what. What if the marriage devolves as a result of something that's extreme, such as he got a gambling problem, or he wound up developing a drug habit as a result of, an extreme drug habit as a result of, or over time, in which that wasn't something that he was at the time, or that's not something that, he presented at the time, but that's something that eventually he fell into for whatever reason. How do you react to that as a woman, or how do you deal with that as a woman?
That's a good question, and I appreciate it, and thank you for your condolences. Having actually been around drug addicts, that's a real tough one. I would not leave immediately if he gained some sort of addiction to drugs or to gambling or something like that. I would do my best to try to help him out of that, to try to help him cope with whatever it is that's going on with him, that's driving him to that addiction, because typically there is an underlying issue that drives people to certain addictions. And they're trying to cope somehow with something. So I would try until there was no more try in me for that. Because if we're talking about things like severe addictions to drugs or to gambling, that can lead to a lot of other problems, not just interpersonally, but he loses the house and now we're all homeless. Whatever the case may be, whatever, I can't even think of it, but having dealt with people who are on drugs, that's a real tough one, because sometimes they can't get out of it until they reach rock bottom, whatever rock bottom is for them. And you really can't love people out of a drug addiction. You have to really help them out of it. Your love for them doesn't really get them out. They have to actually go through whatever it is that's driving that. So in terms of a marriage, me personally, I would try again until there is no try, until they're absolutely, I cannot, we've exhausted everything that we can possibly do to try to get you the help that you need. But at the same time, I'm suffering, or me and the children are truly suffering because of this. I may have to love you from a distance. and probably continue to help you. Even if we ended up, unfortunately, in some type of divorce, which I don't really like divorces or really believe in them. But even if we ended up in that space, my love for him would still prompt me to want to help him.
That's fair. I appreciate it.
All right. Rella, should the marriage adapt to changes or refrain firm with their vows?
So again, for me, I'm going to speak as a divorced man. And, I just like to give that caveat first, because, a lot of what I learned in those 10 years that I was married, and, since then, and again, even coming into this space and coming on the platform, I'm doing things a lot differently now. And I've said this on the show before, and I love that Crimson kind of spoke on it, is about getting married under false pretenses, right? So like for me, I didn't get married, honestly. I got married because I had a son. And I had to make an honest woman of her, right? So that means, what does that mean? When changes came, there was no solid foundation. So, it wasn't built on a rock. It was built on sand. So when the winds came, when the storm came, when things started shaking and getting wobbly, and I definitely wasn't the best version of myself then the marriage dissolved, it dissolved, right? So part of remaining firm to your vows is having that foundation. The vows are some of the things that you talk about in counseling, in couples counseling, in therapy, or premarital therapy, so to speak. But it should be ongoing conversations that y'all having anyway, right? As the man, as you're casting the vision. So now, as the man, because that's what I'm doing now, is building that foundation. So now, when those changes come, because I think, as humans, we all evolve, we all grow. And hopefully we'll all evolve and become the better versions of ourselves, right? And so when that happens, you have something firm to stand on that's going to sustain you. So whether it's you getting knocked down and you go bankrupt and lose everything, or whatever the storm, it could be a number of things, right? If you're building it on a solid foundation, which is staying true and firm on those vows, it doesn't matter what change comes. You'll be able to stand on it. And that's what I'm building.
Okay. Same question.
How come it stopped going across? But across the bottom, I mean. But I definitely think that people should adapt. Like, we can't complain about divorce rates and then be like, don't adapt. Like, people change over time. That's just what it is. Now, in terms of like abuse, physical abuse, emotional abuse, psychological abuse, like those types of things, I definitely don't think someone should stick around forever for. But outside of those extreme cases of abuse, whether it be physical, emotional, psychological, whatever, if you're going to get married, you should be ready to adapt and change and see what's going on with your person to make it last. And if you don't want to, that's fine, but just don't get married. Like, I just think that it's weird that some people will be like, oh my goodness, the divorce rates. But then also, like, you shouldn't have to adapt. Stick to those vows from when you were 22. Like, you're not going to be the same at 22 as you are at 60. Like, it's just not the case. And if you are, that's another issue that needs to maybe be discussed with someone. So yeah, I definitely think that marriages, people within marriages should adapt to changes, because trying to remain firm to some vows you made maybe 10 years ago, 50 years ago, however many years ago that you've been married, I mean, I don't know. I think that the overarching umbrella of vows, in terms of just like, you know, sticking with each other, being there for each other, you know, not abusing each other, not saying those are part of like the regular vows that you hear, but whatever. Those types of things, yeah, stick to those. But I don't know. You gotta adapt. That's life. Life is all about changing, evolving, adapting. It has to happen. And if not, you're gonna have a hard time.
Yeah. Me personally, I think that the only vow you should have is just make sure you guys stick it out for the long haul. That should be the only vow. I mean, I can count on my
Right.
hands how many times I see people really breaking down bits and pieces of what they're gonna do. We all have different experiences, and we may experience something that we would have never thought that we would experience. But if you remember in the very beginning, we said that no matter what we're going through, that we're gonna stick it out. Then again, that's all that matters. So I think
That's what I'm
change.
talking about, JR.
Yeah, I think that change is always necessary in life, especially if you're looking to grow. You know, I want to be better than what I was 5 minutes ago. I don't like to do the year thing. Everybody had these New Year's resolutions. If I got something in my mind, I'm gonna start it right now. I'm not gonna wait till the end of the year. If you see something that has the potential of putting you somewhere further than where you are, start it right now. So that's how I think. But just take it out for the long haul. Extreme circumstances, I can understand. You know, if you just really deal with it, but it has to be really extreme, really extreme. But other than that, let's just stick through this, work it out, keep pushing, and let's keep growing.
JR, what do you think
Yes.
about the Will and Jada change?
You said Will and Jada?
Yeah,
Oh, that's a whole
because that's a
other thing.
change.
Yeah. I think Will should have just picked up on those cues in the beginning. When I was younger, and I told this story, I don't know if I told somebody here or not, but even when I was younger, the way that Jada talked about Tupac, I just felt that it was kind of disrespectful. I just felt as though he was the one. And it probably was too late at that time because they was married, but I just felt like Will was never the one. That Will was settling for some odd reason. And I think that Jada was settling too. And I think that they started to build a life and started to have children. So they just stuck it out. But I still don't think they're extremely happy. But I think that the fact that they came in front of that altar, that they just sticking it out.
I would say that they didn't. I don't think it was a change. I think for years everybody knew that they had an open marriage. It's just now we know that they do, especially because of Jada and God, what is that young rapper name?
You know, to my August
August
Alsina.
Alsina. Yeah. So now it's like open, but everybody's been saying for years, I know decades, they have an open marriage. They have an open marriage. Jada be doing her thing. Will does his. So it's just now it's true. And I think even on one, when they had the red table talk, they said, look, bad marriage for life. They know they're in a bad marriage, but they're not going nowhere.
You know what
And he said, we're not getting divorced.
the interesting thing about that is it's all, listen, I believe that your words have power. I believe that your tongue has the ability to either rise you, like bring you all the way up to the top, or take you all the way to the bottom. And the fact that they declare bad marriage for life, I know it seems like it's just words or it's just a figure of speech, but I'm telling you, when you say that type of stuff and you speak that type of stuff into existence, it comes to pass. And I know people don't believe in that whole spirituality thing, and they don't believe. Listen, I don't care where you're from. I don't care what you believe in. I don't care if you believe in, holiness or Christianity or what. I don't care what you believe in. I'm telling you that when you say things, even if you remove the spirituality aspect out of it, how you speak is what you manifest within your actions, even if you take the spirituality out of it. If I say, man, I'm an awesome dude, and one of the reasons why I do my show in the morning and I moved it from Monday nights is because I wanted to get people started off on their day in a good space mentally, and that they moving positively, and then let that translate into your life. But so when I seen them say that type of stuff on Red Table Talk, it made me cringe, and it's something that kind of went over a lot of people's head. And they're like, "Oh yeah, they really riding together," but they're speaking kind of like duress
Negativity into
into
existence.
they are, and they speaking that, and that junk made me cringe. So I give them credit for sticking it out, but that made me cringe when I see that, because I just don't believe in saying that type of stuff, because I feel like it truly manifests itself into your life. Every single thing that I have in my life, positive, the cars, where I live, how many kids I have, every single aspect of my life, I predicted it. I spoke it into existence. I wrote it down. I went all the way back to a book that I wrote that stuff in 23 years ago. And every single thing that I said that I was going to do, I did it. I manifested it. And people don't believe in that stuff. Like, whatever you say, it translates into your actions. And that's why they say faith without works is dead. But you start to work on and really move in whatever it is that you speaking into existence, and that junk manifests itself. So I don't know why I even said that, but I just want people to be careful about how it is that they move and what they speak on into their marriages, into their life, because often at times you'll find it if that's what you're trying to manifest.
Yeah, because it's power in the tongue.
I agree that. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's power in the tongue. So you speak life and death by what you say. So I definitely think what you say, and it does manifest. I remember watching Being Mary Jane. And it wasn't necessarily just a Christian view, but she had affirmations. So she would put on Post-it notes and put it on the mirror. And every morning she would say these things to herself. Every morning, I'm going to be dope. I'm going to get that promotion. I'm going to get this man. And so she would say this all the time to herself. So it's affirmation. But, for me and mine, I know there's life and death in the tongue, and be careful what you say, because it will manifest itself to happen.
Yeah, I definitely believe in speaking things. Like, you got to be careful with that. When I think of Will and Jada, though, like, they've been in the public eye for so long. I don't know. I just take everything with a grain of salt. Like, so many things are so much like a publicity thing, and whatever the case may be, like, I'm not gonna assume to know what they have going on and what works for them and what doesn't. Who knows? because it's, you know,
But he
the
said
red
it. He
table talk is
specifically,
a show.
he literally said it in a magazine interview just like a couple
GQ.
days ago, where he said, not only did he say, and he detailed what's going on in his marriage and the fact that they do, you know, they aren't faithful to each other, right? I did a whole show on it, and I brought up the article, and the author spoke on it. And he spoke on a behind the scenes conversation that they had, in which Will wanted to divulge more information, but he didn't want to deal with the backlash that came along with it. But Will Smith also specifically said that I'm advocating for people to not do what I did. He said, don't be like me. I would not put this on other people, and I don't advocate for people to be married or be in the type of marriage that we're in. We're in something that's unique. We making it work, whatever, so on and so forth. But, you know, a lot of people that's specifically citing Will Smith's marriage as the blueprint or justification for how they think that they can do things out of whack and thinking that it's going to work for him. Even Will Smith himself said, do not do what I do. This is not the move.
I think it was responsible for him to do that, to say, you know, this is like a unique thing that we're doing. But still, at the end of the day, like, I can't forget that they're actors and they've been in the public eye for decades. And I'm not just going to be believing that every single thing they say and do is just completely transparent. I don't know. Maybe that's me. Huh?
You can see how unhappy he is. Did you see him when they were having that conversation? Like, his face.
He's an actor. He's a very good actor. I just don't know.
But if I can sort of interject just on marriage, even not talking necessarily about Will and Jada, and the whole concept of changes and all of that sort of thing, I think what happens today is we value certain things and we don't value other things. A lot of people value things like wealth, the amount of leisure time they can have, education, or can we take trips, or these sorts of things. And a lot of times people get married based on how they evaluated that person according to material items or external things that are connected to that person. But rarely do they get married to a person based on that person's spiritual makeup, based on that person's internal value, just valuing that person, whether they had those external things or not. And a lot of people do not get married based on the internals of each other. They don't have the conversations that they need to have. We got people birthing kids into the world for people they don't even know and have not had a good hour conversation with, of just, we gonna talk for an hour and it ain't got nothing to do with sex or nothing like that. We just gonna talk for an hour to see who you are, but I'm gonna replicate you in my room and I don't know you. Like, it's those types of things that we're doing because, you know, we got women replicating men in their womb because he got money. She don't know what kind of man he is, and she don't care what kind of man he is on the inside, whether he's a good man, a bad man, or whatever kind of man. And a lot of times we enter into these relationships, like I said, dishonestly. We're not even honest with ourselves about why we enter into this relationship with this person, because we getting into them for the external things. And when those external things change, when those conditions change, we ready to chuck the deuces and tell people, you know what I'm saying, I'm out because these circumstances change. But it's more important to get into the relationship because of valuing that person. Because, for instance, a man who has a mission in his life is very rarely, if ever, going to change that mission because he sees it as his purpose. That is now his purpose in life. So whatever other conditions come along with that, he's gonna try to keep going in that same direction with that same purpose. If you want to be that man's wife, then you have to decide, are you gonna be his wife because you think that if he reaches his goal, he's going to have all of these external or material things that you like, so you getting with him because of his potential, and let's say he don't reach that potential, now you mad? Or are you getting with this man because you agree with his purpose in life and you are going to make his purpose your purpose? So if you make his purpose your purpose and he stay on that purpose, doesn't matter what kind of circumstances and conditions come along with that, you're going to stick right there because you didn't marry him for the potential of his money, and you didn't marry him because you thought he was going to be in the NBA or whatever the case may be. You're with him because you value that man for who he is on the inside, period, point blank.
Crimson, I have a question for you, going to piggyback on what you said, because I definitely agree with you. But being that, and we've said this before, women being hypergamous, and a lot of women get with men because of that, because, oh, he can provide for me and what he has. And if that's in a lot of our nature to be hypergamous, do you see an issue with that, or what's wrong with that? Oh, maybe I said.
There's nothing wrong with hypergamy, but we have to sort of understand hypergamy in more than one dimension. Mm-hmm. Women are not just hypergamous based on finances. Just like a man's provision is not just his finances. See, a man's provision is not just material. He's providing his masculine light to her. Mm-hmm. Right? So in order to satisfy her hypergamy with the same man, all that she does is help him. She pushes him. She pushes him to a higher state of himself. This is why she's helping him to meet his goal. Because not only does it help him meet the goal and the purpose of his life, it satisfies her hypergamy because he keeps improving. So therefore, she keeps getting a better version of a man. Only difference is she's not going outside of that relationship to get a different man. She's just getting the better version of that man over and over and over again. He's reinventing over and over and over again. So if he keeps doing that, which men are driven to keep pursuing anyway, right? They like pursuing their purposes. They like pursuing greatness. They like it, especially a man that finds his purpose in his life, a man that sets his system, order, and structure, right? He knows what he wants and how he's going to attempt to get it. His foresight is intact, right? So all that she's doing is assisting him at every level of that, whether it's a low level going to high level. If he keeps rising, her hypergamy is then satisfied because it's like, okay, we started out in a 2-bedroom apartment, but 5 years later, because I was assisting him with his purpose and he reached some of his goals, now we're in a 4-bedroom house. That's hypergamy. That satisfies her hypergamy for material things. But if he also becomes a better person internally, it satisfies her hypergamy for a better man or a different man, if that makes sense. Yeah. I answered your question.
It does. So do you think one can exist without the other, or you need both?
One
so let's just say he's being a better man, but yet financially provision, he's still doing the 2-bedroom. Because I know I hear a lot of channels, a lot of men are going to be average and they're set. And it's not, are you okay with being with a man that's not going to get any more? He's set and he's happy and he's content. Doesn't make him a bad man. He could be doing more things for you, but however, he's set in his particular range and he don't want to change.
I think that one can't exist without the other because my marriage was like that. 20 years, he became a better person spiritually, but he did not necessarily become richer. As a matter of fact, he became poorer because of his condition. Now, that's not everybody. Not everybody is going to get sick. But let's just say in the case that illness is not a factor, right? A woman has to, again, why did you get married to this man? If you got married to the man for the man, you're okay with what he provides, as long as he's providing stability and you are not suffering in any way. You're not really wanting for anything. He ain't got you pillar to post. You know what I'm saying? If it's a 2-bedroom, it's a nice 2-bedroom. You see what I'm saying? Maybe you in a 2-bedroom in a project and then he moved you in a 2-bedroom to the suburbs. That moved up. You know what I'm saying? So it was different. So, there has to be, at some point, women have to understand that there is a cap on things. I think, and I'm gonna go into this a little bit. I'm gonna dabble into this a little bit. One of the lies of today of feminism that tells women we can have everything and we cannot.
Okay. Anybody want to follow up? Y'all good?
I'm sorry. I was saying thank you. That's a good conversation.
Okay.
No, I agree. I agree with Crimson. I mean, I agree with her almost everything that she says, but also that's another reason why I think it's good for a woman to work for her husband or work under her husband if possible, because I'm sorry, my voice is a little bit messed up. But yeah, working for your husband and supporting him in any way that you can and helping him along, showing him that you're there with him, you're pushing him. It is good. I think it's good to show that support. Excuse me.
I kind of want to ask a follow-up question. My camera's frozen again. I can't get it. I'll work on it. But let me ask you guys
I'm
this.
not the only one with the P Ray.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to the bottom of this. But the follow-up question that I had is, how important are a woman's needs and wants before marriage and during marriage? How important are a woman's needs and wants before marriage and during marriage? I'm gonna start with you. Okay, start with you.
I think a woman's needs and wants are very important, just as important as a man's needs and wants. I think both parties of whatever gender that get together and want to have a sustainable relationship need to consider each other's needs and wants. Like, that's always going to be important. I can't even imagine a situation where you're getting with someone, romantically, and you're like, I don't care what they want or need. I mean, I know that may happen in some places and with some people, but I think that a woman's needs and wants are just as important as a man's needs and wants. Both parties in a relationship with a man and a woman need to be considered if y'all want it to work.
Go ahead, Anton.
I don't think it's as important as a man's.
But Anton, you know good and well you consider your wife's needs and wants.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly important. I don't think that it's
Exactly.
not important.
So what are you? So then what are you?
But
what?
Because I don't think it's as important as a man's needs and wants. That's the difference. So I do think it's important to take her into consideration. I'll give you an example, right? And I always like to use my real life as an example. Mm-hmm. My wife and the things that she wanted to do, or where it is that she felt like she would be fulfilled when it came to impacting on a community. Like, she does a lot of volunteer work now. She was just out doing some volunteer work yesterday. Her really living in a space where she felt like she was adding value to the world came second to her making sure that she supported me in building my businesses at certain times in my life. She put her needs on the back burner in order to ensure that I was successful, understanding that the state of our relationship largely rose and fell based off of how successful I was going to be.
But she was down with that, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that her needs and wants was largely on the back burner to prioritize my needs and wants in order to ensure that we were going to be successful, understanding that she was going to get hers on the back end, and that's the way that it was going to go. Like, I was more important. What it is that I was looking to do was more important than what she was looking to do.
Because it would have been a bigger thing or whatever. Yeah, I mean, again, I didn't think of it that way. I was thinking more so, I mean, of course, you can come to agreements like, if your wife can be like, you know what, I'm going to support your mission because, I'm here for you, whatever. But she wanted to do that. So her want was to
she was going to do it anyway. It was my choice, honestly.
Right. But didn't she want to, or did you force her to?
No, she wanted to, but ultimately that's what we were. But her desire was largely based off of what it is that I dictated how we was going to move in our household, is what I'm saying.
I understand that, but like, if you want to support your man, that's part of your wants. That's not supporting your man is not going against your wants if you want to support him.
But here's
I
the
was
thing that I'm
thinking
saying.
more so
Okay.
things that you want to do or want
Here's
that.
the thing that I'm saying. You said that they were equally important. I'm telling you that it's
Mhm.
not. That's what my argument is that my wants and needs were more important than her wants and needs. That's what I'm saying.
But she wanted your wants and needs. So those were her wants.
But who's to say
think
that
he-
she didn't want for her for what it is that she wanted to do more than what it is that I wanted to do? Right?
You said that. You said you wanted.
Hold on. Two things can be true at the same time. She could want for me to be successful and want to support me, and she could also want to fulfill whatever purpose is in her life. But then she came to a crossroad where she had to choose between one or the other, right? How do you prioritize what goes first? I became the first, and that's when we found out
Why do you think you
priorities.
became the first?
What do you mean? Why do I think that I became the first? Because
why do you think that?
The fortunes and the success of what it is that we were building largely is tied to me.
Exactly. And don't you think that she would want whichever one would have a greater outcome?
If that be true,
her daughter.
If that be true, then Kay, then why are there so many women that saying that, hey, I want to do my own thing, or I can go out and do my own thing, or I can go and build my own stuff. I could be sad by myself or whatever, so on and so forth. Because we went through some dark times, right? I went broke. There's a lot of stuff that happened prior
Y'all
to
were
me
married, right?
ascending. But the point that I'm making is that it's a lot of women that won't do that. So what's the difference between a woman that puts me as the priority and another woman that says, hey, this is a partnership and I'm not getting what I need out of this at this specific moment, and I want to get the heck out of here because I can be broke by myself? What's the difference?
I think that if you're in a marriage, because what you're talking about, you and your wife were married at that point, right?
Yeah, like it's a lot of women that break up from that divorce from their husbands.
I agree, and this is what we just talked about. Like, if you're in a marriage, you need to really consider a lot of things, right? Like, let's say, I mean, whatever the case may be, if your man, you're married to him, he's about to be a doctor, and you want to be a blogger, whatever, and you say, you know what, I can put this on hold for a little while and support him because this is going to be the greater benefit quicker, right? So I don't think that I think that a lot of times women want the thing that's just the best overall outcome. Now, if that's about the man, fine, support it. If it's about the woman, fine, support it. But I don't know. Like, when you brought up the story about your wife, I definitely think that she wanted to support you. So that was part of your wife's needs and wants. She wanted to support you.
If I can interject, I didn't want to step over Anton. Were you going to say something?
No, I'm just. I want to hear.
I was going to be JR since he's not here.
Cut it out. I'm still here. I'm still here.
I thought you needed my help.
No, I'm still here.
We're gonna go to her right now.
Still here.
I like your version of JR too, though, Courtney. Go ahead, Crimson.
So here, needs and wants are two very different things. Two very different things. When we talking specifically about a woman's needs and wants, I'm gonna have to agree with Anton. A man's needs are greater than his woman's wants at any given time in the relationship. Because first of all, women want one thing one day and another thing another day. Okay. We too emotional for somebody to be focusing just on stuff that we want, because I can just speak for myself. I'm a whole Gemini. It's two people over here. When we about okay every day, You know what I'm saying? So it's every day we arguing about what we want. So I wouldn't even put no man through trying to give me what I want all the time, because what I want all the time changes all the time. Then that man will drive up the wall. He'll be Spider-Man for real, trying to figure out what I want and how to give it to me. Now, my needs.
That goes back to the adapting conversation.
Huh?
That goes back to the adapting conversation. So your man would have to adapt because your needs and wants are all over the place, right?
Well, my needs are not, my wants are. My needs stay the same. My needs
Well,
are
okay, your wants.
And my wants are fleeting because I'm a woman, but you should be able to identify with that, because you want the same thing all the time. No, we don't want the same thing. Amira just told a story about not wanting roses all the time. A man was getting a rose all the time. She didn't want them all the time. That's just how we do it as women. It's just what it is. So here's to the meat of the thing, though, because again, needs and wants are very different. Women have a need, right, for leadership. We are naturally chaotic, so we need order. We naturally have insight, so we need the balance of a man's foresight. We naturally have a lot of things going on with us that complement what men do and what they have and what they bring. So if we meet a man that actually has leadership, he has system, order, and structure, he has his foresight, and these are his internal qualities, right? We're not even talking about the potential of his money or anything like that. We're just talking about the man himself. If we get with that man, those things actually meet a great number of our needs as women, because like I said, for example, we're naturally chaotic. We'll be over here, we'll be over there. And that's natural to us. It's normal to us. There's nothing wrong with it. And it's nothing wrong with us being naturally chaotic.
What do you mean by chaotic?
We lack structure of our own. Let me get a little deeper into it. Because women are naturally submissive also. Now let me clarify that. What do women submit to? Women submit to a man's leadership, his system, his order, and his structure, not even necessarily the man himself. And I'll give you an example of that. A woman can be in a relationship with a man that she does not respect and does not submit to. She can go to work and submit completely to everything that the boss wants her to do. And the reason why she's doing that isn't because the boss is a particular man, but because the company has a what? A system, an order, and a structure that she is buying into. She buys into that company. She wants to work in that industry. She wants to work at that place. So she buys into that, and she does it.
Can I ask you a question before I forget it?
Yes, ma'am.
So with what you were just saying, if a woman is naturally this and naturally that, shouldn't, in terms of child support, wouldn't they be, how can you say women should be doing this and women should be doing that if you're saying that women are naturally this completely other way, submissive and just, falling in line with the man and all this? And if they've been doing that and having their life financed, why would you say that they don't deserve child support or whatever? I don't understand how those two beliefs can be at the same time.
Well, number one, the first issue is that's going way back to the beginning of the show conversation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then number two, I never said women should never get child support. Not what I said. I said children belong to men. That's what I said. And what I'm talking about when I'm talking about submission and things of that nature, I'm speaking of it in terms of female nature, not even necessarily what she consciously does, but what she does subconsciously. And we're going back to the example that I just gave about being with a man in a relationship that she is completely obstinate with, and then going to work and not being obstinate at work. So that was sweet, wasn't it?
Everybody was happy.
And not being at work. See, what we have to understand is that in today's society, especially after feminism and living in a gynocracy like we do, there is a difference between how women display their nature and what their cultural teaching is, what they learn culturally. Culturally,
Can you explain the differences?
Culturally, we learn feminism. Our nature is actually something a little different than that. And I would go into it further, but it would take us completely off of the topic. And I don't want to go completely off of the topic because that would really take us, because I don't speak on the surface, I go deeper. So that would really take us off. So I don't necessarily want to go down that path right now until at least everybody's had their say on this topic. But we have our cultural teaching about what women are supposed to want and what women are supposed to need and all of this type of stuff. And then women have their natural need, the natural stuff that we want. Because, okay, let me give you an example. A lot of women go to school, go to education, get a 6-figure career, right? We go and do that and we think that's successful, right? That's cool, right? And we do that. And then we'll turn around and want a man to take care of us. Why do we do that?
Wait, but this is what I was just talking about. How can you say, oh, a woman is making a bunch of money and now, like, how are you expecting a man to take care of you? But then when a woman doesn't make money, you also can't expect the man to pay child support and take care of you. It seems very...
You're conflating again.
Yeah.
What I'm asking is something very... I'm sorry. Did I overtalk?
No, you're fine. I'm sorry.
The example that I'm asking, what I'm asking is a woman A, goes to school for the purpose of getting an education, getting a degree in order to get a career so that she can be financially independent, because she doesn't want to be dependent on who? A man. Because she doesn't want that man doing what? Trying to control her.
Or she just wants to be a doctor or wants to be a nurse or wants to be a teacher. Or
she just wants to do it. Let's say she just wants to do it. But she makes enough money to take care of herself, because this is what society told her she's supposed to be doing.
But then if they don't make enough money...
But hold on. This is what society told her makes her valuable. Because if you ask any woman what she brings to the table, she starts naming her job and her career and her money and degree, because she thinks that makes her valuable. Okay, fine. So then why is it she went to school, she did all of this stuff to become the breadwinner, but when it's time to be the breadwinner, she don't want to be the breadwinner. She want her man to be the breadwinner and he pay for her. Why does she do that?
I'm not understanding, because earlier, I think you just called the woman a bum for making a certain low amount of money. But now when a woman makes a bunch of money, that's a problem too. Like, okay, so for you, what do you think is a good amount of money for a woman to make?
See, you're talking about money and I'm not.
You just talked about you don't understand going to school to make money.
Right. Can I try and balance this out? Kay, what she's specifically talking about is the woman's nature, and she's differentiating between needs and wants, and she's illustrating the point. And I think you're getting stuck on what she's using to illustrate that point, as opposed to what she's actually saying to illustrate the point. Hopefully that makes sense.
No, I just think that on one hand, okay, go ahead. Yeah. Do you see what I'm saying though, Crimson?
I understand what you're trying to say, but you're missing my point.
Okay, perfect. And I would love for you to clarify.
The deal here is that the reason I'm bringing this example up is this. She goes and does something that she has been culturally and socially trained to do, which is to be the breadwinner. But her nature is that she wants a man's what? She wants a man's provision. Even though she went and did the same thing a man would do to get that provision, she still wants him to do it because there's something different about her doing it and him doing it. She still feels that traditional draw because it is her nature. I want a man to take care of me. I want that. When I get into a relationship, I feel like a man is a bum if he don't pay the bills or if he don't
You
buy.
just called a woman a bum for wanting that.
My point again, if he doesn't do the things that I want him to do in this very traditional manner, then I am going to be upset with him. Why? Because my nature differentiated between what I was taught to do. My nature wants him to do it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Crimson. Hold on, Kay. Because let's just say me and my man make the same amount. However, I still want him to take care of the bills because it is my nature. It's not my nature to take care of everything as far as financially in the house and all that burdens, because I want him to provide, and provision usually comes with finances. So even though I went to school and I made this amount, I still want a man to take care of me. And a lot of women think that. I saw a show where on the Breakfast Club, the lady is a lawyer. And she said, you want me cooking, cleaning? Okay, I'm not paying not a bill. Even though she can financially take care of it, she's on show, she's a lawyer. I'm not taking care of a bill. If you're wanting me to do this, if you want me to be in my traditional role, you need to provide, because innately that's what I am as a woman, and that's what you are as a man. You're providing, regardless of how much I make. I still want you to do that. And if I am paying more and if I'm doing more than the man, then that's a lot of times where the friction comes in, and then the man gets belittled. You broke ass. So and that's what they get called. You can't take care of me, And so then the women go to IG and look at ballers. So I understand what you're saying on that. And if I'm wrong, Crimson, I think that's what you were saying.
No, you're right. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah. But see, Kay is stuck on the fact that it's, the small, because that woman wasn't working, Rick Ross's child's mother, and she didn't have any finances at all. And then the idea, well, she wasn't working because it's in our nature for a man to provide, and he completely provided for me, but now we're broke up. But now you see that I needed him to live for his provision.
Now she's being blamed. How can those two things be the same at the same time? That makes no sense. You can't say it's in a woman's nature to want a man to provide, and then when they want it, be like, she doesn't deserve it.
Well, see, here's the thing. I never said that it was something wrong with her wanting provision. I never
called her a bum.
Yeah, I did, but those are two different sentences. Because if Rick Ross was making $142, what would you call him?
Rick Ross is a man. You're the one who just said that men and women have different.
Listen, didn't women
you
fight
just
for
said
equality?
women have a different nature, right?
Hold on, one at a time.
But did not women fight for equality?
Well, you just said women have a different nature.
That doesn't have anything to do with them fighting for equality, okay?
Wait,
how do you know this woman fight for equality?
You conflating two things though, because you keep going back to the Rick Ross example. Let's be clear. Child support is for the children. No, listen.
I've been saying that.
Okay, so why do you keep saying that she wanted something aspirational, as if she wanted a relationship to work out with Rick Ross, or she wanted to get married to him, or she wanted to build
I didn't say any of that. I said the fact that people are calling Rick Ross's baby's mom a bum for not making enough money, but then also believing that it's in a woman's nature to do those types of things, like to sit back and not work and take care of the kids. You can't believe those two things at once without being hypocritical.
Actually, you can, because since we stuck on Rick Ross's baby mama, let's talk about it.
Please.
If she's an adult, and And women said that they was equal. They said they know it's just as much as men. They can do what men can do. They can
I
work.
don't know what Rick Ross's baby mama said.
She a woman. I'm talking about women today. This is not. We
don't know what she said.
We are not 100 years ago. This is 2021. And that woman has, as unless she's got some type of mental or physical disability, which sometimes that don't even stop you. I've seen folks in wheelchair working. Unless something's wrong with her, as a grown woman, she should be able to provide means for herself, if nobody else. Now,
but you just spoke negatively about that in terms of women getting education to provide for themselves.
Hold on, one at a time, so the people can hear.
Sweetheart, hold on, beloved. If she wanted to be taken care of by Rick Ross, what should she have done? If she didn't want to work and she wanted to be taken care of by a wealthy man, and she had access to that wealthy man, what should she have done? I'm asking.
What, married? Oh, what? Married him, had the baby.
She should have married him.
Oh, okay. So then, Crimson, do you think it would have been cool, like, for her to get $20K a month if they were divorced?
What does that have to do with anything?
Because you just said she should have married him. So let's say they were married and they got divorced. Would $20K a month be cool?
That has nothing to do with nothing.
What?
She believes that the children should go to the father, so why would she agree to the $20K a month? She said the children should go to the father.
She can speak. She can speak.
The children, yeah, I can't speak. The children belong with their father. If she divorced, she should give them to their daddy. Is what she should do. She shouldn't be getting $1 a month for child support because they should be with their daddy.
Well, that's something I don't know, because I don't know if Rick Ross wants them as custodial. Like, I don't know. So I don't know.
Moving the goalposts, beloved. We can't do that. Goalposts.
Because I don't know what Rick Ross wants. That's not
because you brought up what he might want, and that's not what we're talking about.
I just said I don't know what he wants.
Okay.
All right, if you guys,
I was just asking. Oh, go ahead, JR.
Yeah, if you guys are just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. This is the greatest show ever. Make sure you guys get them likes up. Also, subscribe to the channel. I caught that laugh. I'm taking that laugh as an ingredient.
JR, stop doing this to me. Between the blue blockers, the laughter, just I'm scared now.
She be throwing them darts.
Oh my God, I hate it. Please don't.
I know.
JR, I hate it.
I know.
That's what I don't understand.
JR, I hate it.
I know.
Don't do it.
I know. Okay. It's great conversation. Respectful. I like it. I like what's going on right now. Again, get them likes up. Make sure you also subscribe to the channel. Moving on to our next topic, which is the world is going through changes right now. But when women are asked about world events, most have no idea what's really going on. Why do you think women are uninterested in life beyond their own circle? I need to read that again. Y'all got it.
I got it, but go ahead and read it again. Read it one more time. Okay. I like it.
JR.
Okay.
Anton, did you say you like it?
The world.
Yeah, I love
the world is going through changes right now, but when women are asked about world events, most have no idea what's really going on. Why do you think women are uninterested in life beyond their own circle? Start with you, Rilla.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. I want to hear the ladies talk, but what I will say is for me and my girl, I make it a point to have regular conversation with her about politics, and she actually does a pretty good job of bringing. I speak about politics on the national level. She does a really good job of keeping me in tune with what's going on locally, and we have these really robust dialogue. I don't know necessarily that always came natural to her, I'm not gonna sit up here and lie like, I don't come in and, loving hip hop on TV or whatever else, whoop de whoop, or The Real or The View or whatever. And there's nothing wrong with that if you're watching that as entertainment or whatever. But I think there definitely has to be a balance. But I don't have an honest answer to the question. I really, really, really want to hear from the ladies and what they have to say on the subject.
Okay.
Well, hold on. Before the ladies jump in, let me say this because how my wife and let's just say, for example, Amira think as it relates to relationships is very, very similar. I mean, they both incredibly submissive, smart, knowledgeable, whatever, so on and so forth, right? But when you take the idea that Amir is incredibly well versed when it comes to world events and things like that. Amir is very much into, I don't know if she's just like, that's just who she is, or she just into it by, because of a desire or some experience that she had in her past or whatever. My wife on the flip side don't give up. She don't care nothing about this. And if it's not for me keeping her updated on certain things and certain conversations, or the fact that I'm on these platforms and she watched me on these platforms, and so she become more informed, or the different shows and the different news articles that I cite or whatever, she would not care. She don't care nothing about it. I think it's just, maybe it's just her comfortability. Maybe it's just that she just feels, so secure and protected to where she's more in tune with the things that's more meaningful to her, and she just genuinely don't have any interest in it. But I don't think that the majority of women that I've seen are interested in anything outside of things that are, speaking specifically to them. So even if you go on social media or different sites or so on and so forth, right? A lot of the women that you see that are super interested or engulfed in conversations when it comes to relationships, at some point is affected by what's going on in society with regard to relationships. They may have experienced some men that have put them in a certain position, or they may have left their marriage, or they may, it's gotta be something that's truly tied to their real life experience, or they're not going to be interested in it at all. And obviously we're not speaking about all women, but I just find that the majority of women, if it does not apply to them, they are not going to be interested in it whatsoever. It has to be affecting them, or at some point affected them for them to be interested in it. And I just think that that's more or less a men thing. Men are interested in things that they're not even a part of yet. Maybe they aspire to be a certain type of thing, or they see the long-term vision, as it may relate to them and how it's going to impact them and their household within 10 or 15 years or something like that. But I just don't think that that's a woman thing. Women are more innately inclined to pay attention to the things that directly affect them or that they have experience in.
Okay. Courtney, the world is going through changes right now, but when women are asked about world events, most have no idea what's really going on. Why do you think women are uninterested in life beyond their own circle?
Yeah. I wouldn't say that women are uninterested in world views. We have to understand when we talk about world views, it is an abundance of things. So majority of men are going to be interested in politics because they have always ran in. Every single elected official from city council to president has been men, and they've always ran it. So that's them. They always know more about it. I think there was a poll done a few years ago when they asked women about some politics, and women scored 30% lower than men. So men, that's them. They have interest in politics. But if we're talking about world views, just like Anton said, in world views, women have interest and men have interest because we're different. If you break down world views, I think men are more important when it comes to, it was a graph I saw, religion, the environment, same-sex marriage, even abortion rights. Men had more interest in that. What women had more interest in was gender pay as far as the gap, so they think, same-sex violence, and I think something like school. So very emotional topics that's usually centered around women is where the interest was. So, worldviews is different and topics are abundance of it. I think women are more interested in things that personally affect us. But men, as far as with politics, if that's what you're meaning, they got that hands down. But I think women care about a lot of stuff. It's just more the things that hit our emotional hearts and what gets us to tear jerking and things. Then that's what we focus on. And unfortunately, majority of worldviews, it's about laws and creating things like that, and not necessarily what makes you feel good.
All right, Amira. Why are women uninterested in life beyond their own circle?
So I kind of agree with Anton on this, because Anton says that women tend to pay attention to things that are interesting to them. And to me, I believe that women only pay attention to things that bring emotion out of them, like something that they can emotionally connect with. I think that's why most women are so disinterested with other things that aren't in their own circle. As for worldviews, I don't really know why women aren't really that well versed with that, because I used to do interviews. I used to do man on the street interviews back when I believe it was like election time. And I used to interview just random people on the street. And I noticed that when I used to try to interview women were just, I asked them like, who's the chief of police? Who's the vice president? Who's, the speaker of the house? Women were just like, I don't know, but I know about makeup. And I'm like, women, we got to do better here. And I think me personally, because Anton did bring it up, that I'm so into politics and worldview, and I'm interested. I think it changes my perspective on how I live here in America, because I think a lot of women, especially women who talk about this gender pay gap and how hard it is to live in America as a woman, and it's just so difficult, and the patriarchy here. When you have a person who hasn't even experienced another country, you don't even know what's going on worldwide, you're going to see the world differently, and you're going to perceive your world to be so much worse than what it truly is. And that's why I try to bring out like, okay, this is happening here, over here. It's a lot worse over here. Things are different here. So I think we should be more interested in world events. And yes, we should pay attention to things. I think that's it. Oh, right. As for politics translates to power. Politics means power. So when you have women, the reason why women aren't so interested in that is because women typically aren't that power hungry. They're not as power hungry as men. Let's just say that. They are very power hungry, but not as much as men. I think men desire that power more so. So I think that's another reason why women aren't interested in politics as much.
Okay. Kay, why are women uninterested in life beyond their own circle?
I think that's a incorrect generalization of women. I do not think that women just aren't interested in anything outside of their lives any more than men are. I think that there is I guess if we're talking about America, there's like an American thing where people, might be interested in certain things that they like or whatever. But I don't think that women are just less interested in news than men. Like, I mean, if anybody has some information about that, but I just don't.
It was research done.
I just told you I was doing man on the street interviews, and when I encountered women, most
right.
women,
I mean, I understand.
Yeah, that's.
Okay, do you think that honestly? Do you think that
But uninterested in life beyond their own circle? I don't know. I think that's pretty extreme.
Do you think that Kay and Jen, honestly, you don't think that you subscribe to like a feminist perspective? You don't think that you kind of, lean towards being more of a feminist?
What do you know? But if you could tell me what you mean by that, that would be great.
Because, like, for example, it seems like the basis of a lot of your arguments is to try to equalize or to justify in some way, shape, or form how men and women are the same, and we not.
Yeah. No, I don't think men and women are the same. I don't. But I think in terms of some of the topics we've discussed, there's a lot of similarities in terms of just American culture. I'm not saying, I think men and women are equally important, but very different from each other. That's my philosophy. I do not think that men and women are the same. Are they both equally important? Yes. But the same? No. But in terms of the topics that we're talking about, why are women uninterested? As if we could just go out and survey random men and they would just be fully well versed on certain things. Like, I think
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
Depends on the person.
It's universally understood that men are more interested in sports than women. If JR asked a question and he said, why are women more interested in sports, or why are men more interested in sports than women, or why are men more interested in basketball than women? I would assume that based off of his history, your argument would be, well, why are we assuming that women aren't interested in basketball? Don't we have the WNBA? Like, you know what I'm saying? But it's universally accepted that men are into sports more than women. But it's like you'll say that men and women are fundamentally different, but you won't acknowledge that when it comes to certain conversations that we're having, no matter what people's experiences is, no matter what the data that's been cited or whatever, it's like you try to justify the logic behind men and women can do the same things to a certain extent. And it's just, for me, honestly, it's textbook feminist argument.
I understand what you're saying. But in terms of the way the questions are asked, right? Why are women uninterested? Some women are interested. Like, maybe the question could have been reformulated. I don't know. But in terms of why are women uninterested, you just said Amira's interested. She's a woman. So
but what you just did is exactly what I just cited with the basketball analogy. You just did the exact same thing.
Can you explain?
I just used a very clear example, and you just did you just basically did the exact textbook. My imitation of what I just did of you, you just did it.
Can you explain?
I can't any further. I'm sorry. I don't want to derail the conversation, but honestly, I was just curious, and I didn't want to forget my point, so I just wanted to ask.
Okay, you can explain. That's fine.
I can't. I'm sorry. Not any further than I have. Like, I don't have any better example to be able to illustrate. So.
That's fine.
All right, Crimson Cure. Why are women uninterested in life beyond their own circle?
Well, because women live their lives from the outside in, from the inside out, and men live their lives from the outside in. And what I mean by that is women live internally. We experience things emotionally first, and that's our internal thing. And then we experience things on our logic and reason. Okay. So we have, I call them filters. So we filter our experiences through our emotion. At any given time, a woman can tell you how she feels about something, but she may or may not be able to tell you what she thinks about something at a particular time. Men work the opposite way. They can tell you what they think at just about any given time on any given subject. But if you ask them about how they feel, maybe he can tell you how he feels. Maybe he's interested in telling you how he feels, maybe not. To go a little deeper, I talk about something on my channel all the time called the 10 life values. And I break them up in internal and external. And the number 6 value is the beginning of external, and we call that mobility. Mobility is everything that happens in the environment outside of your home, right? So it is the infrastructure, if you will, of a society. It not only means your personal ability to be mobile, but also all the things that go into the physical manifestation of everything that we do. So there's a spiritual side, but then the physical manifestation of that would be churches or masjids or something like that. We have a health side, which is internal, but then the physical manifestation of that would be hospitals and pharmacies and big pharma and all of that type of thing. Since men live externally, they experience life differently than women do. They have foresight naturally, a little bit more than women do. His interest in the world outside of him and the world around him helps him to make decisions for himself and for anybody that's in his group that he's in charge of. It helps him make these decisions. In other words, mobility, which is really what we're talking about, is the building of the world and all that goes into that. Men have to be interested in that. Now, their level of knowledge about it may differ from man to man, but generally speaking, men have to be aware of their environmental factors and why the environmental factors are what they are, because they have to know how they're affected, and they also have to know how their families are affected by these things. Conversely, women live internally. So I agree with Anton here that if it does not directly or at least indirectly affect us or our family or our children or something like that, we're not paying it too much mind, because it's not affecting my world. It's not going to stop me from eating or make me eat more. It's not endangering me, or it's not endangering my children or anything like that. So, I don't have to know necessarily about all these different factors that go into infrastructure. We're not too interested in that. I'm definitely going to wrap it up, Amira, so you can speak. We're not too interested in that, mainly because historically, this is why men have built societies and women do not do this.
Crimson, so are you saying that this is a survival thing? Like, because it's in men's best interest for survival to build the world and so on and so forth. This is why they're interested in those things, whilst women, in our survival, we don't have to think about that building, but we have to think about more of how we perceive the world, how we're taking it in, rather than building it. Are you saying it's because of survival? I just want to be...
Yeah, we can say survival, but it would probably be more appropriate to say it's in his nature to do it. Okay. Because men are responsible for this stuff. They're responsible for building infrastructure. Nobody's dependent on a group of women to build a whole infrastructure of a whole society. Nobody's dependent on women for that. Mainly because we don't have foresight for that. Men can attempt to problem solve years into the future, because that's just a function of their foresight. Yes. Women have insight, conversely. So imagine that women can look at a situation on a macro level. We're up close to it. We can see the nuances and the details, and we understand the details of a situation very clearly. Imagine a man being 2,000 feet in the air. He has a better aerial view of the entire picture. So he might not be down here in the minutia, but he is up top getting a bird's eye view. So what you can't see, he has to see.
This really works well for politics. When you think about politics and how, even with like men like my husband and such, when it comes down to stocks, politics, this man can see where things are going 5-10 years ahead of me, and I'm still thinking about the effect that it's going to have right now. I'm thinking like, well, if he does this, I'm sorry, my husband's in the background. If you think about, I'm just sitting there like, well, if they do this is going to happen right now. There's going to be riots. There's going to be people unhappy. And then my husband will say, but this is good because later on, such and such is going to happen. It makes a lot of sense when you say it that way, when it comes down to like stocks, everything. Yeah. Thank you, Crimson.
Okay. Anybody want to follow up? Everybody went, right?
Really, you don't got no thoughts after hearing all of that? Because I know you said you didn't know, so I'm wondering if there's anything that you thinking now.
Let the ladies cook. I definitely get it. It's kind of along the lines of what I was kind of already thinking, so it all makes sense. I just would want to hear them
really?
when the women break down how they view the world and how they view men and men's role, then yeah, it makes sense. That's all.
Nope.
Rilla said, I'm watching the Boondocks right now. I'm not even focused on none of that. You know what I'm saying?
Boondocks.
Oh, Rilla was like, they got it. And for real, we understand. Let's keep it moving.
If you guys are just tuning in, welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk, the greatest show ever. Make sure you guys get them likes up. Also, subscribe to the channel. Appreciate all the super chats coming in. Wasn't able to acknowledge all of them. Someone popped off the screen, but appreciate you, Big Bad Bull. Also appreciate you, TJ. We open up the phone lines after this last topic. So, not phone lines, but open up the live stream. The link will be in the description. Just refresh your browsers and also toss a link in the chat. So make sure you guys on your P's and Q's and get ready because it'll be opening up real soon. Again, get them likes up. Moving on to our last topic, which is put it on the queue. I'm reading to you guys. Are traditional women more likely to marry younger before modern women, and why? Are traditional women more likely to marry younger before modern women, and why? Start with you, Amira.
So this has been a topic like where they say that if you are a modern woman, but if you're a modern woman, one of the signs of being a modern woman is having a grandiose education, a career, and marrying very late. So I guess I will have to agree with that. Yes, that for a traditional woman, the purpose is to get married. Like from little, we think like, oh, I need to get married. I need to marry fast. So yes. Stop. Sorry, guys. Honey.
All right. I'm going to go with you, Rilla. Are traditional women more likely to marry younger before modern women, and why?
I don't know if there are stats, data, statistics, whatever on this, but I think to the observable eye, the answer would be yeah. Traditional women tend to marry younger. In addition to what Amira was saying, I think that traditional women tend to seek out men who will lead and who have vision and naturally align themselves with the men who do that. And I think also, like when you think about, like when I think about my grandma or my mom and that generation, they were brought up like, the whole goal was to get a husband. The whole goal was to settle down, raise a family, so on and so forth. And so I just know that we don't see that play out as much today because I think women have been programmed like, yeah, go out here, get a job, live your best life, hot girl summer, this, that, and the third, whoopie whoop. And what people are finding out is that it's not working in their favor.
I got a couple questions. If I may. Rilla, I got a question for you. My first question. First question is, I don't want to get into the details of your relationship. So let's just say hypothetically you are a single man today. Would you date a modern woman?
Knowing what I know now, probably no. I wouldn't say I wouldn't date her. I probably would date. I probably would entertain the idea because I think realistically, dog, it's not a ton of traditional women out here. So you're saying I'm at the age that I'm at now. I've been through my life experiences and I know what I know. Mm-hmm. We're not going back to when I was younger.
And you single, hypothetically, if you're single, yes. You know everything you know. You single, you rocking. Would you date a modern woman today? Honestly.
I probably would date her.
That's fair.
Yeah, I would date her.
Okay. And then my follow-up question, if I may, is to the ladies. What would you identify as? Like if you had to, identify yourself as either traditional or modern or some hybrid, and then what percentage, if you are some hybrid, if you would identify yourself, what percentage would you say, just, you know, not too deep, would you say you're more modern versus more traditional? Anybody can go.
Anton, can you differentiate? Can you just give your views of what modern and traditional
Well,
are?
I don't want to. I wanted to ask the question first because I wanted you guys to answer based off of what you would identify as traditional and modern, not based off of what you would look for me to identify it as. I
can answer.
I don't want you to evaluate it based off of what I would say. I wanted to just go based off of what y'all think right off the bat.
After Mary goes, I will explain to you why I asked you to do that.
Thank you, Kay. I would say maybe 85% traditional as me, and 15 modern. And I would say that just because I'm always in dresses, I'm very submissive. I marry early. That was very important to me, was marrying and not, and I'm very family oriented. The 15% modern would be because I went to school, I went to college, I'm interested in law, and I'm interested in politics. So I do like to think a lot, which is kind of like not typical, and that's not very traditional of me to be that interested in politics and so on. So that's my modern side, is like, I wear hoodies sometimes, like now, and I'm into more mental things, the thinking. So.
Okay.
Court, Crimson, anybody else want to jump in there? I mean, if y'all don't want to answer it, I'm not trying to force y'all, but just.
I'm definitely traditional, like extremely so. So I would not be considered a modern woman at all. But I think also, I think there are some stereotypes that go along with saying that you're traditional. And I don't think I fit those stereotypes either. Because I think sometimes a stereotype, when we say traditional woman, is some type of woman that can't think. She doesn't have a brain. She doesn't think about anything, which is certainly not me. My brain doesn't shut off. I have a hard time sleeping sometimes because it won't stop. So, I just wanted to sort of put that out there, that if a woman does identify as a traditional woman, that does not also include that she has to be subjected to the stereotype that she's some sort of automaton, or she's got to be some type of Stepford wife or something like that, just because she's more traditional.
So where would you put education? Like a woman going into... Oh, sorry, Courtney, if you... Go ahead.
No, I was just giving praise to God, and thank you, Crimson.
She's amazing. She is amazing. Crimson, what do you think about like women who further their education? They go to school to get these degrees, to have higher careers and such. Would that put her in the traditional category or more modern?
That depends on why she's doing it. I don't have any issue with women going to college or anything like that. I did my little 1 year UIC. I would have did more, but when you 19 and you broke in Chicago, you don't get to go to school.
You went to UIC?
Yeah.
That's where my bachelor's from.
Okay, cool. I loved it when I did go, but in any case, that depends, in my opinion, that depends on why she went. Okay, because a traditional woman can also go to college, get a degree, and specialize in some knowledge. But I would use myself as an example, like hypothetically, if I were to get married again, which I plan to do, and my husband says, you know what, getting a degree in accounting would help me because of my business, I'm going to go get a degree in accounting. You see what I'm saying? But the purpose of me doing that is to help him with his goals and help him with his mission. So if it helps him for me to go and get a particular discipline or a particular piece of knowledge that I didn't have before, or maybe I wasn't personally interested in getting it, then I would actually go and get it. So it depends on why a woman is going. If she's going after the degrees because to tell some man she don't need him, and every 5 minutes tell him how she don't need him because she got her own and because she can do her own. That's a modern woman, in my opinion. And she pursued education for that reason.
Okay. All right. Courtney, you went? Are traditional women more likely to marry younger before modern women? And why?
I would say yes. And just looking back when women in America was more traditional, they married younger. They would marry at 18. They would marry at 19 and 20 and be married for years. So when women were more traditional, they did marry younger. But now we're not, we are marrying older. And I really was thinking, is it because it's more modern women now, or is it because our culture has changed? Because now it's looked upon, even if it's a traditional woman, our culture is, women go to school, that's normal. Get a job, that's normal. Not meaning that you're using it to belittle your man, but this is just what you do here in America. You go to college, you graduate, you get a job. So I'm kind of having some thoughts about that and thinking that, maybe it changed because our American culture has changed. And does it have to do with us being more modern, or the culture has modernized where women are going to school later and getting married later? I don't know. But I would say that definitely before, when we were more traditional, we did get married younger.
Okay. Okay, have you gone? Okay.
Look how good I've been. I didn't jump in. I didn't do anything.
Kay, this is your reasonable service. That's what you're not supposed to do. Like, you're supposed to just be normal. Like, you don't get credit for being a regular person.
Yes, I do.
And your hair is still the same as you did it from the beginning of the show.
But she did change.
Changed about 3 times.
One ponytail.
She had the pick in her head. I was wondering what happened to that.
I had a pick. Look, Courtney was watching. She saw the pick.
She was playing with her hair. She was ready to put it in a ponytail. I saw her, but then she pulled it back out.
I put it in there. I put it for 1 little second and took it out.
Nope.
JR, why do you have to play that? Like, can we get something else? Okay, but anyway.
Go ahead.
No, I agree with Courtney. It's just like, society has changed, right? So what is it? There's a lot of different variables to be considered. And sometimes I think about it too. Like, when I saw this question, I was like, wait. So I have many friends, and this is, of course, not any type of data, it's just anecdotal. Many friends who were wilding out in high school, college, etc., and got married way before the women who were just like, I'm going to church on Sunday and Wednesday. I'm wearing my long skirts. I'm doing all these things. I know a lot of those women that still aren't married. And I know a lot of women that, I don't know. So it just depends. Like, where are you? What are you doing? What are your goals? Are you out here like trying to get married? I don't know. And it's not just like our traditional women versus whatever. You got to think about like how many men that a traditional woman would want are in their dating marketplace. So like there's just a lot of variables to consider. So for this question, I just really think, I know people don't like it, but the way the question is formulated, it just depends. Are traditional women more likely to marry younger? Most of the women that I know that are married, and I'm not saying this is data, it's purely my observation. most of the women that I know that are married between the ages of 20 and 40 are what people would consider modern. And I know way more of them that are married than traditional people, what people would consider traditional. And that's why I wanted Anton to tell me, like, what does he think is modern versus traditional?
I'm sorry, you want me to answer that right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so the way that I define, I look at modern versus traditional
What?
women.
JR, why? This is a good conversation. JR, why? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
The way that I look at modern versus traditional women is not necessarily in how it is that they operate in society when it comes to being able to adapt to society, but it's more or less their mindset and how that translates into their actions when it comes to being put in certain positions. So, for example, the way that a woman may look at marriage, in which I don't look at marriage as a partnership, I look at it as I'm the head and, you know, she is not my partner. That's just the way it is. And so women that look at marriage from that perspective, I would say is more traditional versus more modern, whereas most modern women start to look at marriage as a partnership. You see what I'm saying? So it just depends on the context by which we're using it for an example, but I just think it's more or less the mindset and how that translates into your actions, right? I can empower my wife to go to school to be a nurse, right? Because that's what she's always wanted to do since a little girl. And so we're in a position to do that. She can do that, whatever, have fun. I don't care. We don't care about the money. It's not about finances whatsoever. However, let's not like be mistaken. That's a luxury. That's not something that's a requirement or something that she leans to as something that is needed or is something that she has to do in order to be able to satisfy the mindset of how most women think. She don't subject herself to it. She very much subjects herself to the fact that is I'm the head and she's right there under me, and you know my daughter is under her, and that's how we move in our household. So I just think it's more or less a mindset and how we move, not necessarily based off of how we modernize the way that we live in the technology that's enabled us to be a little bit more comfortable in society.
So, like, Anton, I love that explanation because it gives me a clearer view of what you think. So, like, if you're saying that it's not about what they're doing, it's the mindset behind it. So, like, in one instance, a woman can go to college and be a nurse, but in another one, they can go to college, be a nurse, but it's at the it's like a supplement, I guess, to their husband.
So let's say, for example, a woman was to become successful when it comes to her career, right? A lot of women use that in order to try to justify their place in the household. Or if things get a little bit rough, they might emasculate a man as a result and say, well, what are you doing? Or use it in order to be able to have a certain type of conversation in an extreme situation, right? That's two different things from another woman that she may have become educated, but the reason that she's educated is not so that she don't have to depend on no man. You see what I'm saying? So it's a mindset that translates into how it is that you operate every single day as far as traditional. Like, I don't want you using a flip phone that you don't have to just to call yourself traditional. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can use a get your iPhone, baby.
Yes, like a rotary phone. Yeah.
I have a question for the guys.
You know what? Go ahead, Courtney.
So, because we rarely talk about men and modern men, do you think majority of men are traditional or modern?
I'm sorry, say that one more time, Courtney.
Do you think men in general now are more modern or traditional?
I think weak men are modern.
Is that majority?
Yes. Really?
I don't disagree. I agree. I think there are more modern men than there are traditional men.
Huh?
You know,
Lapeef?
Yeah, I think there are more modern men.
I'm surprised you ain't call him Junior.
Oh, Junior.
I think there are more modern men than traditional men.
Junior?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I mean, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I say that to say this too, because I've been doing a lot of thinking. And I'm like, I understand men want
So
tradition-
masculine.
really?
I know. I've been using my degree.
Don't think.
So
No.
but I understand men want traditional women. Of course you do. I think that's what works when we were traditional. I've always said that since I've been on the platform. But even like thinking about how men are now, how women are, our roles have flipped. Women have become more masculine and more wanting to be in control like a man. But I think I've seen a lot of men that's been very feminine
I
like
agree.
women. So it's been flipped. So it's like, how are you wanting this from me and you acting like me, or how I'm supposed to act? And these are not conversations to have, because I understand where you're talking about women. And women, you're not traditional, you're so modern. But I'm like, yeah, but look what
The
what
balance
some of
always
us are
finds
working with.
itself. Yeah.
So it's a
Funny.
shift that we both have to do, because we've switched roles.
I mean, you can get some masculine women getting with some girly men. You know,
Does
it
that
is what it
really
is.
work?
I didn't say that it was. I didn't say that it was ideal or that it was going to work. I just said, hey, people can try it. Listen, we looking at the results of it today. When people choose for themselves or they move in a certain type of way that's not conducive to the direction that they're going, we're less successful than we ever have been, and we're freer than we ever have been. So, you know, you got to tie the two together and try to figure out why the heck that is, but nobody wants to actually have that type of conversation. They just want to continue to talk without any kind of results to go along with it. So,
Oh, we want to have that conversation. We do.
Oh, really?
I think I never actually answered the question on the table. I think traditional women might be more inclined to marry younger than modern women. Now, I don't know if there's any data to back up whether or not that's true, that in reality they do that, but I think that they're more inclined to do that. I was pretty traditional, and I got married at 20. So, but since we're going,
What made you traditional?
Well, I was we was raised in Baptist church. I was raised in Baptist church.
All right.
And my mother is a
Courtney.
preacher. And so we was raised in the church. The church I was raised in is still standing over there on 60th and Union on the south side of Chicago. Church that on Temple 120. That is the church that we grew up
Look
in.
at Chicago.
Inglewood.
Yes, it is in Inglewood. That's exactly where we went.
listen, the type of church that she was raised in, they know how to shout. That's the type of church. That's the type of church I was raised in.
And so it was kind of instilled in me that you should be married. You know, you shouldn't shack up. And you know, I'm a Gen X. I'm in my 40s, so some people might say I'm old.
You look great.
But thank you, sweetheart. So do you. And I like your feather. I've been wanting to tell you that all night. I like your feather. But so
JR, why? Like what?
She's speaking.
That was just sort of to finish answering Courtney's question about what made me so traditional. That it was just kind of instilled in me that you shouldn't sleep around, and you know, you should get married, and you know, and things like that. So it was like,
so those things were the traditional.
Let me go ahead and get married, and then you know, I became Muslim before I got married, so that just reinforced everything. So that was just real traditional. It's like, okay, yeah, you need to get married before you be trying to do anything. You need to be married. So, when we kind of going back to the conversation that Anton was starting about modern men and modern women, I think what we have to understand, and this kind of goes to Courtney's point about the roles being flipped, we have to understand that the social programming is the social programming. And this is why I call it a gynocracy, because see, men, we have to understand that men are, especially the younger generation, Gen X probably not going to do it. And older millennials probably not going to do it either. They're probably going to be more traditional. But the younger generation of men, we have taught them that women are not only their equal, but in many times they're better. And so if you teach a boy that women are better than him and that any attempt at him being masculine is toxic and it's wrong and he's trying to control everything and he's being abusive in some sort of way because, he's too aggressive and, it's just his whole demeanor as a growing man, a young man, or a grown man, is something wrong with it. We've taught them that for generations now. So now the boys believe it. They believe that any demonstration of their masculinity is somehow wrong and that they need to curtail that somehow and be more gentle and be more this or more that, something that's kind of not in their nature. We don't really accept the aggression of men unless it's in protection of women or children.
Crimson, you brought up such a good point. Do you think that like what you were just saying, because I get it, do you think that is exclusive to Black people or white boys too?
It's not exclusive because the social programming has taken root all over America. So this is an American culture, but I do think it's more pronounced in Black culture because we've been ruled by Big Mama for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
So that culture with us for
yeah. I've definitely Mm-hmm.
All right.
I feel it.
The lines are open. Unfortunately, they are full. When somebody falls off, make sure you guys try to act swiftly to get in that chat. I'm going to bring up our first guest. I'm going to bring up Freezy. What's going on, Freezy?
What's going on, everybody?
Freezy, how come you're not on the pull-up machine? Like, you're not on the
Freezy got them arms out. He got the guns out today.
He always Freezy is always in the middle of a workout. Like, he's always in the middle of it.
Freezy, I seen that same pose in a GQ magazine. Arm on the wall. Freezy, the only thing you gotta do is look away now, like this.
Right.
Come on, Freezy. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I like it.
Freezy came on posing tonight. Yeah.
Freezy hit him with that Anton impersonation.
That ain't no Anton impersonation. I ain't got there yet. That ain't me yet.
Hey man, the show was awesome tonight.
My little nephew.
The Crimson Cure, aka a breath of fresh air. That's all I got to say for real.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you. I feel like every topic that you spoke on, you hit it dead on. You never missed tonight. I enjoyed you thoroughly, and I appreciate you being on the show tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I really do.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
I really, really, really do. I'm saying but the last thing y'all spoke about was I think y'all asked, are traditional women more apt to get married younger than modern women? I don't think it's a difference. I think modern women are getting married younger too. It just depends on what men want. But I do feel like traditional women are getting married for the right reasons versus modern women. That's the only difference I see, because modern women are getting married young too. They're not. That doesn't mean they're staying married, but they're getting married. They might look a certain way. They might catch a guy's eye. They're hypergamous. You know what I'm saying? They go getters. They getting married now.
I don't know, Freezy. I think that there's a divide. I think that modern women, I don't think that they're getting married as early. I think that they want to spend more. They want to make sure that they live a little bit. They want to get educated. They want to travel. They want to have some hot girl summers. They want to do hot girls in Miami, which I think is my version of Girls Gone Wild. You know what I'm saying? Like they out here living, and then they saying, all right, I want to live my life, and then I want to settle down like men. I think modern women tend to think to a larger extent that they have the same liberties and the same freedom to be able to move like men, they do, but the outcome is a little bit different. So I don't know if I agree with that, Freezy.
I think you're right. They want hot girl summers, and they want to ball till they fall. They want their cake and eat it too. But a part of that cake is getting married. They want to brag. They want the big weddings. You know what I'm saying? Anton? They want the weddings. They want to show it on Instagram. They want to get married. They want to brag about it. But I just feel like the traditional women are going to be the ones that get married for the right reasons. That's the difference I see. You know. But you're right though. They want the hot girl summer. They want to be in South Beach or whatever. But they want to get married in South Beach. They want to, you know, they want to get married. They just want it to be, you know, they want some followers to come behind that marriage. You know what I'm saying? As far as online social media, you know, it's a modern marriage. They want a modern marriage. You know,
people don't even realize South Beach ain't even where it's at. It's North Beach. You need to be over in.
That's
North
what I'm
Beach,
trying to. You know something.
You know, I know.
You got to be over. But see, I was there for 4 months, so I was able to see both sides. North Beach is where it's at. It ain't in South.
That's
Beach.
Where it's at. Anton, you know what?
Destin type of girl. I love Destin, Florida.
You know a little something, boy. You know a little something.
That's right.
But as far as Rick Ross, with the child support and everything, come on, man. I mean, Crimson Security hit it right on the head. Y'all know that was a scam. Y'all know. Y'all just mentioned what's the basketball player that got PJ? I forgot his name.
Washington.
Come on, man. Y'all know what they're doing out here, man. Y'all know what they're doing.
But don't you think that these artists and rappers and athletes know, like even with PJ Washington, before he even got with her, she made a whole video about how athletes are dumb. They don't wear condoms. That is the biggest come up. So it's not like it's a secret. That's why I say it's not really a scam, because you know what the IG thoughts want. They don't want marriage. They want a come up. It's your fault for laying with them.
It's a scam because
how is it a scam and they're telling you?
Because PJ Washington, he probably didn't see that damn video. He seen her. You feel what I'm saying? He didn't see that video.
Athlete, hold on. And as an athlete that is worth and know that you're gonna have groupies. I mean, every athlete has groupie, every rapper, singer.
I don't know though, Court. And the only reason I say I don't know, because he was being chased as a teenager.
Exactly.
It's different for grown men. He wasn't even a grown man when he was being courted. He was the one being courted as a teenager.
Well, let's forget it. But let's be honest, right? These artists have groupies. This is from the dawn of time. That wants a come up. They're with you because of who you are and because they feel like they can come up off you. So you have to do your due diligence to not be simping off the IG thoughts, because you know that's what they want.
You gotta do your due diligence. You're absolutely right, Court. But we can't denounce the fact that these women like her are still out here scamming.
So if you know that, why would you fall victim? Why would you put that responsibility in her hands if you know this? That's my thing. Like, if you know.
Okay, it's a reason why it's called a scam. You understand what I'm saying? Listen, in the beginning, they're gonna put on. They know what the right words to say. They know how to act. You understand what I'm saying? PJ Washington,
Freezy?
He probably, What'd you say?
Easy. Is somebody gonna get you?
Who? No, I'm already spoken for.
No, I'm saying, is somebody gonna trick you into impregnating them?
I'm gonna tell
you.
What
about his age? What about his age, Kay?
If I had millions of dollars like PJ Washington, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Anton said, I'm going to be targeted by thousands of women. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, but my main job is to make sure that I stay on point with whatever my profession is. I'm not going to be really tuned in to all these thousands of women and vetting these women like that. So if I do meet a woman that's saying all the right things, that has researched me, researched my wants and my needs, women are doing this. They're doing their homework. You don't think it's that serious, but it really is. It's a job.
So you, as Freezy, you know this,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, I do.
So do you think that like?
Well, I used to be a pimp. You can't talk about me. I'm the wrong person to ask. I'm a reformed pimp. Come on.
Reform.
But just FYI, women do that. Period. We
They
do our
doing that.
research. We do. It don't matter if you, Freezy, any woman that likes a man and wants to be with a man does her IG.
Yeah, but the difference is Court. The difference is women like her that research PJ. They got timelines. Okay, I'm going to talk to him like this at this such time. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. I'm gonna get pregnant on this date. I'm gonna ask for child support on this date. They got everything written out. It's a plan. It's a schedule. This shit is it's technology. This shit is technology.
They have alerts on their phone.
Hey, Freezy, what are you reformed from?
Say what now? I'm a reformed pimp. Real talk. Real talk. I'm a legend.
You was out on the blade?
Huh?
You was out on the blade?
Listen, I'm gonna tell you something. I don't like to talk about that because the people be watching. The people be watching, okay? Let's stop talking about that because you know that listen, that's behind me. Okay, greater days are ahead. Okay. Go ahead.
I want to be clear about something real quick. Because it seemed like in the conversation it shifted. And I think obviously, you know, I feel that everything rises and falls on leadership. But it's interesting. It almost seems like we're giving cover for the Brittany Renners of the world and the Rick Ross baby mom. Like, what are we saying? Like, are the women, they have no responsibility? They have no culpability whatsoever on nothing?
Listen, Rilla. Let me tell you the truth. When we get down to brass tacks, this is the truth. If women really cared as much as they say they do about men and the community and coming together and all of that, they would be dragging Brittany Renner's name through the mud.
That's right.
The same way that they drag these men through the mud. Let one of these dudes show up and they do something that's out of control or is not character. His name is going to be dragged. He'll never be able to get a job again. They're not going to stand for it until they protest, until he out of the league. They saying, but listen, I seen so many men during this Me Too movement. They was already getting removed out of their positions before they were ever proven to be guilty. Just the very accusation got these dudes removed. If these women truly cared about men like they say they do in the state of the community and all of this other type of stuff, and they want to be a part of the conversation, then they would also come to it with good intentions and prove that that is what they wanted to do by dragging these chicks through the mud. When Cardi B said that she was drugging dudes, she would be dragged through the mud. The Brittany Renners, all of these people, I don't want to hear it, bro, because when it comes down to it, actions speak louder than words, and they're more concerned with protecting each other and holding men accountable than they are about stepping up and really having a conversation about how it is that they need to get themselves together first.
Anton,
you gotta first get the beam out of your own eye. Get the beam out of your own eye before you try to come.
Freeze, we got to bring some other people on.
Have a conversation.
Okay,
with us. Don't have no conversation with us. Go hold yourselves accountable before you ever come to the table with us. We don't want to hear that crap.
Anton, who do you think is like the male equivalent of Brittany Renner?
Dwayne Wade.
Hey, Jay, I'm gonna let you go, but I want to tell Anton this. Anton, most of these dudes out here is soft suckers, dog. They soft suckers, bro. I'm just being honest.
You know, to be
man.
honest with you, bro. Honestly, I just don't want to hear it, bro.
Freezy,
I don't want to hear
doing?
none of this, man, because all of these women keep having these conversations about how they want to come to the table with men. That's bullcrap. I ain't hearing it, bro.
And
I ain't hearing it.
So, Anton,
wait, real quick, Anton. Freezy, but see, even what you saying with a soft sucker, guess what? That man still got to go through this world, and he gonna suffer, and he got to deal with being a soft sucker, right?
Yeah, he gonna deal with it.
But listen, at what point do we say, ladies? Like I'm listening and I'm tripping because everything I'm hearing gets pinned back to the man, and at no point in time.
Okay, Anton. I mean, Realer.
Well,
I don't know if I agree with that.
But listen,
because-
Realer.
I've been listening all night,
Rewind. Hey, Realer. Rewind about 2 months back when y'all caught me doing pull-ups. Remember that day? Remember that day? Okay.
I remember that.
What did I say? What did I say, Realer? Because I think my point got lost in the sauce. This is what I was saying. I wasn't saying men shouldn't be leaders, but this is why we need more women like Crimson Cure, Courtney, you know what I'm saying? Amira, holding other women accountable. We need those type of examples. See, it's more effective when women like that hold other women accountable. You understand what I'm saying?
Accountable for what?
Listen, Freezy. I know we got to get other people up, but I'm gonna just say this.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you jump them.
I see a lot of guys out here doing the work. I don't see as many women out here doing the work.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
What work? Exactly.
That's what I'm telling you, Anton. That's what I'm telling you.
All right, Freeze. We got.
What is the work?
I love y'all.
All right.
Freezing.
People be like
a lot of guys. It's a lot of guys holding guys accountable and really mentoring.
Accountable for what?
And pouring in the guys. And saying, "Hey, fam,
what, Anton?
you know, Kay." And I do want to let our King get up here, but do you realize what the whole idea behind the red pill? And I don't like anything in its extreme, is to push guys to get on their purpose and to become better versions of themselves. That is not happening largely with women in their community. That's just the truth.
So, Anton, you live in Detroit area, right? Right?
Yeah. Yep.
Most of the crimes, shootings, etc., that are committed, who are they committed by, men or women?
I don't know the statistics, but I would assume men.
Okay, so like in terms of accountability, like what are the things that we're putting at the forefront as it relates to accountability? Because I know that like saying that a woman shouldn't, do this or that, fine. But there are other things that are preventing like kids from being able to go outside and play, preventing people from being safe in their communities, all this. And we're talking about a woman liking Cardi B or not. Like these types of things just are not important.
So let's go down that. So let's go down that path. When I go out, right, because I am largely participating in these communities. When I see the Detroit 300, I know you probably never heard of them because it's more local. Whenever we see any kind of volunteer work, the Detroit 300 is a very good example of it. You can Google them. They are the ones that's out here. All men out here finding missing kids. They out here holding men accountable. They out here cutting grass, improving community. What do you mean?
Accountable for what?
You're going to have to look them up, Kay, but
No.
My point is,
accountable for what?
The point that I'm emphasizing is that when you see anything that's happening within a community, it is men that are at the forefront of doing so. It's not women.
But if you say someone's holding someone accountable, and I get what you're saying, I'm listening, but what are they holding them accountable for?
What do you mean? We're holding men accountable. I'll give you and I want to let our King speak because I don't want to keep going.
Okay, accountable for what?
I'll give you an example. For example, I'm one of the very few people that will cam up and defend the idea behind marriage. I cam up with people and I defend how men need to get themselves together all the time. And I say, hey, y'all having these conversations, and that's why I said that I don't like anything in its extreme. I do support the red pill movement because it's just waking men up. But at the same time, I don't support men becoming incels. So then I say, hey, content creators, y'all gonna have to be accountable for what it is that you advocating on your platform because you may be doing well, but you don't know who it is that you're influencing. I had multiple conversations on my platform where I argue with people and they will argue me down because I say with more power comes more responsibility. And you can't just say anything and say, well, everybody is grown and they need to have their own individual choice. You also have to be accountable for how you impact and affect people. And I largely have those conversations with men. When I cammed up yesterday on Jessica X's platform, the only reason I cammed up is because Obsidian was on there, and I was like, I don't agree with what it is that you're saying and what you're perpetuating, and let me hold you accountable. We regularly have these difficult discussions amongst men, but I don't see that happening amongst women like we having it amongst men.
You know what? I'm not. I really. I gotta say it. So okay, I get that what you just said. Holding men accountable for being married. Okay, fine. But in terms of our society, the Black community, or even just not even Black community, but just in general, in terms of holding men accountable, and actual things that happen in terms of crimes, assault, murder, rape, all
So
these different things.
let me help you
Like,
with that.
I'm just trying to see. Like,
got you.
yeah,
Let
it's
me help
easy
you
to
with that.
tell
So I
somebody they
literally-
should be married.
I got you.
Hold on,
Okay,
y'all.
but
Hold
just
on.
wait.
Because we do got
It's easy
guests.
to
We can
just tell
save.
somebody.
Can we save this for after hours and we can have this conversation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
And in
King.
Nashville, it's called Gideon's Army. What are you talking about? The 3,000 in your
What's going on?
Yeah. Sounds like y'all having fun without me, so I'm just gonna sit here and listen.
Nope.
All right.
Hi,
All
Archie.
right. Here we go. Hello. It's like, oh yeah, Crimson Cure. You are. It's like I've listened to some of your videos, and you've got it on point. You've got everything covered as far as what I've heard so far. It's like I haven't heard you miss a beat once. So I can honestly say, I wish I had somebody like you near me now. You are the right type of woman.
Wait a minute.
Where my basketball at?
Courtney, play the
Where is
Jill
my
Scott.
basketball
Right.
at?
All right. That being said, let's get to
had
these
one wish.
topics. Let's see. In marriage, it's like
So
there was
shy.
a question. In
He
marriage,
said you ain't you miss Cure. About to be Mrs. Cure.
Yeah, you done gave him the cure, baby.
It ain't like all that. All right.
I
In
don't
marriage, women grow more disappointed while men grow more content. I listened to the ladies talk. They said one thing. Listened to Anton talk. He pointed out something different. Having been married, and yeah, that marriage ended according to contract terms. You know, it's just the way it goes some days. It's like I saw it happen a little bit different because I was looking at my marriage, my parents' marriage, the marriages of my friends, and the way I see it, it starts that way. It starts off where women will be more disappointed at first because why? They grew up with all these dreams of how marriage would be so beautiful and romantic and blah blah blah. But as soon as they get married, reality hits. There's a lot
Either
of
that's a
stuff.
good mic or that's a heck of a clap right there.
It's a really good mic. Instead of having it over here against the wall, it's actually right here now, so you get it real close. All right. Well, they get hit with the reality of marriage and all the responsibilities and duties and tasks that come along with it right up front. Meanwhile, we guys are still dealing with that honeymoon period. We're getting what we thought we were going to get out of the marriage. Somebody that's going to make our life more peaceful, hopefully. Somebody who's going to be the source. Be a source and a sink for affection. But as time moves on, things change. If the woman can actually grow accustomed to the role that she has to play in the marriage and realize that this is how things are supposed to be, things change. She becomes more content because now that she understands what it is she can and cannot expect, she starts seeing the things that she wants slowly materialize along with the things that she needed in the first place. Meanwhile, making all that happen is a guy's responsibility. We get more and more responsibilities tacked onto us, especially when kids are born. Good freaking grief. It's like the long and short of it is, while a woman, if she can get over that first hurdle, things are just going to get better. For guys, it's just more and more responsibility. If we do it right, we can adjust to the weight because, well, frankly, we're pushing through it anyway, and we're used to dealing with that kind of strain as it is. That's how it is being a man. And yeah, it starts off like the question states, but it ends way different. Let's see. The other big one: people change after marriage. Should the marriage adapt to changes? I have to start off by agreeing with the Crimson Cure and Amira on this one. We have to remain firm with the vows, but there's a catch in the way the question was asked. The trick here is that the vows themselves, that whole for better or worse, richer or poor, sickness and health, blah 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 blah, that part of the vows allows for adaptation. What people need to understand is that when you fall in love with a person, you are attaching yourself to what you think this other person is like, a model, if you will. You've got this idea in your head of what this other person is going to be like, how they're going to respond in certain situations and stuff like that. And as long as they stick to it, everything is great. As soon as you start seeing some factors that weren't part of your model, if they're big enough, they break your model. In that case, you have to decide whether or not you are are capable of adjusting your model to fit what this person is showing you they're like, or if it's just too much and you want to bail out on the situation. But marriage is supposed to be until death do you part. If you're not committed to adapting yourself, this is what it comes down to. It's not about adapting the marriage, it's about adapting yourself. If you're not committed to adapting yourself, because change is conscious, you can't stop change, you can only control its direction. And if you're not committed to adapting yourself to fit that marriage, why are you in it? That's my point of view on this.
I agree with you, R. King.
Yeah, I think we all agreed. It was adapting because marriage is for life.
You have to. Yep.
All right, R. King, I got to filter through these calls. Definitely appreciate you. Thanks for the support again.
Thank you, R. King.
Bye, R. King.
Can I mention something now that I have Crimson Cure here with me to validate something? I just had an epiphany in my head while R. King was speaking. I was thinking about the divorce rates and how in America the divorce rate is started by women at a rate of 70 to 80%. When I was looking at Muslim women, and I was thinking about something. Now, Crimson Cure, I'm going to ask you something and you answer honestly. If a woman goes to the mosque and says, I want to divorce my husband, will she get the divorce?
Not likely, no.
The majority of the time, a woman will have to go to ask for a divorce 3 to 5 times, because in our religion, it's considered, when a woman asks for a divorce, it's considered a backdoor divorce. There's nothing like, there's no fairness in it when it comes to divorce. A man can say, I divorce you, I divorce you, I divorce you 3 times, and technically he can divorce his woman. But men don't tend to do that. But for a woman, if she wants to divorce out of this marriage, it's considered a backdoor divorce. And she has to basically plead and get family involved and everything in order to get a divorce. I just thought about that.
I never knew that. That's good information.
And I said that earlier here with the note. Crimson, were you speaking? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, sweetheart. Go ahead.
You go ahead. I'll go with you.
I just wanted to reiterate one little small point for what Amira was saying. In Islamically, we're not given control of the marriage and divorce tie. It's given to the men because he should be more logical and not operating in his emotion to make a decision like that because of its effect. So women actually have to ask, but then we also have to prove a reason. We don't have anything like no fault, or we can just go and get a divorce because we can't do that.
And that's another thing I thought about, because men can tell the woman, I divorce you 3 times. And it's that easy for a man to divorce his wife in Islam, but men do not do it, which is crazy. They have the power to just basically just walk out, and they don't do it. But women, we have to go plead and give reasons and testimonies and witnesses and documents and all kinds of things just to get a divorce. And it's considered a backdoor divorce. Our divorces started by women are not considered a regular divorce. It's considered a backdoor divorce. Sorry, Courtney, you can go.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. Exactly what Crimson Cure was saying was here we have no fault divorce. And I think I said this a few shows ago, is another reason why I think the divorce rate is so high, because it's so easy to get a divorce. Beforehand, it wasn't. We didn't necessarily have to plead multiple times, but you had to prove your divorce. And women had to go through a lot to get divorced, money wise. Why are you? I'm just not going to divorce you. Now it's, he getting on my nerves. I want a divorce. And like I said, $299. Yeah, all right, we'll get you the divorce. So it's just so easy. And women, I think, file more for divorce because it's so easy and because we move off emotions. When my show yesterday, the last call I had was a young lady, Maria. She got divorced for her husband because she wanted to see if the grass was green on the other side. She had kids, but just divorced him. She found out that it wasn't. And she said, I was begging for my husband to get back with him because I was wrong. And I divorced him so easy for no particular legit reason, but to just get out the marriage because I didn't feel like being married at the time. Thank God they got back together. And she says, I am the happiest I am. And innately, that's where I was supposed to be. So those stories aren't being had. And I'm so glad she called into the show last night. But it's easy to get divorced. And women do it on the spare of a moment because we are emotional. So I think no fault divorce should be obsolete. Absolutely.
All right. TJ, welcome to the show. What's going on? What you got for us? You on mute, just so you know.
How y'all doing?
Hey, TJ.
How y'all doing? Crimson Cure, Gemini, Wonder Twin Power Unite. I'm a fan.
Yes,
honey. I'm a Gemini. So when you said that, I'm like, yes, because my husband knows if he is my regulator, because I go from here to there and everywhere. So Wonder Twin Power Unite. It was a really good show. I really don't have any stuff, but I do. So I want to go ahead and offer this disclaimer right now. It's not going to be popular. It's not intended to be mean, but I have to say it. Kay Darling. A few months ago, I wrote, or I said to you in the show that you were, in my opinion, too smart for your own good. And what I meant by that is that you are very intellectual, no doubt, hands down. But I think that there are opportunities for you in insight and understanding. I think there are opportunities because I was literally throwing stuff at my television before I got to my computers and I was saying, shut up, because you don't let people talk. Now, I understand that this is a debate show, and I understand everybody has a unique role. And I'm saying this because I was a woman too, who always had to get my point in and not letting people finish speaking. It is rude. I know you don't intend to be rude. I know that you have some things that you want to get out. But I was just watching the dynamic. And even when you were agreeing with people, you're interrupting them. And this is not just for you. I'm saying this, although it's to you, but it's not just for you because you all are on an international platform. And young women are looking at you and asking, well, is this how I'm supposed to move? Is this how I'm supposed to interact? And it's not. And I'm, by all means, tell me what you think, because you don't have to put it in the group tomorrow. You can just tell me right now.
Thanks for your support.
And it's not antagonistic, but I'm like, please let the people finish. So I'm just going to impart that to you. And I say that because it's just not a good look, sweetheart. It just isn't. So like I said, it's not just for you. It's for young ladies because that are all ages that are watching. This is not what we do. I'm coming from a place that I did it. And that's probably why I was by myself for a long time. Well, one of the reasons anyway. But anyway, but that's it. You all have a great show. Courtney, give her my number. Okay.
Thanks for supporting TJ.
Yeah, I am. give my number. I grow people real, but I keep, I'm a kind person.
She is. I
Have a
adore
good
that
night.
lady.
Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Bye, TJ. God.
E Black.
What's going on, my guy?
He
What's
wasn't the
going
first
on, my guy?
JR, why'd you say my God?
because that's what he
Like
said.
That's what he always says. Yeah.
Yeah, y'all been stealing my
I know
taglines.
you was hating.
My
I can
God.
say that. You don't own it.
I know. I'm owning it now. How y'all been?
Good.
How are you? Good.
It's good.
You got a high definition camera.
Oh, thank
Really
you.
good.
Let
That's
me
one of them
back up.
JR cameras.
Let
That's
me
a
back up.
No,
But,
he don't have my camera. That stuff ain't shutting off and doing all that.
What?
Well, you be on for 2 or 3 hours, man. You bound to have
JR
something
was
going
having
on.
some technical difficulties earlier.
JR invoked the ghost of P. Ray. See what happened?
I did
Why do
too.
you keep saying it?
It's the classic. Crimson Cure. I knew you was gonna come on and bring the heat. I knew it. Amira, Kay, Courtney, Anton, Rilla. I'm gonna come with an unpopular opinion, of course. But we had the
Somehow I could have just I don't know why I just thought that was going to be the narrative. But come on, let's hear this out.
But okay, so the third question we talked about how women don't have a worldly view on the world, and I just feel that's logical. That's really just false. I mean, when you look at PTA meetings, when you look at city hall meetings, when you look at the meetings that are usually in governing bodies, women are present. When you look at sociological degrees and graduates, I'm not talking about people enrolled, but people who actually are in graduating from sociology, they are women. In fact, women have voted more times than men since probably 1992. I'm just kind of confused how we got to this point to where we kind of say that women don't have a worldly view. And I understand Amira said that she walked down some street and said that some random people didn't have a worldly view. And I thought that was anecdotal, but I understand how you could kind of have that perception. But, my wife has a degree. Crimson Cure is highly educated. I don't know your background. Sorry. Amira is highly educated. Kay is highly educated. Courtney is highly educated. I'm just kind of confused on how we got to this point in saying that women don't really care about the world or don't have a worldly view.
What does being educated have to do with the reason why you're educated? Context matters. So, for example, you did PTA meetings. How many men do you know have the availability to be able to go to a PTA meeting?
In fact, I know plenty of men. I think that's one of the as a young man who has a daughter, I think they have plenty of time.
So you're telling me that women go to PTA meetings because they have a broad view or they have an interest in what's going on in the world?
I was just giving an example of how women are using their social.
How is that relevant to world events?
Okay, what I meant was that. Okay, what I meant was that the question was asked. Women do not care essentially about what's going on in the world. They just care about their small bubble and circles in space. But PTA is an extension of the educational system. So they do care about
a PTA directly affects their children, which is one of the reasons why they care. It's the whole reason why we said that women closely tie the things that they care about to the things that affect them on a daily basis.
Okay, but then you go to city hall meetings, you go to police union meetings, look, women are out here. I don't know where y'all get I don't know where y'all get this kind of scapegoating thing in regards to trying to make
no. Don't dodge. Let's get it. We talking about real world events.
Okay.
Right? We're talking about things that are relevant to them. Please disprove me or help me to understand how we are off when it comes to women getting involved with things that are closely tied to things that they're passionate about, not necessarily looking at things from a macro level like men look at. Women look at things on a micro level, and so that's why they closely tie it to how they feel, their emotions, and how they're directly affected according to whatever it is that's relevant to them at the time.
Okay, I can give you two reasons. When in Vietnam, men were getting drafted, women were very involved in the political system, ensuring
Because
that
it was their men that were going off
Okay.
to war is directly
okay,
affecting them.
okay, but we're still talking about having a worldly view. So
No, we talking about the context matters, and the point that we were making is that men care about things that affect them long term, that affect the world long term. For example, we care about things that's not even relevant to us directly. There are men that are actively participating in making laws when it comes to the whole abortion thing. I can't have an abortion. It has no bearing on my ability to be able to have a child or not whatsoever. Whereas women are largely tied to things that directly impact them emotionally or affect them directly, such as your example where you illustrated that people were going off to war. It was their men that were affected, and the women had to step up because a lot of them were impacted, whether their men were dying, whether they had to start providing, whether they even had to take jobs in order to support America because there were no men to be able to take up those positions. They were largely impacted by things that directly affected them. So please give me another example in which you can illustrate that women are not closely tied to things that don't directly affect them emotionally or physically.
well, I mean, I like how you try to pin me into a corner in regards to that
You
question.
pinned yourself into a corner. You use the example.
All I'm saying is that essentially that the premise of the question was that women do not care, and all I'm saying is that statistically is just
Do
not
not care
true
about what? Add the rest
about
of
the
it.
society. You,
Look like you even got the question wrong.
Can I
no,
say
you
something too?
go
Please.
ahead, Amira. I'm sorry.
I saw that you brought up the point that you said women are voting more than men. I don't know how many years you said, I'm sorry. But I want to say that just because women are voting does not make them aware of what's going on, because I've seen so many women that vote Democrat because they think it's the right thing to do without even knowing anything about the Democrat Party. They don't know who the representatives are. They don't know anything about it, but they vote Democrat just for the name sake. So that's just
I
what I'm going to say.
I understand, but we just had the largest election in history, and women still outvoted men, and
But
it was
why?
them.
But why?
All I'm saying,
Ask yourself the question, why?
all I'm saying is that women are reading newspapers. They're
No,
involved
they're
in
not.
society.
No, they're not. Dude,
That's
you
just
do you do hold on. Honestly, this is the God's honest truth. You do
I,
know that I've done research and I owned, operated, had employees that worked for an online newspaper company that was based here in Detroit, and we were largely tied to other organizations and partnered with them. You do know I have statistics and data that cite and can reference exactly how many people and who it is that look at these online newspaper articles and what sections specifically divided, whether or not it's gossip, whether or not it's real world news. You do know that you just citing stuff that you don't know what you're talking about, right?
I think I do very much know what I'm talking about. I'm just citing what my opinion is. If you have any other data you want to bring up, that's fine. I'm just saying that
Right. He black.
essentially I literally brought up voting. I literally brought up real world scenarios. I mean, how many things do we have to go to say that women have a place in
You haven't
society?
given us one example in which you can disprove exactly what it is that we said,
I haven't
and that
disproved
women
your
tie,
points. I
and
haven't
that
disproved
women
your points.
all okay, and that women specifically largely attach themselves to things on a micro level that may be slightly macro depending on how it makes them feel emotionally or how they're directly affected.
Okay.
I gave you evidence and I gave you an example, such as abortion, where men are heavily involved in stuff that's not even directly affecting them.
I remember back in the day too, like the most subscriptions to newspapers was by men. And I don't know, I remember living with my when I was living with my parents, and my stepdad on Sunday mornings, get the Sunday paper, baby. And he'll have the Sunday paper drinking his coffee. My mama is in the kitchen cooking breakfast, and then he'll finish it up. And that wasn't my mama doing that. My stepdad loved reading the paper.
And
And I think
and
about
my
even just
grandma
looking.
And my grandma would take the Sunday papers and cut the coupons out,
That's
and
out.
then she'd
Right.
read the front page. So I mean,
Yeah.
I understand your
And
point.
so, you know, just thinking about that and how that's culturally in our, you know, it's a reason why. Now, I will say my mom getting older now, she'll sit and watch, you know, the news a little bit more. And I think when women get older, we care a little bit more about what's going on. But as far as like women, especially traditional women, that you're taking care of the home, making sure your husband's okay, cooking, cleaning, got the kids. I mean, we're not just sitting there really pay, you know, the paper, because we're not interested in that. Our husbands has always been. They're the one that make the laws. So they have to know a little bit more.
I'm just
think that
sorry.
women
I think women are just more involved than you guys are trying to put it, because we have four educated women on the panel. I have an educated wife. We have tons of educated people.
What does being
women
educated
running?
have to do with it, bro? That has nothing to do with it whatsoever.
Okay.
There's plenty of traditional. Crimson just told you that she's one of the most traditional, like she's 1000% traditional, right? She just told you about how even she, right, went to college for a year, and that she would do it again, or she would go back to college if her husband needed for her to do so in order for them to continue to contribute to the household in a meaningful way. Just because women are educated, you have to add the context to be able to support your argument as to why.
I get what you're saying, and I just, like I said, it just really doesn't prove your point. It's just more or less just
How don't it prove my point? We got real examples that just illustrated it.
No, what you're saying is essentially because she went to college, she's not. Then she shut the world off. That means she doesn't look up Yahoo. She doesn't do anything. She's just basically blind to the world because she doesn't go to college anymore. She's still an educated person. She still reads. She still uses the literary knowledge that she has, and she's still involved.
So if you have women on the panel agreeing with me in my perspective, telling you out of their own mouth, how can you then come and tell me that they are wrong in what it is that they're communicating to you out of their own mouth?
What I'm saying is that it's probably more or less the platform kind of pushing a narrative, but that's how
What do you mean? This is the most diverse freaking platform of women that we've had on the show to date. You got super crazy K with the hair, right? You got Amira that's freaking Lebanese, and you got the Crimson Cure that was raised Baptist and now she's Muslim, and then you got Courtney that's from the South. What more do you want? I don't know how much more diverse of a panel of women that you can get that illustrated and supported my argument.
I understand what you're saying. Trust me, I get what you're saying. All I'm saying is that when you look out in the real world, women are more involved in today's society than just anecdotal evidence of, hey, it affects me. That's the only thing I care about. Women are actually, like I said, and if you take just the voting thing, they actually went out in droves and voted. Whether or not they had political views that supported them, that doesn't mean nothing. That means that they're more or less worried about their world views. And then if you go to local election, women vote in that. And then if you go into political, any arena, women are still involved in. I just don't understand. Men are the ones that, in my opinion, we're slacking on the ball and we're not keeping up with our ideas. We're just using.
Don't you start doing it. No. That's not even a question that you're addressing. We're addressing people understanding and being more interested in worldviews, and you trying to throw the ball on men, and that ain't even a question. Don't start simping just out of the blue.
No. Just because you read Yahoo every day doesn't make you a world beater. We still got people talking about a whole lot of stuff.
What does that got to do with men?
That's because it's anecdotal evidence, and you're not going to research, and you're not using statistical facts. That's the problem with a lot of places, is that you're not using supported evidence.
You couldn't wait to simp, bro. You could not wait to try to throw some men under the bus, even on a conversation that had nothing to do with whether or not men or women and all of this stepping up. Ain't have nothing to do with no stepping up whatsoever.
There's no reason
you couldn't wait to throw men.
There's no reason why we have as many men in this country, women outvoting us. There's no reason why we have as many men in this country not supporting, not doing the things, getting involved in their community. So I understand what you're trying to do, make me seem like I'm just empowering the men to go out and be more active.
You're empowering who?
I'm trying to make them do not rely on this narrative. Do not rely on this narrative. Push yourself.
Listen, I don't remember who asked me earlier about what it is that if I could cite an example of a modern man, you looking at him right now. A modern man before your eyes
I'm
has
traditional,
presented
my
itself.
guy. I'm traditional.
Jesus Christ. Come on, let's move on, bro.
All right, my guy. Hey, I love y'all, man.
All right,
Bye,
black
Jack.
man.
For the
I
record,
don't know if
Yahoo
he's
is a pathetic
trolling.
source of news.
I don't know if he's trolling or if he's actually believe what he actually says. I have no idea whatsoever.
Nope.
Even Bolo laughing at him.
Nope.
Laughing at they ever
Hi,
heard
Bolo.
Bolo
Boy,
laughing,
he couldn't wait to throw men under the bus on a conversation that had nothing to do with men or women and what their roles and responsibilities in a society.
man.
We was talking about interested in world events. He couldn't wait to throw some men under the bus. Boy, he is the ghost of Derek Jackson reincarnated. I'm telling you. Jesus.
Thank you, man. Thank
Hey,
you for that.
Bolo.
I love it. Hey guys, yo, y'all be bugging. Y'all be bugging.
Somebody said
Y'all,
fake laugh and stuff for us.
y'all be bugging.
Bolo
Man.
is so New York.
Yo, son, I don't
Bruh.
understand.
Brooklyn.
Listen, you know, cats like dealing with the branches so much, man. You know,
Bruh.
we got to start dealing with the root. You know, the reason why women really don't care is because at the end of the day, they know they're going to fall on their feet and men is going to get them. That's what it is. When things fall apart, there's three things we fight for: food, shelter, women. Period. Let's cut through the red tape. These cats are sitting there talking about women. Listen, let's cut through the red tape. They already know that a man is going to bag them, so they know they're going to be good. That's what it boils down to. That's what it always boils down to. A woman is going to be good. So when you have E Black saying, you know, women they do this and they do that, come on, man. You know, this is why we have the problem. This is why we have the problem. You know, freedom in America makes us more slaves. It makes us more slaves. When you look at these third world countries that are into what their so-called religion is, they don't have the freedoms we have here, and their society runs a whole lot better. Do they have issues? Yes, they do. But when you start dealing with the situations that we have here, when you're too free, there's too many decisions you can make, man, and that there right there is a problem. I don't know if someone's going to say something. Can y'all guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's that?
Yeah, so when it comes to the marriage, right? When we look at how marriage was back in the days, when our great-great-grandparents got involved in a situation, they knew it was forever. It wasn't something that they just arbitrarily got involved in, right? Because they understood that there was a bigger focus, a bigger intention, bigger than them. So if my love is for Courtney, if she does something off, or if I do something off, the train jumps off the railroad. But when we have a bigger intention, we have a bigger goal, we can work through it. When you put that ceiling over you and say, I love you, you love me, and that's where it stops, and we don't have a focus. That's why when you're focused on your creator and she's focused on her creator, we understand that there's a bigger goal for us to go through, and we take it more serious, that this thing that we're getting involved in is forever. And there will be mistakes. There will be bumps, but we're going to work it through. This is why we have divorce, because people are not thinking that way. People are using sex for dating instead of using sex for relationships, instead of using sex for commitment. And that's the problem. Yes, ma'am.
So you were talking about the whole freedom. Freedom puts us in a worse position. And you know, me and you have gone back and forth about that before.
We have.
Can we not acknowledge the confounding variables, not just freedom? It's not that freedom is the thing that's making things messed up. If you're comparing maybe Black American culture to another culture that knows their language, knows where they're from, knows all these different things, you can't compare the two.
All right,
there
so
are many other variables. You can't just say freedom is the thing.
Okay, so you're
It's not that freedom is what makes people, get off track. It's that not knowing your culture, not knowing your language, not knowing where you're from, having all that stripped of you, that's a bigger issue than freedom. So the fact that people, and you've said this before.
Not knowing your culture is the reason why women are out of order? I'll wait for you to answer that.
What?
So not knowing where you're from is the reason why our Black women are out of order.
First of all,
yes,
I will
ma'am.
not say that all Black women are out of order.
Well, we speak in general. You know that we speak in general. So
I would say that the reason that the Black community is in the situation that it's in.
I didn't ask about the Black community. I said
no,
the
but
Black
that's
woman. You
no.
made a statement. Hold on, wait. You compartmentalize this because I said freedom, and I'm meaning everybody. I didn't just mean Black people.
Okay,
you
and I mean
compartmentalize it. So let's compartmentalize it. Is it because freedom? Why is our Black women out of order? Please answer that, because when we look at all cultures, even when we look at the hip hop culture, it is not just Black anymore. It's Asian, it's white, it engulfs every nationality. Why is it that our Black woman as a majority is out of order?
If we're talking about media coverage in hip hop, who owns that? Who decides what's going to be put out? Come on.
Listen what I'm saying.
Come on, you know it. You know better.
No. What you're doing is conflating the situation. I'm asking you a direct answer. Please give me a direct answer. I mean, a direct question. So give me a direct answer. Why is our Black woman out of order?
The reason things are out of order is because the reason things are out of order.
The reason why the Black woman is out of order. The reason why the Black woman is out of order, not things. The reason why
if you want to think that only Black women are out of order, that's
no. You compartmentalize it. When I said freedom, I meant freedom as a whole. You said Black people. I never said
freedom as a whole.
I said freedom in America. When you look at West.
Okay, so you're talking about America. So is that compartmentalization?
That's what I said, America. Say it again.
Okay, so if you're talking about America, is that not compartmentalizing?
Cool, but I compartmentalized the whole continent.
Okay.
That's what I did. And then I gave you an example of when you look at other countries that are not American influenced, when you look at the Middle East, their freedoms are far lower than ours. Now, do they have issues? They do, but they don't have the problems that we have. They don't have
don't know what.
Rates.
Okay, well, let me ask.
That's what I'm saying to you, darling.
Have you ever lived in the Middle East?
No, but I know people that do, and I do. Hold on, let me answer you. I just know. I know people and I study it. I study the Middle East. I don't just come here and talk it to you. I don't need to be in the Middle East to study it and have the information about it. I don't need to be a crackhead.
So would you rather go to the Middle East than live here?
It depends on the situation.
Why does it depend? You just said it's better.
To you. No, I did not say it was better.
Oh, okay. So then what are you saying?
Listen, hold on, darling. What you're doing is what King did the last time I had a conversation with him. And what he did was every time he got caught, he would move the bar. Don't move the goalposts. Listen, I'm saying to you. I came on and I said, America. You compartmentalized it and said Black people. You said that we were stripped of our culture. We were this and it was that and this was this. That's the reason. Okay, so you know what? Let's take it.
Because you asked about Black women being out of order.
Let's take it off the Black woman. Let's take it off the Black woman.
You just asked about Black women being out of order.
But you haven't given me a straight answer since. So let's put it on the Black man. Let's put it on the Black man. That should be an easier issue for you to answer. Because we were stripped of who we are. Is that the reason why we sell drugs and gangbang and shoot each other and kill each other?
Yes.
Is that the reason? So the reason why we shoot each other and kill each other is because we were brought into slavery? Is that what you're saying right now? Wow. Babe,
are you really not?
I'm saying to you, this is what I'm saying to you.
Are you really not?
I'm going to answer you. I'm going to answer you.
Anton,
no. Maybe was that rhetorical?
No.
Yo, wait.
Okay.
Bolo.
Yo,
wait. Hey, did you not realize you just answered his question when he placed it on Black men? You answered him outright, and when he asked you about women, you
can't make this up. You can't make
it
up.
Did you see you just did that, Kay?
No, I said the same thing.
No, you did
not.
The
reason why Black people.
You did not, Kay, darling.
I said
the
same. Yes, I
Kay, you
did.
said-
I said
asked
the
you-
reason why Black people are out of order, that
You know
includes
it's-
everybody. And
you
then
know-
you tried to say, oh, no, we're just talking about, I said
No,
people.
I said to
Kay,
you,
he asked you
Kay,
about the Black woman first.
And I said Black people in general.
You did a
Listen,
Gregory
Kay,
Hines
listen,
on them.
let me
You did a
say- let
Sammy
me say
Davis
this.
Jr. on them.
Might
And
gotta
then-
run the
I
tape
said
back.
Black people in general.
And then no, when he asked you specifically about Black men and he gave the variables, you said yes, outright.
He didn't. Did he give those same variables for Black women?
I gave those variables because you the one that
Did
said,
you give them for Black women?
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna answer you. The
Okay.
same variables was because you said, Bolo, come on, you know what happened? We were robbed. We were
You
this and
didn't
we were that."
ask me the
Hold
same
on, wait,
question
wait,
for Black
sweetheart,
women.
sweetheart,
If you would have
listen to
asked
me.
me if it's because
Kay,
we were stripped from our culture, I
Kay,
would have said
listen,
yes.
no. Kay,
Because
you,
yes,
Kay, you said that. You said that.
I know,
just
and you tried to trap me
No.
in some
I
type of thing.
reiterated, darling, I reiterated what you said when I said, okay, let me take it off the Black woman. I reiterated it and said it on the Black man. Your
Okay.
answer was yes. And I'm
Okay,
saying-
and if you would have asked the exact same question,
I'm asking
Bolo,
the same exact
darling,
question towards
if
Black women.
about
Your
Black
answer,
women,
yes?
I would have
Yeah.
said yes.
So the reason why Black men and Black women are acting the way they're acting is because of slavery. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
So
Yes.
the reason why, hold on, wait.
You asked me.
Cool. I'm gonna ask you a few other questions.
Go ahead.
So the reason why Anton was carjacked or almost carjacked was because that Black man was mentally enslaved. It wasn't because he wanted his car. It was because he was mentally enslaved. That's not
Can I
rhetorical.
answer? Okay,
Yeah, sure.
I'll answer. Perfect.
Go ahead.
So Black people,
I asked
men
you about the
and
Black
women.
dude that robbed the Black dude that attempted to rob Anton.
Okay.
Was he doing that because he was mentally
I don't know that
enslaved?
man. I don't
But
know him.
you don't know the Black people that you just said was messed up because of slavery. You don't know them neither.
Okay, but can
So
you
how
listen?
can you make? That's the point that I'm trying to make, darling. The point
I know,
that I'm
but your
trying to make is
point.
when you don't take the responsibility. I agree to a certain extent that you are correct. I'm not going to say
Okay,
that you're not.
what are we arguing about?
I'm going to tell you what we're arguing about. When you make that the primary reason to why we do what we do, that's a problem.
I'm not making it a primary reason.
I asked you
I'm
a few times.
acknowledging that it's
Okay. So out of 100%, what percentage of that guy's brain would you
that robbed Anton?
that robbed Anton? What would you
Look at
make
Anton.
applicable to him being mentally messed up? What would you apply to that? Out of that 100%, what would you?
I don't know that man.
So the point that I'm
My
trying to
thing
make,
is,
the point that I'm trying to make
Bolo,
yes,
come
darling, yeah.
on.
I'm
Come
saying
on.
to you, I'm
You
saying
know
to you,
better. You
here's
know
the
better.
thing. Everyone knows.
You know better. You're
Listen,
not going to
hey.
say that Black people are in the position we're in America just because we Black. You're not going to say that it has nothing to do with 400, 500 years of subjugation. You're not going to say that.
I would
So
never
then
say
what
that.
are you doing?
I'm gonna tell you. I'm
So
gonna tell
then
you.
what are you
Slavery,
doing?
I'm gonna tell you. The
Shout
years
out
of
to JR
subjugation-
with the well-timed hits.
The years of subjugation is not shooting us in the back anymore. White supremacy is not killing us in the back anymore. It's our brothers shooting each other. What I'm saying to you is no one in this room right here has felt slavery.
Bolo, you
Hold on,
can't
listen to
be
what I'm saying.
serious.
Hold on, I didn't hear. What'd you say, Bolo? No one's felt
No
what?
one
I
in
didn't
this
hear.
room right here has felt slavery. No one. And I'll be bold to say that
Amir,
the brothers.
why are you nodding?
I'll be bold enough to say that the brothers and sisters.
I haven't experienced slavery. He's right.
I'll be bold enough to say that the men and women that are in this room right now ain't built for slavery. We ain't built.
Okay.
We're not built for whips on our backs.
So
we think
Bolo,
we are. What I'm saying to you is when we conflate and say that the reason why I am where I am because of what happened to me hundreds of years ago, right? I'm not going to tell you that it doesn't have an effect. I would be a fool if I told you that.
Okay, so what's
Hold
the
on,
effect?
stop. Hold on. Let me get to the point, darling, please.
JR.
What I'm saying, JR's killing the sound effects. What I'm saying to you is We have to, the onus has to be on us to take responsibility for what we do and accountability.
Okay,
for
I
what we
get
do.
it. I get that.
Okay, so when I say to you that the freedoms that we have, it conflates us in the issues of what we need to deal with in day-to-day ongoings of family. That's the point.
I mean,
when you
I
tell
get it.
women you can be more than just a woman, meaning you can be equal to the man, that's a problem. That's a problem, because now you're taking the responsibility and you're taking the focus and you're taking the breakdown of what the family structure is, and you're making it convoluted now. Now your
Bolo,
child, yes, darling.
you know I love you,
I
but
love
what are
you
you
more.
talking about?
I'm
All
saying
I'm
to you,
asking
right,
is for you to recognize
I
that the
recognize it.
condition of Black people in America,
I
men and
understand.
women,
Right.
has to do with hundreds of years of subjugation. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Now
That's
hold on.
all I'm
Now
saying.
Now what we're gonna do is now we're gonna go
Anton, stop
into
yawning.
now what we're gonna do now what we must do is go into how much of an effect does it have on us today?
It
Because
has a
today,
huge effect every
Lord,
day.
wait. We have millionaires. We have
Gotta let me
billionaires.
finish. Gotta
Hold
let me
on. You got to
finish.
stop thinking like that and stop huffing and puffing. Because for us to understand, even in our situation, even in us doing what we're doing right now, we're still killing each other. That black man
Yes.
that's on the corner selling crack ain't thinking about slavery. He's thinking about getting that bread.
Not thinking about it, but it's a result of.
So the white man that's in our neighborhood doing the same thing, is that a result of the same thing? I'm just asking you a question.
The white man that's in our neighborhood doing what?
The white man selling crack in our neighborhood.
Like on the south side of Chicago or something?
On the south side of Chicago and Flatbush, Brooklyn. Or Flatbush. Listen, the point that I'm making to you is this, dog, right? It doesn't matter what your situation is. When you look at the Israelites that were enslaved in Egypt, they could have sat there and said the same things you were saying. But they continued to move and continued their culture and continued to build, even though they were subjugated under the Egyptians. What I'm saying to you is I'm not going to let the situation that I'm in define me, define my character, define my integrity.
I'm not either.
Right. But what I'm saying, but you're saying as a whole, Black people are.
I'm saying that we must recognize actual truths and things that have happened.
Well,
I'm not saying sit up and just lay back and be like, I'm a victim. I'm not saying that.
That's the point that I'm making.
I'm just saying that there is an actual effect to things that went on for hundreds of years.
And I agree.
We're not going to act like there isn't.
We got to finalize
I'm
these
gonna end
thoughts.
it.
We got a couple more people to get on.
I want to finalize it on this. Crimson, you are so on point. You are so on point, right? And this is the thing that I wanted you guys to understand, right? Because you may say, what do you mean women always know that they're going to land on their feet when it comes to if things break down? Do you remember that movie Scarface and how Scarface wanted Elvira? Remember when he killed the drug master? What happened to Elvira? He went right into the room and said, yo, pack your stuff, you coming with me. And she went with him. Now, that's not to minimize what women are. Understand that at the core, that we fight when this system breaks down and we go into living dead situation. You're fighting for women, food, and shelter. You're not going to have to build. We are. You're not going to have to fight. We are. You're not going to have to kill. We are. You're not going to have to support. We are. So understand that. And then this last thing I'm going to leave on. Don't let what happened to us 400 years define who you are when it comes to your integrity, when it comes to your character. Don't let that define you. Don't let that be an excuse. So when we're on a platform like this that's international, with thousands of people are watching, we need to speak with milk to these children, to these young men and young women, because they're looking for that excuse to say, well, you know, the reason why I'm doing what I'm doing is because I was in slavery.
Let's sell them a dream. There was this Twisted song called Dream.
No, darling.
Let's just sell it.
Listen,
everything is great.
I'm not going to tell every man or every woman you can be a president.
Everything is fine.
I'm not going to tell every man or every woman you can be a president. But what I am going to tell you is you can be more than what you are right now if you think you are. That's what I'll tell him. And on that,
I agree with that.
Lapeef,
All right,
thank
brother.
you so much.
Appreciate you.
Anton, Rilla, Courtney, Crimson, Amira, Kay. Don't get me mad, Kay. I'm out. Love you all. Good night, y'all.
Talk to you later, Bolo.
What's going on, to go?
To go.
Yeah.
Hi, to go.
Hey, I'm on here. Okay, how y'all doing? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
How's it going? Hello,
It's
can y'all hear
going
me?
well.
Yeah, we can hear you, but it might be a
I
delay.
don't got the,
So
do I got
everybody's
the
going to be
P-Ray?
quiet.
I don't got the P-Ray, do
Got the
No, I don't know
P-Ray.
what you got. You got something else.
What?
Okay. Okay.
Hey, everybody just mute your mic so he can talk, because he catching everything on like that might be a 6-second
Well,
delay.
I had a lot I had to say, but I'm gonna shorten it up. I'm gonna shorten everything up. I had a lot I had to say, but I just want to say one thing about the modern woman. I think the modern woman is Shanae. You know what I mean? Shanae got the I'm a lady, but then at the same time want to fight. She want to fight the men. She want to compete with the men. She got her own beauty salon. She thinks she don't need no man. You know what I mean? I think that's the modern woman. I think that's how they are. You know what I mean? Traditional woman, like I guess like you guys were saying, is a woman that's thinking about, I think, family and not just herself. You know, I don't think a modern woman does that. I think a modern woman thinks about self, and that's why she probably gets married later than someone that thinks traditional. The hypergamous thing, I think how women know. I think people, period, or any living thing, is always going to go after what can sustain them. You know what I mean? No matter what it is, a human being, animal, even a plant, move closer to the sun. You know what I'm saying? So at the same time, at the end of the day, you know, sustain anything that can sustain them,
Anton.
anything that they need for
Sorry to go.
provision.
Anton is not
Anton
earthy.
needs to I know you understand what I'm saying. I know you understand what I'm saying, Anton. But at the
Anton
end
doesn't
of the
like
day,
plants.
anything that has life, any living thing, goes after what sustains them.
Yeah, everybody mute
It's
your mics,
okay.
y'all. Come on now.
He
The
understands what I'm saying. Everybody
metaphors,
should.
these metaphors are something else, man.
He said Shanae. That's a little
No,
over the
it's
top,
really
don't you
not a
think?
metaphor though. You just gotta think about it though. Anything that
So
anything that has
plants
life
are hypergamous like women.
goes after what it sustains them. You know what I mean? No, what I mean is, no, this is what I mean. I know they're laughing. I know what you mean. I know what you're saying. I
They
know what
are
you're saying.
though. Technically, I mean,
That-
well,
I get what you're saying. I'm
let's
just
not
saying,
get into this.
even the asexual thing gonna go after what you know what I mean. Everything gonna go after what's sustained. You know what I mean. A animal, they know that the male species is stronger. They're gonna submit to the man. In a human being, they're going to do that. They know that the man is stronger. They go after stronger animals. The ones that not only can they go and hunt and do whatever they're going to do to bring back, but even knowing that in the jungle it's harder to live, and they need the stronger man that's going to give them the stronger kids. That's going to give them a better opportunity for their kids to live and survive. So at the end of the day,
To
you know what I
go.
mean. Every species,
So let me ask you
anything
a
I can
Wait
think
a
question.
of,
minute.
for the
To
most
go.
part,
Hold on,
goes after
hold on,
who can
Kobe.
provide,
So
who
let me ask
got
you
the
a
provision.
question. Let me ask you a question real quick, bro. So when you take, for example, lions, right?
Right.
Who, these animals are very
Uh-huh.
much
Uh-huh.
one of the greatest reflections of being primal, but at the same time operating in a purpose, right? They don't have the intellectual capabilities of humans and
Right.
things like that, but they very much operate in a purpose, right? But largely, in most situations, it's
Uh-huh.
the lioness, the female, that actually does the majority of the hunting and to bring the
That's
food
exactly
back
what
to
I
the
was going to
pride.
say.
So in that circumstance, in the situation, when you compare it to your analogy, how would you break that down?
Exactly.
He said exactly.
That I kind of already said it a little bit, but I'll break it down. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example because I'll give you an example of what I mean why I said that. at the end of the day, like I've looked at a lot of nature channels. I've went on safari. I've done stuff. I see the lion when they need the stronger animals, when they need the giraffes and the buffaloes and all that. The man is the one that goes and helps them bring that down because the woman can't do it by herself. And not only that, I
What?
also mentioned
The women
that
do all the
it's not
hunting. What are you
only
talking about?
the hunting part of it. It's also the sustain. It's also I know that. That's what I'm saying. But they don't do all of it. When they can't get it by themselves, the man has to come. He has to help. I've seen it
That's not
multiple times.
What channel?
And
What
I've
channel have
also,
you been
at the
watching?
same time, they also
What channel you
choose
been
the
watching, bro?
strongest man. That's why the men fight. That's why the right. Well, let me finish though. Y'all mean, hey, y'all can look this up yourself. But let me finish though. At the end of the day, they also choose because the strongest man is the one that gets it. Because not only do they think the one that's the provision that can help them hunt, that they need a bigger one when they got a bigger animal that the women can't get. They also want their babies to survive. They try to go after the strongest man that has the strongest genes that's going to give
So
their
let so
child a
let
better
so let me ask
opportunity
you a
to
question.
survive in the world.
So let me ask you a
It's
question. So let's
they
let's
everyone.
let's assume
Go
that
ahead.
you're
Go ahead.
100% right, and
Go ahead.
I do believe you. Okay, I think that
Go
you
ahead.
have some valid arguments. I'm not going to completely discount
Okay.
you.
Okay.
So taking that into consideration. So what's your argument? What's the problem? Like, so you just mad? So you don't think that modern women are built for today's
No. See,
men? Like,
I wasn't giving an
how do you
argument.
bring it back?
No.
No,
It
I'm just
wasn't an
saying, how do we
argument.
bring it back to?
No, it
How
wasn't
do
an
we bring it
argument.
back?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
No, I was just saying, how do we bring it back?
Hey,
I'm not saying
Anton,
that it's an argument. I'm
you just
speaking
gotta be quiet
figuratively.
because he hearing things on the delay.
Okay. It wasn't an
Oh,
argument.
okay, I got you. My bad.
Yeah, so you keep talking, he just gonna, it's gonna keep going in the
I'm
circle.
just, okay. So here's my question, sir. So when we bring it all back, after modern women, and we know that they hypergamous and so on and so forth. So what's the main summary, the main point, the conclusion that we tying this all in? What's the main thing that we want to emphasize here?
I think he might be on Bluetooth. If you hop out Bluetooth, we might be able to hear you in real time.
Okay. Oh, okay. That's probably what it is. That's right.
Hello?
Yeah, did you hear the question?
Hello?
I don't know what it must be that phone carrier or something.
90% of the
All right.
hunting is done by lioness, and the lion stays back and protects the cubs or the pride.
I can't wait.
So
He
it's
said,
mostly
sorry.
women,
I can't hear.
and they do it in groups.
I took it off now. I can't hear y'all. I'm sorry.
Shout out to P Ray.
JR said it must be the phone carrier.
It's a possibility. It's a possibility.
What?
Oh, I still got my head. Oh, never mind. I still had the earplugs in. Sorry. That was me. Apologies.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know. I mean, at the end of the day, though, I didn't have no disagreement. I didn't have no disagreement, though. I just remembered. I had a couple of things I wanted to say, but I wanted to shorten up because I wanted to talk about the first thing I wanted to talk about. When I heard early in the show, I think I was hearing people talk about, how pergamous and different stuff like that. I just wanted to give my 2 cents. That was all. I mean, I really didn't have no gripe about anything. You know what I mean?
No, we
I did
appreciate
have a little
it, bro.
bit of gripe. That's cool. I had a little bit of gripe with the whole, traditional and the modern thing, but I ain't want to go into detail about that. I just used the Shanae analogy, but that was about it.
Okay. Well, we definitely appreciate you calling in to go, man. Thanks for the support, man.
No problem. Love all you guys, though. I love the show. Love all you guys. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you. All right,
You too.
All right, you
Hey,
guys.
how do y'all how do you spell modern? I'm just curious.
The same way you spell pattern.
All right, you guys.
Oh man.
I know that Miss
Pattern,
Crimson
modern.
Cura has to get off. We definitely appreciate you
We appreciate you,
joining
love.
the panel tonight. I also have the link to her YouTube page in the description, and I'm also about to put it right back in the chat again. So make sure you guys subscribe to her channel. And again, thank you, Miss Cure.
Thank you,
It's a
Ms.
pleasure
Crimson.
having you.
Nice to meet
Thank you so
you.
much.
Bye.
See you, love.
Thank you. Thank you so much. If I may just speak just a little bit, close out. I want to thank everybody, and especially JR, for inviting me to this platform. I had a really, really good time with all of you. I appreciate all of you all's viewpoints. I learned some things. And I just really, really appreciated the interaction. I knew I was going to get along with Chicago Rilla because he's from Chicago and we be seeing eye to eye.
Who don't get along with Chicago? He is the most
and
nicest person.
I really enjoy your ideas as well, Anton. And you know, I just gained a respect for everyone, including the beautiful ladies here. Courtney, your insight was very necessary. I learned a lot from you as well. Kay, you too, sweetheart. You know, I know we had our little, I wouldn't even call it a back and forth, what we had or whatever, but definitely just a conversation. And I learned a lot from you as well, sweetheart. And you know, Sister Amira, me and you. But I definitely enjoyed myself, and I hope to not make this the last time that we have a conversation.
No, it won't be the last. I'm gonna be hitting you up more than you think. So
okay. But thank you so much once again, everybody.
All right, thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Have a good night.
Okay, well, I like my song. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. I'll bring up.
Okay, how do you do the how do you do modern? The same way you do what?
Pattern. I know you have heard. It's the same like linguistic thing, right?
That's why
Pattern, modern.
Saturn.
I ain't never heard of Saturn.
You ain't never heard of Saturn?
No.
Oh, okay.
The car or the planet?
Both of them.
Both of them.
That's what they say on the low end.
What's going on, Joel?
Oh, Joel.
You can't hear you, fam.
Joel.
I know.
He said his name is Joel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I said Joel. The L. The L.
He made it specific. It was Joel.
He don't put a space
Spelled like Joel, though, is it not?
Right.
Yeah.
It's just that the little L is capital, but how are we supposed to know?
Because his real name is Joe.
And then he added
and the middle name L. He probably
L
on silent trying to curse us
is
out
the L
right
for
now. He
Luther?
can't even get in. Joel, do you hear us?
He's unmuted.
No, he's not muted. Joel, can you hear us?
That's why he put the L big, you see?
Oh, we can't hear you.
I'm just now
No, we
realizing.
can't hear you.
You guys see that? Sorry.
We can't hear you.
Then he
sense
put the
Joel.
then he put the J. Cole thing in there. He got the with the
Black
middle
man,
child on
you
it.
there? Black man,
The middle
unfiltered. You there?
Black man, unfiltered, and Joel.
Black man, unfiltered.
JR, why are you saying it like that?
Black Kennedy, you there? Black Kennedy, you there? Come on, spring.
JR, the way that you're
Black
calling
man,
out,
unfiltered, you there?
Everybody black.
Out of here.
Everybody black. Black man, Black Kennedy.
But Joel is the middle child.
If y'all don't get y'all black ass together.
He said Black David.
Black David. Okay.
JL,
Everybody has a
take
black
my
as their.
you need to do comedy. You're dangerously funny on the low.
Hey, we'll just say like as soon as you get off, you're gonna be like, Black, you there?
That's the new thing. Everybody black. Yep.
We're just missing E Black. Where is he?
He already
Please.
probably
Been
That's
gone.
true. That is
Nope.
true.
Please,
He
nope.
been gone.
Let's not
He
mention E
gone.
Black. Let's not mention E
He
Black. He gave me a
gone.
migraine.
He black.
migraine.
I couldn't take. I was losing my mind here. Today was a good show. Last week was a good show. I had a little technical difficulty. I was doing a little too much with my piece after we rebooted, so I couldn't come on live. But this show was very, very interesting. Some great topics to talk about. As for Rick Ross, I would say he had a great team to give him the knowledge and the gem to do what he did. Because let's be real, a lot of celebrity wasn't able to do what he did. If you know what I'm talking about. We come to the child support. For
I
him
know
to
what
do
you're
what
talking
he
about.
did, it's very slick. I understand that mindset because working in corporate bank at the IT spectrum, I heard that type of term before, whereby there's a way you can turn around your fund and make it seem like you bring not so much, but a certain amount, but everything going to the stock option, like Anton, like you said about, and some other stuff as well, and tied to the business. That's how he got away with it. That's number one. I like what Kristen Kill brought to the table because she's someone I could say who understand what feminism is supposed to be according to the tradition of women. To me, she's no different from Courtney views. But Courtney is more like a little more up to date. I respect Courtney View a lot because I respect how she is. She is best of mine. She don't apologize behind it. I consider her like my sister. I could go back and forth with and have discussion. Sometimes she may correct me. I might be wrong or something, but I will appreciate her opinion. Now, Chicago Gorilla, you and I. Sometimes I think you like a distant brother. I respect your views. And Mira, always salute you.
Thank
Stand on your
you.
ground.
Thank you.
Jollof.
Oh, Chicago, you had a brother from Cape Town called you about this. Leave this alone, okay? Just leave it alone because I've seen it happen. It was a 3-year war. I tried to avoid that, but up to my mom. My mom looked at me like I was crazy. Like, who you mean gotta make better jollof fries? I'm just asking. I almost lost my head because of that. I don't want to go through that again. So let's leave that one. We come to Brooklyn. Check that restaurant out. Trust me. It's the bomb. I took my wife there. She went OD on the food, so.
OD.
And she's from Trinidad, so that's a different conversation.
Yeah, I'm here.
Overall, this show has been really great. It had a lot of stuff I listened to. Kay, I'm not trying to be
Yeah, I'm here.
to you.
Can
We
you
hear
hear
you,
me?
Black. We hear you, Black.
Yeah,
You gotta put on
we
mute
can
right
hear
now.
you, but we're not talking to you right now. We're
Yeah, I'm
talking
here.
to
Can you hear me?
Black man. We're talking to David.
Service desk, can we help Black man with his technical difficulty, please? Thank you.
Black man, can you hear
Yeah,
me?
you said we're not talking to
Hey,
you right
I'm
now.
here. Can you hear me?
Black man. Hey, black man. Not right now. Not right now.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Black man, we're not
right
laughing
now.
with you. I think we're laughing at you at the moment right now.
Not right now, black man.
But we're talking to Black David right now.
Courtney.
Wow, I feel like
Black
I
man.
can't support right now.
He said we talking to Black David.
God. Yeah, you can tell me one
We're
day.
talking to Black David, not the black man.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, David.
You'll kill me one day, JR. You crazy fun on the low. I can't hang around with you. I just can't. You get me in trouble with my wife.
Jesus Christ.
He said we talking to Black David.
I was trying to get my point across. JR is throwing these
Hey,
underground
JR, can you hear me?
uppercuts.
Can you hear me, JR?
Oh, God. I laugh enough for this day, but this is too much for me.
All right, man. My bad, Black David. Go ahead.
Black David.
I want to change my name for that. Next time I come on live, I'll put Black David. That's it.
Yes.
There you go. There you go. That's a team player right there. That's what I'm talking about.
That would be
This is
BD.
ridiculous.
That's all right.
Kay, you still my sister, even though your father from Nigeria. I understand you're a very intelligent woman. But sometimes
I knew it was gonna be a butt.
I knew.
Somebody come with a hard compliment like that.
Sometimes you could be a little bit too smart for yourself, and I realize that you about to fall into a ditch.
A little bit too smart for myself.
Yes, sometimes you do come off like that. You really do.
Could you maybe be like not smart enough to keep up?
I'm a nerd. You won't try it out with me.
So then how could you ever think I'm too smart?
When Bolo was explaining things to you, tell her let me come get a point.
I'm asking you.
I'm telling you, I'm a nerd. I dissect people.
Okay, so then how could you say I'm too smart? I've never told someone I'm not saying me and you are the same, but I've never told someone you're too smart, because I just try to meet them where they are. If I feel they're too smart, I'm going to up my game. So what are you really trying to say?
Let me put it like this. What you trying to
Yeah,
work
put it
with,
another way.
It doesn't work, but what I'm trying to tell you this. When someone trying to bring their point across, let them finish their point before you interject.
Oh my goodness. This is a show where people interject all the time.
Yes, it's true.
I'm not the only person that interjects.
I know. Yes, it's true. But when you have a guest and then get the point across and you don't let him finish his point, you're interjecting. Yes, this is a show.
So what does this have to do with me being too smart?
When people calling in, technically speaking, trying to get their point across, and you interject, technically speaking, you're stopping them from explaining to you what they were talking about.
This is the thing. I really hope everyone really takes a deep look inside.
Yeah.
If you don't have this exact same feeling when other people that you agree with and like interject, then you gotta dead this.
Yeah, because you remind me of my sister. I always destroy every now and then in a conversation. She keep on losing. I'm just letting you know. It's obvious.
Okay, that's cool. Thank you for supporting.
You're like a carbon copy of my sister. Every time I see you act and interject yourself, every now and then.
So do you think you may be projecting your feelings about your sister onto me? Please, let's explore that.
Nada. Here's the problem about me. I don't let my emotions speak for myself. I'll be logical. I'll be technical about it.
You said I reminded you of your sister.
Yeah, because
did you and your sister have a tumultuous relationship growing up?
No, the problem with her, she thinks she knows everything. She thinks she's too intelligent.
Okay, so maybe you're projecting your feelings about that onto me.
This feels like therapy. A therapy session.
Yep. You see how it all comes out real easy, Amira?
No. I'm just being honest.
Yeah, you just said it. You know what? It's okay.
No, it's okay for you too. I'm
just let it all out on me. I'm just a person on the internet.
Enjoying it.
If you can't do it to your sister, I'm here for you to let it out onto me.
Technically, my sister's no challenge, but either way, it's fine.
All right, Black Dave. We're going to try to see if we get the black man. We're going to see if we can get to him.
Get to the other black man.
Yeah,
sorry, let me do it this way. Yeah.
Thank you, Black David. Nice to see you.
Bye, Black
David.
I don't know what to call him.
Just David? I mean, what?
Black man, you there? Black man.
JR, I thought you were just saying black man, but he was really black man.
He's really black man.
Yeah. Unfiltered. Hey, you come back on camera, black man?
Black man gonna give it to you raw.
Hey.
What's up?
Oh, you're back.
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you good, man.
Okay. What's going on?
So, I wanted to, address Kate because earlier,
darling.
Me and Kay have gone back and forward in the group, but earlier.
What's your name in the group?
Dwayne Whitfield in the group.
Okay.
Yeah. We've gone back and forward because I feel like you're too smart. I feel like you're a very intelligent black woman, but at the same time,
we go again.
You just do too much. You got to.
What?
Well, as far as like tonight, you had an elder even tell you, "Hey, calm down, slow down. You're talking too much. You over talking people." And so
on a show.
Oh, my
it's a show. Do you remember the
show.
day when I didn't say anything and all the complaints? Y'all remember that? I was silent.
I don't remember that.
Now when I say things, there's also complaints. Please clear.
Okay. All right. You win, Kay. I'm not gonna be able to do it with you today. However,
thank you.
I do want to say that Chicago Rillo last week, man. I want to kick a shout out to you, man. You didn't beat your chest, but you take this show for real. So I appreciate you, bro. Also to Courtney, keeping it real. Being that woman that everybody want to be. I know you get dragged a lot. I see the comments. Baby girl, some people try to drag you because some of the stuff happened a few weeks ago with Amira. We're not gonna get into that. But I appreciate you guys too, man. But Anton, You know, I've been watching Anton for a minute. And Anton, man, he, you know, a lot of people hate him, but he on point. And I didn't come on here to talk about the male lions, you know, trying to hunt for the female lions. I don't know what the hell he had going on. I don't know what the hell that was. But I want to show that Anton, man, I appreciate you, bro. I've learned a lot.
Came back.
Watching you, you know, every day, whether it's the good or the bad, man. And JR, I just want to appreciate the fact that you guys are on every night, man. I mean, every Thursday, killing it. And so I wanted to talk to Kay directly. I can't talk to Kay, so I might as well give everybody else their flowers while they can smell them, because Kay's not going to ever listen to anybody.
Go ahead. You can talk to Kay. Go ahead. I'm going to remove myself. It's just you and Kay.
What? Why, Anton?
Yeah, there we go.
What?
There you go. Kay, you got
Go ahead, black man.
No, real talk though, Kay. If you are very intelligent. They did it to you. But Kay, no, I feel like you're a very intelligent woman. I just feel like you need to listen more than you talk, because when you over talk people, they're not listening to you. They'll shut off from you. They don't want to talk to you. Now, I don't want people to do you that way. I mean, I know that happens to you a lot. Anton a lot will just shut down on you a lot. You know, Amira.
So then why are you addressing this towards me when there's other people that do it too?
Well, the reason is because you're more bright than everybody else.
Oh, so because I'm smarter.
You stand out more than everybody else. So
you're saying because I'm smarter, I should dim myself?
No.
So that other people.
Hold on. First of all, I'm not going to throw nobody on the bus and say you're the smartest.
You just said I'm smarter.
No, what I'm saying is earlier you weren't listening when he's talking about the black community and he's talking about slavery. I understand your point, but you also have to let others get their point across as well. Okay. He had some valid points earlier. Anton had
Bolo.
Yeah, Bolo had some valid.
Yeah, I love Bolo. Points. Bolo is cool. I know. Yeah, Bolo is cool.
And Anton has some very smart points too about women not holding each other accountable. And one of those things that you run from a lot is that accountability with women. When they ask you about women, you always run around. You run around.
I literally said that women and men. Mm-hmm. I always say both. Like, I never say women are perfect. We are not. It's very much. I mean, look, black man. First, you said you're smarter, and then you're trying to take it back and said that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
No.
Now, if y'all just want me to sit here and look cute, that's not what people want, because I guarantee if I was just sitting here silent, that would be its own problem.
But okay,
I've low-key done it, and it was a problem. So let's just stop. Let's just stop.
You do understand women don't hold women accountable. You do understand that.
Some women hold some women accountable. Some women don't. I mean,
that's bullshit.
Black man, do you think that I am responsible for holding every random woman in the country, woman in the country accountable? And for what?
No, you won't. You won't hold.
Okay,
all
so
the
what are
women
you
accountable.
talking about?
No, you won't.
I have a friend.
You won't hold all the women accountable. You won't hold all the women accountable, but you damn sure will hold the men accountable.
No, I won't. I don't know all the men.
Willow just checked you about that. He just said when they ask you about the men, you had an immediate answer. When they ask you about the women,
asked me a specific question about the effects of slavery. And yes, the effects of slavery reach to women and men. He asked me a specific question about men and a vague question about women. What did you want me to do? Now, on the other hand, in terms of holding people accountable, like who do you want me to hold accountable and for what? Please tell me. And then we can figure it out from there. But if you just want to see me denigrating women for no reason, women that I don't even know, like for what? Why would that bring you such joy?
Listen, hold on. First of all, I've been listening to the Church of Courtney for months. And Courtney's been saying women are out of line. Women need to get their shit together. So hold on. So we've been listening to Courtney preach these sermons, and you've been at the church, and you haven't.
And that makes you feel good,
right? No, it doesn't make me feel. No, What I'm saying is she realizes
I understand that women have things to do, as do men. I've never said women were perfect. Find me the place where I said women do everything right. I'll catch up you
you won't say
$1,000.
well, the thing is you won't say anything about women. You won't say anything about women. You won't say
Find me the
anything.
place where I said that women are doing everything perfect, and I'll catch up you $1,000. I'll catch up you a
Okay,
G.
hold on.
Easy.
I'll catch up you 1,000 if you can tell me the last woman that you held accountable. That did that, you know.
Who should I hold accountable and why?
Any woman that you see out of line. See, like Anton was trying
Give
to
me an example. You don't even know what you're talking about.
Okay,
You're telling me what I should do.
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example.
JR, I don't like this view.
The first woman that you should hold accountable is yourself.
Okay, and I do. Next.
You don't. Nope. You don't.
How do I not? You don't even know me.
I don't have to know you. I see you every day.
Okay, you see me every day?
No, what I'm saying is in the group.
Or you see me every Thursday?
No, in the group, on the show.
Okay,
you can't be told.
What do I need to do?
You're over talking people. You're right. You try to always when I walk in the room.
If I'm right, I'm right. You want me to pretend I'm wrong when I'm not?
Okay, hold on. How many migraines have you given Anton?
How many what?
Migraines.
What does this have to do with anything? I'm asking you, black man unfiltered. I'm asking you, black man unfiltered. You tell me specifically. Stop bringing Anton into this because Anton will tell me directly what he needs to tell me. You tell me what I have done. Tell me, what did I do that I need to be held accountable for?
You over talking. You're very disrespectful to people that are trying to get a point across. You repeat the same things over and over again. You know what? You have more, no. You have more respect for the Madagascar cockroaches than you do the people on the show.
Well, JR, do you have like a honesty box where people can put their grievances? Because I don't understand what he wants me to do.
There's no grievances. You just don't be.
If you really felt like you needed to get this off your chest, Mr. Black Man Unfiltered, I hope that you feel better.
Okay, what you need to do is
don't tell me what I need to do. Who are you?
You don't know
me. Stop. You don't need to tell me what I need to do.
Courtney, get your Patreon together.
You don't need to tell me what I need to do.
Courtney, get your Patreon
Black Man Unfiltered.
And help her. She needs your help.
Help me do what?
Poor Courtney.
To hold women accountable, to admit that you have a problem. That's the first thing you need to do.
What's my problem, Black Man Unfiltered?
I just told you.
That I overtalk people on a talk show that's meant for overtalking? Stop.
You just had an elder just tell you the same thing.
Okay, she's a guest on the show. JR would have kicked me off if it was too much. Y'all don't think deeply.
No,
think about it. It's a show.
He's not gonna kick you off because you're good for entertainment and cigars.
JR pulled out his beard. He pulled out his beard.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you're very intelligent. You just don't allow other people to give their point across. Like right now, you are, instead of trying to embrace what I'm saying to you, you
want me to embrace some falsehoods that you're saying about me? Absolutely not.
Let's break it down. You don't overtalk people. Yes or no?
I do.
You don't argue.
I just said I do.
Makes no sense. You don't argue points that makes no sense.
Nah, I argue points that make sense.
So, oh man, I wish JR had a button to replay some of the stuff you say. So
if you could give an example, that would be great. If not,
I just gave you one. I gave you one.
What? Which one?
You're over tonight. When Bolo
okay, give me a specific.
Gorilla, I see you laugh. You see what she's doing, right?
Right.
JR, don't do this, JR. Don't do this, JR.
She's a runner. She's a track star. I mean, I'm trying to figure out. I'm just trying to figure out why you keep running from yourself.
Running from myself?
Yeah. You run every time somebody says, Anton, thank you, bro. Hey, you got the robe on. You run from somebody asks you.
Anton went to do a wardrobe change.
Yes, Anton, good job.
Black Man Unfiltered, I understand that you have some things you need to get off your chest, and it's perfectly fine.
And that's what you do when you're in a corner. You try to get real cute and petite, and you say, "Oh, I know you have some things on your chest." No, you have some things.
You got me all figured out. Awesome.
Yeah, you have.
Thank you for the support.
You have to figure it out.
Thanks for your support.
I do support you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening, honey.
You too. Bye.
Oh my God.
Hey, appreciate you, JR.
All right, no problem. All right, black man.
All right, y'all have a good night, man.
Nice.
So hilarious.
I don't, Anton, why did you do
All
that?
right, man. That's the last
Like,
one.
what is
Joel,
the meaning,
Joel,
Anton?
you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what was going on my Bluetooth earlier. Yeah, I was on my Bluetooth for some reason. It wasn't. I'm about to shut this truck down, but Mr. Lapeef, can we get a round of applause for Miss Crimson? Because I had started watching her content after I saw her on the Mirror, and I will say she definitely set the tone for herself on here. That being said, I'm going to share my email in the chat too, because I do want to contact her. Because the middle child is actually my YouTube channel. I'm actually going to start my own YouTube channel. I'm starting. I had been planning on it for the past year or so, but what I do was for the past year I had been looking at what's going on with Kevin Samuels. Shout out to MTR, Kevin Samuels. I was enjoying their content, seeing how things are done. Of course, I'm in your Discord, Anton, so I am part of the Patreon. So shout out to you. But
You find the value? You find the value in there?
Say what?
You finding value in the Patreon?
Oh yes, of course. So I definitely do recommend everybody watching this. Yeah, just go ahead and do that. Do yourself a favor. Go ahead and do that. Join the Patreon, join the group. But and a funny thing, Anton, this is unrelated to what I was going to say, but I was actually listening to you with my girl. I'm getting out the truck right now. And you want to know the first thing she said when I was listening to you?
What was that?
She was like, "Ooh, I like what he's saying," and I was like, "I know," because
shout out to your lady. She recognized a real one.
So of course, like I was telling Courtney earlier, there's a reason why I'm with her. Trust me. But that's the first thing she said when she heard you talking. I forgot which video,
That's what's up.
but I did want to touch on some things.
Gordon.
I guess he told me that. Would you tell me that, Joel?
Because you always mention my girl when I talk about issues with black men, black women. You'd be like, I always got a girl, and I was like, there's a reason why I pick her. It was in some of the prior episodes.
Oh,
but,
no, I remember that conversation.
Yeah.
You're right.
But I wanted to touch on some things and shout out to TJ and dang, I'm having a brain fart. But when they touched on some things with Kay, and I like to call it's a inside joke. I call you Kay the Gray because one of the things about you, and I mentioned this in the Facebook chat. I see you laughing over there. I say you like to live in the gray area. You don't want to say yes or no. You kind of want to live in the middle. You don't want to be black and white, so you in the gray. 50 Shades of Kay. Shout out to you.
I like that. I like all of those. Those were dope.
Yeah. Don't give no ideas, Joel.
Hey, holla at your boy. Oh, I got some ideas. I'm gonna hit you and Anton up. I got some ideas I want to run by you guys. Thanks to Miss K. So yeah, so I'm gonna have to take a little jab at you, but at the same time, you did make me think about some things going on with the situations and the conversations we're having, which is starting the next step because Kay, you're very much needed on the show. But I will say this: you really very much like no, and I'm gonna break it down.
You're giving that butter her up, man. You giving her.
I'm gonna break it down. I'm gonna butter her up. I'm gonna butter her up because I'm about to put her in the oven.
I can't believe you did this.
So
I can't believe you did that. I'm hurt.
Oh, you talking about me?
I can't. Yes.
No, I was sliding my fingers in between the buttons, and then I got that fat finger. So.
Okay, I see how it is.
I got that fat finger. Go ahead.
Anton went to put on a robe. You started playing soundboard. Okay.
When you said something about the statistics with what Kevin Summey said in the Facebook group, and you had replied, we were kind of going back and forth a little bit, and I provided you with a lot of statistics and stuff. And
about what? Which one?
About the majority of the babies being born in the black community being by the minority of men, right?
16 to 80.
Yeah. Now, I'm glad you brought that up just because I know it is more likely true than not. But the funny thing is, there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes that's going on right now, which actually, the more I dig into it, the more I realize how bad things really are. Which shout out to Dr. T. Hassan Johnson, which he heads up at the Black Male Institute. He does some research, and that's actually one of the things I want to talk to you guys about. Was potentially doing a project with him, but there actually isn't a lot of research specifically on Black men,
Yeah.
and that is actually intentional. Which is why when you brought that statistic up, I kid you not,
Well,
you
it
can
wasn't
Google
my
it.
statistic. I was
No,
just
but look, you can
okay.
Google it right now. You can Google it right now. The amount of Black women that are childless, it'll come up 40%, like top 1-2 search on Google. If you were to change women to men, the amount of Black men childless, you literally cannot find it
You
because
know
they
what,
literally
Joel?
will not tell you. Yeah, go ahead.
You know what, Joel? I am planning to go back to school to get my PhD. Oh my God. Oh, it's so terrible. But I'm going back to get my PhD, and my main focus is going to be more research on Black boys and men
What?
because there's just not enough. And we need more Black people to be doing that work. And I'm going to be one of them. So I
Let's
got
give a
it.
round of applause for that, please. I mean, congratulations you for that. But
Yeah, it's gonna,
yeah,
you're right. There's not enough research
but
on Black people, especially Black men and Black boys.
and I do think that is intentional.
Yeah, of course.
Because the things are so bad. Because what you learn about is people throw out the statistic. Yeah, more women go to college than men, and in the Black
Mhm.
community, that's very true. And we have this propaganda and this narrative out here, which is trying to promote this gynocentric society that's very prevalent in the Black community. Another thing I don't like is when people use feminism. I wish we would kind of call it something else because it's not technically feminism. It's more like a sister code or girl power thing. Because real feminism ended back when they got their freedom. Like that was
Glorilla.
real feminism.
Well, there's
Shout out.
different types of, there's
No,
different
no,
ways.
no. No. It's not
How you gonna
feminism.
say
It's
no?
something
Like
else.
there's literally different
Because
ways.
it's not feminism. What it was made for.
How are you gonna
They
say
call it.
no? There's literally different ways.
I'm not about to do this with you,
How
kid.
can you say?
Otherwise, continuing on.
You're just literally
I
making things up. Okay.
let me go ahead and touch on that. Kay, you do this thing right here, which is why you are a bit of a headache. You do tend to want to push.
Take some Tylenol.
You want to push and move goalposts, especially when Bolo. Shout out to Bolo and shout
Get
out to you,
yourself some
Rilla,
ibuprofen.
because Rilla, you reminded me of myself. I like to sit back and listen, and then when I hear something, when you speak, you say what you say has a lot of weight to it. Because you literally, when Bolo made that point, when he switched the conversation from Black women to Black men, you and Bolo both realized that at the exact same moment I did exactly what happened. Because mind you, I call her Kay the Gray. Everybody here can probably agree. Kay
Kay
doesn't
the
like to say
Gray.
Kay doesn't like to say yes or no to anything. Anton, I want you to go back, rewind the tape. I kid you not, less than a second when he said something negative about Black men. How long did it take Kay to say yes?
If you ask me the
It took
exact,
absolutely no time
if
at
you
all.
ask me the
She didn't say
exact same thing about Black
and
women, I
she
would say
didn't
yes.
just say yes once. She said it twice. She said yes,
If they
yes.
would have asked me
So
the
that kind
exact
of
same
now,
thing
Kay,
about
that's
Black
the
women,
one
I would have
thing.
said yes.
Kay, don't start over talking me. That's the one thing about you that worries me.
Who are
Is
you?
because you
If
like
they
to do
would
this.
have,
Kay, don't overtalk me. When you do this
Oh
thing,
my
when you start over talking
Joel,
people, okay? When you do this
Joel,
thing that you're doing right
Joel,
now, you're trying to over talk me
Joel,
to try to get your narrative out instead of
Joel, you're
trying to
doing a
speak the facts
narrative.
here. You definitely did that
Joel,
in real time, and Rilla
if
pointed it out. Shout out to
somebody
you, Rilla.
asked me the exact same question about Black women, I would have said yes too. I think racism affects everybody. Like
So
it's
if
not just Black
Bolo,
men.
would have said that Black women were out here shooting, killing, and all this other stuff, you still would have said yes.
That's Black women are not the ones that are mainly shooting and killing. What? No,
Okay,
I
well, he
wouldn't
asked
say
you
yes.
something pertaining to Black women. You did not say yes. You said yes for the
What did
men,
he
though.
ask me? What did he ask
And
me?
that's the narrative I
What did he
want to make
ask
known
me?
because
What
Anton
did he
did
ask
point this
me?
out earlier,
What
which
did he
was
ask me?
which was stop cutting me off,
What
please.
did he ask me?
Anton did say this
What
earlier,
did he ask
where
me?
you tend to
What
do
did
this
he ask
thing
me?
where when it's
What did
pertaining
he
to
ask
something
me?
negative about the black women,
What did he ask me?
you want to live in that gray
What
area.
did he
But when
ask
it's
me?
something about the
What
entire
did he
black
ask me?
community, or if it's something about
What
black
did he
men in
ask me?
general, you have no problem
What did he
whatsoever
ask me?
saying yes or no.
What did he ask
Which
me?
Anton, it's okay. Just let her show her
What
true
he
colors.
asked
It's fine. I just let her
What
go.
did he ask me?
So
What
I
he
find
asked
it
me.
interesting when you do this thing, what
Repeat.
you're doing
What he
right
asked
now,
So he makes
me. I like that. That's
which is
what
you're
he
just
asked
trying to
me.
nag me. But the funny thing is, Kay,
He
I've
asked
dealt with
me.
women like you all my life, which one of them was
What did he
actually my
ask
mother,
me?
which is why I'm actually
What did he
immune
ask
to
me?
what you're doing right now.
Okay, but what did
But
he
I
ask me?
find it,
Oh, it's your mom.
but I
See
did
how
want to
every
just shout
time
out to
it's
you guys. I
somebody
wanted
that
to
they're
point something out for the
projecting their
show. And I'm
trauma
sorry for Kay's
onto
behavior right
me.
now. So she's cutting me off, so I
His
can't get my point
mom.
across.
He
But
said it was his
Anton,
mom.
Lapeef, Mr.
Okay.
JR, I'm loving the show. Like I said, Miss Crimson, I want you to send her my email so I can contact her because I already know y'all trying to put her under
He
contract.
said
But
it was his
I'm gonna try and
mom.
slip up in there for y'all do that.
He said
And
it was
then
his mom.
I'm gonna hit y'all
I'm
up with something because
sorry.
I got a project where I do believe we do need to start. Of course, you guys are already doing a lot of stuff, but we do need a lot of more of that research because one thing I know about action, which is men, we do like to do action. We like to take action, but one of the things, especially in business, you don't take action in business without doing your business research first. So I do believe we need much more research on black men in general, not just black society as a whole, and not just black women, because there are gobs of research. There's gobs of research on black women and their issues, but there is very minimal research on black men, and I do believe we need more of that. So thank y'all for having me on.
All right,
Thank you
family.
all.
We appreciate it.
I hope everything is fine. Bye. JR. I do not. I already can see what Anton and JR already can see what's gonna happen with the clips that y'all are gonna make. Please.
I just made a bop. Y'all did not hear my song I just made?
I heard it.
What did he ask me? What did he ask me? What did he ask me?
That was a bop.
Notice that there was no answer. Just notice.
What did he ask me?
And then he
Hey,
said, but this is the thing. People always reveal themselves. He said, I dealt with this with my mom. Okay, so now you're projecting your mommy issues onto me. It has nothing to do with me. The other person said, I've seen this before. That ain't got nothing to do with me. I think that Black people,
Okay, you gotta
people
let
in
let
general,
them end the show so we can get to the after hours.
we got to just get the help we need. But getting out here talking about
we
my
need to get the help.
mom. My mom used to do this to me. Okay, I've seen it before. That's not the way. Anton, can you imagine if I just started going off on you and I was like, this is what my dad used to do? You would understand immediately that I was doing some projecting. You
Okay,
would.
we gotta end the show so we can get to after hours.
All right, let's get on after hours because I just
I don't know how long after hours gonna be.
What did he ask me?
Well,
ask me.
it's
What did
been
he ask me? Oh, who is good? Oh my
Okay,
God,
go ahead,
JR,
Kay.
you're good at it. Please make it into a JR, you're good at it. JR, you're good at that. No, I hate that. I hate it. Please, no. But
definitely
you're good at
appreciate you
it.
guys. We definitely appreciate you guys for tuning in to Lapeef Let's Talk. It's been a great show. Appreciate all the super chats, all your constant support, all the likes, all the subscriptions, man. We definitely appreciate it. But if you haven't liked the video, make sure you like it right now. Catch us next Thursday, 7:30 Central Time on Thursday. Also, make sure you guys subscribe so you don't miss the other live streams that we have coming. We got some more heat coming, and we only gonna keep getting better. It's up from here, and this is the greatest show ever. All right, y'all. It's been real.
What did he ask me?
What?
What he asked me? What he asked me?
It's officially after hours. Pull up on me. What's going on, y'all? Can y'all hear me?
JR, please do the What Did He Ask Me remix. Aren't you? Did you major in like sound engineering?
No, I majored in something else.
Why do you have this now color? What?
I said I majored in something else.
No, but why do you have this now color? And now look at Anton with the dark color.
Is that what we're doing?
What is
I'm gonna
this?
be cool.
Right, let's all turn off our lights. Like, but JR, I know you know how to do it.
I definitely know how to do it.
Okay, please. If there was one time that you should do it, look at Courtney. Let's all turn our lights off.
I never, ever really stick around for after hours anymore.
You sure don't.
I be trying to get to bed. I be getting up at like 5:30 in the morning.
I feel you.
Like my light.
See, my light won't go dark. Oh. Wait, why doesn't mine look like y'all?
That's because you didn't actually turn the light off.
No, oh, well, no.
Jesus
I turned it down.
I wanted to say something that I didn't say because I don't know when I be throwing out facts. Like I think people think I just get it out my butt. Like I just make up stuff.
You just you said get something out your butt.
Like I just make up a number and I'm just. I don't. It's so annoying.
This is creep.
Go. It's bad. Whoa,
Look at that
Anton, how did you get that pink rose pinker?
Hold on. So if you Google who hunts lions or lionesses, okay?
Really, you there?
This is on CBS News. Rilla said he had to go to the bathroom.
Oh.
Lioness, not male lions, do the majority of hunting for their prides. Lioness hunt around 90% of the time, while males protect their pride. That's exactly what I said. It's just, she lying. Don't believe
why?
Okay, that wasn't that funny. Now, come on now.
Yes, it is
Come
because Courtney every
Come on.
time the voice, she's like,
because when I get annoyed, that's when someone like annoys me. That's my annoying voice. Like I just said 90% for fun, just for shits and giggles.
And like even think about hyenas and yeah.
They look real. No, that's not right, Courtney. How do you know? I guess we got
because people just want to believe whatever they want to believe based on whatever they. Yeah.
So I'm just throwing it out there. That was my.
So how did you guys like the show?
It was cool. I liked it. What? Why are there so many different exposures of this pink robe? Like,
we in after hours, right?
What kind of camera is that?
It's my lighting. It's not the camera.
But what kind of camera is it?
Sony A6100.
Because JR sent me off with the camera he told me to buy.
No, I said you're just gonna have to. It's gonna be a little bag. And spend a little bit more money. So Rilla next. Rilla, you there?
Is he just in the dark or is he gone?
I don't know what's going on. We're
I
gonna get him another camera.
Maybe to the bathroom or something.
We got that.
I'm trying to get that same camera that E-Black got for y'all. That's what y'all need.
Oh, E-Black's camera upgraded. I can tell it's a different camera.
Yeah.
Kay been telling people to take Tylenol. Maybe that's what Rilla's over there doing.
Because that man said he had a headache. Okay. Relieve your symptoms with an ibuprofen, MF.
Wow, okay.
How you gonna be like,
she got all the smoke tonight.
She got all the smoke.
How you gonna be like, I have a headache and I'm just so tired of it? Well, go do something about it. Take something.
You know what? Let me change my lighting.
Jesus Christ.
What did you think about this show, JR?
I thought the show was amazing.
I thought it was good too. I thought it was fun.
I like the I think it's real cool, you know. I mean, when we can disagree but still get the perspectives off, that's the main thing. So I think that's I think that's pretty dope. I think, and again, I've been on the show when I didn't think it was really that much of an issue, and then I actually had watched a YouTube video from my TV, and then I actually heard the conversations. This was months ago, but I was like, "Damn, you really can't hear." So I was actually on the receiving end, just listening to a straight laugh straight through. And when people were over talking, you really couldn't hear what was going on. So I can see how annoying that may be as a listener. So I just think that. So it was a great show. It was a great show. I think everybody brought their A game tonight. Looking forward to do it all again next week.
Wait a minute. You said it's really doing a number 3?
I don't know what number 3.
You know, a 1 plus 2. He might be doing a 1.
I don't know what's going on, Marilla.
Really about to go get something to eat. You know, really put on.
So JR, can I ask you a personal question?
It all depends on what it is.
It's not personal at all, actually.
Well, you said it was a personal question, so
well,
I don't know,
it's not
I don't know if I can believe you anymore moving forward now.
It's not personal, but it's more so like in regards to the show.
Okay, go ahead.
So, you know how people always be like, you need to get rid of Kay every week, but they love to hate me. So what do you think about that?
I don't think about what people.
Do you ever be like, man, I should get rid of Kay? Anton?
No, like my main thing is making sure that the show is going great, that it's chemistry, the show is going great. So that's my main thing. It's just the output. I don't care about the input. I just care about the output. So
are you saying you want me to be here?
What Kay don't think, what Kay doesn't know, or maybe not even Kay. Let me not say Kay. What I think that the audience doesn't know is that, or maybe let's just say Kay. We are the biggest advocates for the people on the show. You know, like I'll say, let me speak for me because I talk more. JR has to do a lot of the moderation and stuff like that on the show. How we operate on the show, like I have to be objective and I separate my responsibilities when it comes to, you know, what I have to do on the back end and whatever that from a business perspective from how it is that I have to operate on the show. So if we talk about a specific subject and it causes for me to have some discourse, I'm going to have discourse, but that has no bearing on how we're going to operate as far as being able to push and make sure that everybody is super duper successful. That don't have no bearing on that whatsoever. So I think we're in a rare different position where we're able to separate how we feel about a specific subject or how we debate it or the show per se from how it is that we operate on a regular everyday basis. The only thing that we care about is, you know, whether or not the show goes well. And that's completely different from how we speak on subjects.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Take that, y'all, in the comments. No, I'm just playing. I'm just kidding. No, because people always be like, and you know, in the group, like a lot, I'll be like, can you please redirect your grievances to JR? Like,
nope.
This isn't. Because I think people are just, I don't know, they get real in their feels.
Why do you care? Why do you care about what people think?
No, it's not that I care. It's that if someone, because I'm very active in the group.
Value their opinion.
Is it anything that people say in the audience?
It's
or
not about
in the Facebook group?
valuing.
Hold on,
It's not about
Let me ask you a
valuing.
question. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it anything that people say that bothers you and keeps you up at night ever?
No.
That's bullshit.
JR, now you know I'm bulletproof. I can't believe you did that.
Junior is a
JR, this is the second
I
time
want to say
today
about
that you
that.
did something that I didn't like, and I feel some kind of way about it.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, you did that on another time when it wasn't appropriate. So now here we are. No, but for real, like, it's not anything bothers me, but I am an educator.
Nope.
I am very much into, getting to the bottom of things, talking things through, whatever. So it's not that I'm bothered. It's just that, I want people to come to a conclusion. Like, if you put in a ticket, it should be resolved. I mean,
Do
that
you
sounds
think
very.
that you have a level of crazy in you? Like if you, just like take a step back sometimes and you be thinking about, man, what makes KK? Do you ever think that, whoever the creator is, whatever you believe, you've never actually said that, so I'm not going to put anything on you, but whatever you believe, you don't think that he was like, let me get this big mixing bowl and throw a lot of bit of crazy or whatever. You don't think that none of that was in there in your mix?
What do you mean by crazy?
Abnormal.
What, JR?
Courtney,
No,
can
I
you
don't.
explain it to her? I know
definitely-
that you have a way of being able to communicate more effectively with Kay.
Courtney, this darkness, I cannot.
I feel like I'm about to take a selfie tonight with this.
Right.
You see the bronze of my cheek?
Oh man, I see the cheekbones shining through.
That's right. Okay, so what Anton means?
I'm trying to do the duck lip now. Man.
I was doing the model thing, the second in the. You don't know nothing about that. Watch America's Next Top Model back in the day. Okay, you don't know nothing about that.
You don't know about
Okay, so what he means by crazy, right, is you doing things just to get a reaction and actually enjoying the reaction of it.
But I
Where other
don't.
people are like chill and you like no, more antagonizing, diabolical.
Do y'all think I do that?
Pinky in
Do y'all
the
think that I
brain.
purposely
Like think about
do
Pinky in the
things?
brain.
One hates the other. The other's in
I
pain.
just connect with Kay. Do you see?
Jesus
Like
Christ.
I'm the official.
I know that though.
Look, Anton, I'm the official like Kay whisperer, right?
Uh-huh.
So y'all just tell
I
me what
agree.
you want me to communicate. I got you. So Pinky in the brain.
You knew I knew that show.
I'm a smart girl.
Jesus.
Do you think you're like that?
You know what? I don't think that I mean, I know for a fact that I don't purposely do anything to do anything. Like the questions that are asked, I try to answer them
When you watch
to
the
the best of
show,
my ability.
when you watch the show, right? Just like an investigator, when they watch videos, they watch it over and over again.
You
and they
bought
always
the bottle of beer at 10 o'clock. You remember
and they always
on-
look for different things when they're
that movie?
looking at it. So when you watch the videos over, what do you look for besides the comments? Like, do you go back and look again to see what you're saying?
Yeah, I watch them. I definitely do.
Okay, so you got hours.
What do
and
you be
hours of,
thinking?
When I watch, I be like, man, you was on point.
That's what you tell
To
yourself.
Yes.
Do you seriously? Like honestly?
Yeah.
All jokes aside.
Yeah.
I don't
Like,
think you
I was
watch that
watching
many
the
times.
one-
I think you watch it and you just look for certain things, like
No,
things
no.
that you want to know more. I don't think you want to know more about yourself.
No, I do.
I don't think so. I think
no,
you
no,
watch
no.
to look to see what people are saying in the
JR.
comments.
No,
You may-
listen,
and
because
then you
this
may
is
look
why.
at somebody point something out.
Anton, and why can't you
And-
believe it? First of all, this is the thing.
Now I watch
Like-
myself all day long. Like my wife be
And what
getting
do you
on me
be
like,
saying?
Anton, why do you always watch
Anton,
yourself?
what do you say? What do you say? What do you say?
But I really do be on point, so it's different for me.
And me too.
Oh no, okay, no.
I told you, Anton. Remember the first time we like cyber met? I said we're a lot alike. Look at us here. Look at us now.
But I'll be right though.
I do too.
Okay.
Jesus.
I think next week I'm gonna have you run the show. I'm gonna have you moderate next.
Oh
time.
my God! Can I come? Can I come up with the question?
The topic, sure. Go ahead.
Oh heck no.
Yes.
But
No.
But
It'll be good.
I
It'll be
need
good.
I need the topics by Tuesday, just in case we gotta do all
Okay.
I need
I'm
them by
about to.
Tuesday.
Okay, I'll do it.
Oh dear.
Anton, stop. Just Anton, stop.
Dear.
I ain't
I'm
gonna
just
say
gonna
nothing.
tell
Anton,
you.
stop.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
JR, I'm coming straight to you. I'm not going through HR.
every bit
I'm coming
of every
straight
bit
to
of
you
power that
about
I
the topic.
have. Every bit of power that I have in this network, I'm gonna wield
It's
it.
gonna be the
Next week.
most fun show ever.
And I'm gonna act just like you, Kay.
Every piece
How
of
many
power,
questions? How many questions, JR? How many?
every favor I ever asked for, I'm pulling it. Everything.
I have an idea.
What's that?
This will be the best show ever.
What about the last Thursday of the month? We come
get to
Okay, you guys are
get to
pushing
what?
too hard.
in Halloween costumes.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Listen,
Oh my
listen,
God, Courtney.
how about-
Well,
I
me and
tell
you.
y'all what.
Regardless,
I tell-
Courtney, me and you are doing it. Me and
I
you.
tell y'all what.
Courtney,
Pick y'all
we're doing it
a
regardless.
Saturday night. Saturday night. We'll let y'all live stream at 3 a.m. We're gonna see how that works
That
out for
would be
y'all.
great. We all come in like costumes. Like Junior, you could be Superman.
Junior.
Junior.
Black Anton, you could be
We
Batman.
should actually do a live show. Hey, we should actually do a live show and then put the costumes on.
Absolutely wearing a costume.
I'm serious.
Yeah,
I
we
think
could
that
do
would be
that.
so much
Yeah.
fun.
What happened to Rilla?
He
Rilla.
just, I don't
He
know.
was in the chat.
Anton, I have a question for you.
He must got the bubble guts.
Yeah, because he's been going for a long time.
His stomach been
What's
like,
going on?
I told you he's doing the number 3.
Courtney said bloop, bloop.
Give
Anton,
me that spray. Give me that
and I
spray.
saw Rilla. He was sweating, and I was like, "Why he over there acting so hot?" And
Rilla.
was falling.
Rilla
Not
is doing
the kind where you.
He might not be doing the
Oh my
number 3.
God.
He doing a 2.5 because it might be liquidy.
Ew.
Said his fucking butt bars.
It's natural, but I don't like it.
You know it's bad when you smell your own stuff. You're like, ooh.
Oh, Rilla's
I don't
stomach
like
over there hurting.
Close that door.
Because he be trying to.
Look at all of this.
Don't smell
We
that
have
bad,
made up
dude.
a whole story.
Because, you know,
It could
he's
just
been
be like
saying-
getting some water, talking to
No.
someone. It could be
Yeah, you did.
anything else.
He's been trying all these different types of food. You see, you talking about, Nigerian food and doing all that.
There's the birthday girl.
Why is it so dark in here?
This is after
Everybody
hours.
put their lights off. It's
Happy
after
birthday,
hours.
Amira.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Yeah, we
It
got
is
the
my birthday
exposure
now,
down.
officially.
Yeah.
You gotta
Are we?
Oh,
Is
there you
it
go.
dark? Or we're gonna do dark? Okay, I'm
Yeah,
gonna go dark.
the lights.
Okay.
Kay said her lights is off already.
No, I did not. I turned them off
did
and
like
I turned
this.
them back
She said
on.
my lights are off.
No, I didn't. I turned them off and I turned them back on.
Oh, you did.
But there's still
Oh,
another
man.
light. Like
What you said like the
Said my
next thing
lights
is
are
off.
And I'm
So
like,
like
girl,
the
it's like
next
it's 8
setting is
o'clock
off.
in the morning over there.
8 o'clock in the morning.
there's another light.
You just got to on and off.
Anton, I have a question for you.
What's that?
So you're trying to deflect the
So-
whole light. Yeah.
Okay, what you want to talk about the light? Let's finish before I deflect.
Come on,
whatever.
Kay. Go ahead. What's your
Okay,
question?
so the question is, I was just looking at the chat, like I just glanced over,
Mhm.
and a lot of people were like Chaos K. Now, I know that you can say something and it becomes like a hashtag. You can be like right now, roaches and cigarettes. You can say anything, and it becomes a whole thing for multiple weeks in a row, right?
That's true. That junk be trending too.
How do you feel about that? Like, how do you do that and get some source of like inner joy, or like do you just do it off the fly and you're just like whatever?
I don't think about it. I just honestly, that's one of the reasons why. Like when I come on a platform,
Because people
I
been calling me
don't look
KFK multiple days ever since you said it. And
But
now
see,
I'm
I
feeling,
don't,
okay.
I don't think about that stuff. Like, I don't even think about the subjects. I don't ask who coming on the platform. I don't do none of that. I try to be completely in the dark. Even when I do my shows every morning, I have no talking points. I have no plans. I have nothing. I just, like, most of the time, people that's in my Discord or my Patreon, they send me different stuff, and I read it and I see if it's relevant or if I can draw anything from it out of it financially or character wise. And I just perform. I just cut on the camera and I just rock. I don't even think about nothing. I just be talking.
But if you know that you have this power to,
I don't know. I don't know until that junk start trending.
Yes, you do.
I don't.
Yes, you
Not till
do.
it's some stuff that I knew was gonna start trending, like the Buttercup thing. I already knew that was going. I knew that was.
I mean, like, and the thing is,
that was hilarious.
What do you mean you knew that was gonna be hot?
Because as soon as I said it, I was thinking to myself, "Oh, that's gonna hit." But like, I don't be knowing half the other stuff that be trending and stuff. I just be talking junk.
Because I'm always like, does Anton just be at home like doing this? Or
I don't think about nothing. I don't even be knowing. Honestly, I don't even know where I'm gonna live stream from day to day. Half the time, like sometimes, most of the time I'm in my office. But like when I wake up in the morning, I check the weather, and then I'll be like, well, I think I'm gonna stream on the balcony, or maybe I'll go to the coffee shop today. I don't think. I just rock. I don't even think about it.
Thank you guys for the happy
So when you say Chaos K,
You're welcome.
Thank you.
when
You're
you say
welcome.
Chaos K, because people still be saying that in the group.
Yeah,
I'm just
because
trying to figure out.
It fit.
Okay,
Listen,
but
I was
like,
a rapper. I was a rapper back in my day. All right.
that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, is this some
I
like
freestyle.
do one, kick one for us.
One of my old raps, my old raps from back in the day.
Kick one for us right now. JR, put on a beat.
Let me see.
Oh,
Let me see.
no.
It's gonna probably be really bad. Let me think.
Come on. Oh, yes. JR, put on a beat. Any beat. Any beat.
Oh, no.
I don't even remember. No, it's because it's gonna be on a delay. It's gonna be
No,
on a
just
delay.
do it. Just do it. No, it's fine.
He got to take the beat off.
Hold up.
You gotta
Okay, you
take the
gonna
beat
do the vocals?
He got to do the. He got to take the beat off.
No, wait a minute. Sing.
That could be on
Do
delay.
the vocals.
It's real time.
You didn't know that I was a rapper back in the day?
No, please do it now.
Oh man, I got some stuff. I got some stuff for y'all. That's crazy.
Okay, okay. All right. I'm so excited.
I remember me and
Wait a minute.
me and
Overseas.
Oh man, I got some pictures that'll blow your mind.
Is this part of the rap or you were telling a story? Okay, keep going. Wait.
Nah, I'm not spitting nothing from y'all.
Please.
I've given up rap a long time ago.
What?
Hey, Kay, go ahead and sing, Kay.
Go ahead. Come on,
Hey, Kay, go ahead and sing.
Courtney, I'm so
Kay,
tired.
just sing.
You
Just stop
supposed to
talking.
be my
Just sing.
manager.
Just sing.
Manager every
not
week.
about to,
Just
y'all
sing,
not about to
Kay.
embarrass me.
I'll
Just
help
sing.
you out, Kay.
You want to talk? Go ahead and sing. Go ahead.
I'll help you, Kay.
What do you mean you're
about
gonna
to
help me?
embarrass
What?
time, dog.
Hey,
What?
what about you?
Courtney, what?
Come on, Kay. I got your back, baby. Come on.
You just said shooby dooby.
I'm trying to help.
I literally cannot. Oh my goodness. So let me find out we got all this talent. We're about to form a group. JR will make the beat.
Not do that
I
anymore.
need to see your talent. I gotta see your
Anton
talent.
will rap. Courtney and me.
You gotta see me
and Courtney
what?
will
I gotta
sing.
see Kay's talent.
Okay, go ahead and sing right now. Go ahead.
Listen,
No.
I'll say this: if you search hard
It's
enough,
It's me.
there is some videos out there and some battles and stuff out there.
You was battle rapping? You was
There is some.
you was in
If you search hard enough, if you search hard enough, not only is there some battles out there, but there are some battles out there with me and some people that are now famous.
Was it with Rabbit? With Rabbit?
Here, I'll show you one of them. I'll show you one right here.
Yes, please. Because what is this? other life that you have that we don't know about.
I don't even know if you'd be able to see this. Can you see that?
Yes.
Who was that?
I see you
Who was-
looking mean at somebody, giving him.
Who is the person I'm looking at? Who is the person I'm looking at?
Is that Sean?
Big Sean. Yep.
Yeah, Big
That's
Sean.
what I thought, Big Sean.
That's Big Sean. I
Big
noticed
Sean.
that shit anywhere.
Yep.
Yes, I always think he looks like just like a businessman. Okay, let's do it. Come on, Anton. JR, drop that beat. Anton,
That was
go
way
ahead.
back in the day, though. That was before. Yeah.
Look.
Give him the
Come
eye.
on. Anton, who knew? Now is the time.
Oh, I
Look,
had
JR done
bars.
put a beat on. Okay?
I had bars.
Bars. You need me to do the ad-libs? Because I will. Go ahead.
Kay ain't about that life. I tried
Kay is not gonna spit.
Somebody
Is
singing?
the mirror singing?
Go ahead, sing it, Mary.
Oh, wait a minute. Come on. We making the band.
I want Anton to rap. Like, I didn't even know
Why?
this was a thing. Because I didn't even know it was a thing at all.
I know
Now I'm
he's
just
giving up
shocked.
rap.
You gave up rap.
Yeah.
This is just like an 8 Mile when he didn't want to do it. And then he came out and then it was
Listen,
like,
I have been in plenty of ciphers in my day. I'll give you something else. You want to know something else?
yes.
I had a honest to God, I put it on my daughter. I had a major record label deal on the table that I could have signed.
Wait a minute.
Why didn't you do it?
Because that just wasn't the path that I wanted to go down.
You know, people be low-key calling you Rick Ross. Like, I've seen it. And who knew you actually were? Low-key. I'm just saying.
Yeah, boy.
I like this getting to know you kind of vibe.
I don't know where Chicago went.
And on top of that, it was actually it was a bad contract anyway, so I wasn't gonna sign it anyway. Still,
Oh, it just didn't make sense financially.
yeah. So it wasn't nothing that I was gonna take anyway. So it didn't.
So do you still write now?
No,
Why? You just don't like it?
I don't have time.
But you know what, Anton? The like writing and whatnot, all of that kind of plays into. Remember when I told you that I thought you were really good at coming up with things like on the fly?
Yeah. Oh, we freestyle. We still mess around with it.
But that's the same skill. You know what I mean?
No, but yeah, you're right. But see, the thing about today is that when people spit, they spit a verse. They don't spit they spit random stuff that they've ever all written out. When I say freestyle, I'm talking about completely off the top of the dome, just instinctually.
Without ever writing it, yeah.
Yep.
Well, you know, I used to do spoken word, especially when I went to live in Atlanta. I was a performance artist.
Yeah.
No.
I did. So I used to have the mic. I'd be like, yeah, my brothers and
That's what's
sisters,
up.
because I love jokes. I was inspired.
I can tell with your voices that you be making.
I don't
You're
know. I'm animated.
We're
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and kick something off.
Courtney, I think we should do a duo.
We'll do some spoken word right now.
Do you remember any of it, Courtney?
I remember.
I
This is
remember
off the
parts.
top of my
Might not
head.
do the whole thing, but maybe like a part. No, y'all just put me on. Oh, wait a
Do you
minute.
want us to snap? You want us to do this?
Oh,
What
okay.
is this? What is this anyway? Why do people do
I don't
this?
know the thing. I don't know.
This might be.
Wait,
the
how do
listen.
you begin
I got
a
my
spoken
headphones
word?
in.
What'd you say?
Courtney.
How do you begin it? Like, how do you start off? Do you have to say one
Poetry.
word? Yeah. Do you start off?
Whatever you do, your points.
However you
No,
want.
I mean some people just do a deep breath, like
However you want. Yep, exactly. The deep breath. That's a popular one.
I'm here.
I don't know.
Courtney.
And you,
Courtney.
I have arrived.
JR.
you are there.
JR,
And because I am here and you are there, we are here.
Oh, let me think. think about one. Okay, give me a second.
You don't have to think about it.
You don't have any
because
old poems that you remember?
It's supposed
Well, I
to.
mean, I haven't done it in
I'm trying to
years.
do the
It's been
spoken
a
word, but I
while.
guess
Yeah. Because I have a bunch. Yeah. I mean, you don't just remember all the time.
Yeah, I mean, if I don't perform it, I don't remember it like that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a spoken word if y'all let me.
Oh,
Okay.
God. Okay, yeah, you do it, and I'll do one after you.
Okay, let me get them snaps. There you go. Yes.
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 Motherfuckers, yes.
What?
I'm gonna kick it back off. I am here and you are there.
Okay.
And if you are there, I am here.
Yes.
Why are you using low-key
So
Nigerian accent?
that makes us both here. Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You see, if you look further over there,
then
you know that I was here. Because if I'm not here, then you over there.
What?
It's just about the smallest, simplest things that I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Y'all let JR out. Y'all let JR
Yeah. He came out.
Bars, yes. They say bars in the chat.
Courtney went to go get her notebooks. Like I just.
Oh man, Courtney went to get her notebooks. Shout out to Courtney.
Yeah. I know what she's doing.
I can tell you guys
I
a
was
quick
killing
story
it,
in
man. They in the
Spanish
chat
while
someone
we
I'm
wait.
killing it, and y'all messing it up, man. Y'all
And
really suck.
honestly, JR, I think that you should let me and Courtney make the theme song to the show.
No,
Don't be putting me in nothing.
no, it's gonna really sound like a cat, man.
Yeah, that would be dope.
I don't know about that.
I can tell you guys a quick story in Spanish while we wait for Courtney.
In Spanish.
Yeah.
I don't know Spanish.
Go
I
ahead.
speak so many languages.
How many?
Go ahead.
5-ish.
You speak 5-ish languages? Really? Seriously?
You serious?
Which
Do
one?
you have any which languages do you speak?
Spanish, English, what else?
Spanish, English, Arabic, Turkish, Russian, and Japanese. I write it and I read it, but I don't really speak that much anymore.
Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Jeez.
but the rest of them is just because of the family. We speak so many languages in its house. Like you'll hear random languages being spoken here. So
I
All right,
thought I
speak
was
some
doing
Russian.
good to just be.
Speak some Russian.
как дела? Как дела?
Say like
Понимаешь? Like that's like saying, how are you? Do you understand me? Как зовут? What's your name? Как зовут?
How do you say like JR? Can you please let Courtney and Kay create the theme song
Jesus.
to the network?
Jeez, good job. Okay, okay.
That's quite a bit.
Oh, okay. So you're
Curious
just like
Kay.
hello, hey, how are you?
No. I speak good, but my grammar isn't that great. You know what I mean? My grammar is not that great.
I give up.
Courtney about to put on a show for us.
No, I'm not.
Courtney, what did you go get?
I'll just
Courtney,
say what I
did you go
remember, and
get?
then don't judge me, okay? It's late night.
We not judging.
I'm not judging.
Oh God. Okay. Let me see. And I don't remember it all. Please don't take this as me being conceited or stuck on myself, because that surely isn't it. This is just a little something to let y'all know that I am the Now, let me explain for those sitting there rolling their eyes. You see, I have this confidence because it's the truth on which I rely. Fuck this society that believes that me having light eyes and being a size 5 and maybe beautiful in everybody's eyes. You see, that's what they want my people to believe. But yo, I watch MTV and I see these white broads injecting collagen in their lips and silicone in their ass just so they can grasp the taste of the black woman's. Yes. But yo, some of my sisters, they can't even see this. They don't see that everything we have represents strength. Why do you think we got to go get a retouch every 6 weeks? Maybe it's our hair telling us that it's just so wrong and all that straightening shit is wrong. You see, I'm beginning to love every bit of part of me. From his nose to these lips to these big old thighs that some of my brothers can't seem to And I wish that they would realize that it's a soul of a woman in which her true beauty lies. And I'm oh so tired of changing myself or altering my identity just so these brothers can see that I'm pretty or these niggas can see that I'm thick, because it doesn't matter what you've got to think. I already know that I am the shit.
Ooh.
Talk that talk, girl. You was right. I like that.
I
That was beautiful.
That was super dope. I like
I loved
that. That was really, really dope.
I loved it.
Yeah, you making all them
That should have been the
damn
opening
sound
of
effects
the
in the
show.
background.
You were petty for that.
That was dope. That was
And you know how to
super
like get into the mood. You got into the whole like persona. It was great.
I
That was
loved
pretty
it,
dope.
Courtney. It was
Do
amazing.
you still write, or you don't like?
great.
You
I
don't
still
do
write, but I
that
haven't
response.
performed. So I
I
haven't been out.
didn't even get that
performing, but I
response when I
always
did
write.
my shit.
What'd you say?
Ah,
I didn't get that
JR
same
is jealous.
response.
He's jealous.
I was like,
That
yo,
was
hey,
really dope, though.
hey, that was like
Yeah, that
American
was
Idol. What's
nice.
the guy on American Idol? Yo,
What about
hey,
me?
yo, you did, hey.
That was really dope.
Courtney, I loved it.
That
I
was
loved it.
beautiful.
Well, thank you guys. That was a little something. But yeah, my degree is in journalism. So my dream job, I wanted to be the editor-in-chief of the Source magazine.
Yeah.
And I wanted to write. So years ago, I started my own magazine here in Nashville.
What was the name?
Urban Living Magazine.
Nice.
Didn't last too long, you know. My backing wasn't all legit, but like amazing. So that's what I thought I was going to do. Now I'm just a nerd working on computers.
That is Courtney.
Mm-hmm.
Every day since our interview, I just love you more and more.
Hey, somebody check on Rilla, man.
Right.
Yeah, what's going on?
Is he really in the bathroom?
What?
I have no idea.
I don't know what's
whatsoever.
happening.
Rila.
I
I should get him out.
We text him.
He do like that.
Do I need to call him up? Is that okay? I see some movement. No, that's a lie.
Oh, that's like a painting.
Nah, I seen it. He
That's the
turned it.
background.
Nah, yeah, that's that new background that he
At
got.
first, it was like completely black.
And he said
Oh,
the
the
mood
light is slowly coming back on.
I know.
What?
It's just sizzling over there. He had to go to the attic and go get that light.
Now, Chicago, what are you doing? Because
Don't
I'm
worry
just
about
out
it.
here.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, sweetheart. It's just a play. I done heard y'all talking about the boy.
What is happening?
Man.
Rilla had to squeeze out that 2.5.
What is that?
Nah, you know what? What's crazy is I thought I wanted to go get something from a greasy spoon. I get all the way up to the counter. Yep.
Oh, he went out
I told you
to
we
eat.
gonna get something to eat. I told you.
I put it in the chat. I put it in the chat.
Traveled somewhere.
I said, JR know me too well. I
Yeah,
don't know
man.
how that is.
I had a feeling you was gonna be on your phone over there, like at the window.
Oh,
We get a 2-piece.
Hey,
Wait, so
that's
Chicago,
crazy.
you traveled somewhere?
Hey, man, we're supposed to be touring, man.
Yep.
While
so,
we
traveled.
I know.
We're supposed to be
and
touring.
while we
look,
were
and
here,
so this the
Waiting for
crazy
him,
thing.
exactly. We're like here waiting for him.
looking for you,
Nope, I
Yeah.
worried.
Nope.
Courtney said you had the bubble guts. Like, we were
I
concerned.
heard all of that. I heard all of that.
He was gone for a long time.
I know. Look, let me go back to
Meanwhile, you out at a
let me go
restaurant
to. Yeah, blackout.
in
Let's
Hyde
go.
Park. Like, what?
Nah, I thought I wanted a Jewtown Polish again, and I got to the window and I was like, you know what? It's too late. I'm gonna regret it in the
Fish
morning.
sandwich.
Can't do it. And then Freezy, I thought about Freezy.
What?
Why are you thinking about freezing?
Because he doing his pull-ups, and Anton was saying, I'm not there yet. So I was like,
Well, no, I gave the people a preview on my live stream this morning
I ain't peeped it.
of my new sculpted body that's coming. The great reveal is coming, and then me and JR, should I tell them about our new plan? Our new lifetime plan?
And was it?
What is this?
Yo,
JR wants
what's
no
going
parts.
on with
Me and JR have committed to going plant-based every
That's
day.
dope.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah. Oh my
dope.
God.
That's
Oh
dope.
my God.
That's
Please
dope.
reach out to me for any recipes. I was a vegan for several years.
Really?
I love it.
But
Yes.
do you cook?
I love to cook.
Okay. Say less. Say less.
Yeah, I'm wrong with
Wait,
that.
I want to hear these bars from Anton though, cause
Anton is gonna be
y'all
earthy
let him
now.
off. Y'all let
I'm
Anton
waiting
off.
too.
No.
I'm waiting
Listen.
too.
If you know anything about Detroit, Detroit MC, they're battle tested. That's all they do is battle rap.
Okay, so
So if you-
Anton is ready. Come on,
So if you
Anton.
think about
Ready for what? I ain't wrote nothing in probably a good
what's the joint? St.
19,
You gonna do this in a battle
Anton,
rap?
you
17
can't.
years.
Anton, you
St.
can't do this
Andrews.
to us.
I'm
And
telling you, I
what's
ain't wrote
down the
nothing in
street
like
from,
17 years.
What's down the street
It's
from Cash
okay.
Tech? TV Lounge.
It's okay.
TV Lounge is right there. And then you got
Man, my junk would probably sound so irrelevant today.
yeah, that's all y'all do is battle rap up there. You got Royce, you got Marv One. God dog. Elzai. Please don't make me pull out my Elzai vinyl. Gosh, listen, some of the dopest MCs, like literally battle tested MCs, come from Detroit. So that didn't
Elzai.
That's all we used to do. Spit.
I love him. Elmatic.
Hold on. Okay, you playing. Hold on.
Are you about to play some Elzai?
Gorilla. Always got
Anton,
vinyl.
please. Okay,
Please
Anton,
what?
maybe you're not prepared. I don't want to pressure you. But next week.
Oh, I
open the
remember
show
some
with
of
a
my.
little-
I remember some of my old stuff.
Could you open the show with a little freestyle?
Anton, are you gonna start growing your hair out now that you're gonna be vegan and be more like Kay?
I can.
I was like, what's Anton doing? No.
Hold on.
See over there doing.
I can.
You're gonna be earthy. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Nah, I can't wear no shoes.
You mean you can't wear no shoes?
Not wear
Not
shoes.
wearing, yeah. No.
I can't be walking around barefoot with singing bowls and stuff like that.
But Kay is fine. She's all right.
Kay, do you consider yourself earthy?
I don't know what earthy means.
About to have me out here sounding like Kumo D.
You keep asking him, he never tells you what it
I
means.
used to love Kumo D. Like Wild Wild West was like my favorite song when I was like 1.
Sounding like
But-
Kumo D spitting one of these old verses.
Do it, please,
What, spitting one of my old verses?
please.
Let me see.
I feel like y'all got
Let me see. Here you go. I'm gonna give you one of my old verses.
I feel like y'all got him on the board.
I can't believe Kay got me to do this. This is for Kay. All right, let me see. All right, here we go. Time is really dope myself. Like I sat in the pipe, lit it, and I smoked myself. Had to battle my alter ego when I choke myself. So when I'm sitting amongst people, man, I boast myself. Show myself more suave than you is. So when I ride, I lay back sideways like Fabulous Tooth is. Truth is, I do what them hustlers do. It's 24/7 on the block like new kids. Get it? New kids on the block. Take the rhymes that you got, spit it back at you 10 times the value. I know dudes toting they witty, but I don't remember the rest of it. There you go. I'll never do it again. I'll never do it again.
Wait.
Don't act like you didn't know the rest.
I don't remember the rest of it. I don't.
Wait.
We need to make a band.
Nah, I need to know.
I can play the guitar.
I can
We
be
can
the
play guitar and
I'll
singing.
never do it
Some
again.
poetry,
What
some rapping,
in the
JR on the
Tom Ford
beat.
be going on
I play the
in
triangle.
Damn triangle.
I mean, the square.
Oh God!
Who the hell is snorting? Wait, who is snorting? Somebody snorted laughing.
I think it was me. It's
They
probably
got a
me.
daggone triangle.
Anton, what the hell be going on up there in the D, man? That's all y'all do is battle rap, man.
Yeah, honestly, bro, that's all we used to do.
You think I missed that bar, that metaphor about Fabulous Tooth, man?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What? The Fabulous Tooth.
Yeah.
Like new kids.
I told you, man. Listen, bro. I can put
No,
together a hot
good.
16.
That was good. That was good.
I never do it again, though.
Now,
Why not?
well, look,
Y'all
I
pulled me
heard,
out
Okay,
of
look,
retirement.
JR,
JR
you're not.
Look at
JR
JR,
said,
see?
Look at JR.
JR said he wanted to be part of the whispers.
Something
Okay, so he sings
turned
little doo-wop.
out. The whispers.
JR back with you. He not steady rocking all night long.
Right.
He does doo-wop.
He goes on. What?
No, I heard
JR
JR. I was
sing.
pulling up, and JR was in his Nigerian poet. Like he was on his what's the old boy name? Darius from Love Jones. He's talking about I am here and you are there. We here together. Anton, I'm bugging G, man. That's dope, fam.
That was really great.
Honestly, Anton,
Willa
that
is
was
acting
dope.
super surprised.
I
no,
appreciate it.
I'm not.
I didn't
no,
know you
the
were
crazy thing is
Nobody knew Anton, did they?
the crazy thing is
Well, that's because I
Anton
gave
knows.
up rap. I gave up rap, like even listening to it really a lot, like 16 years ago or something like that. So, not 16. I'm sorry, 6 years ago.
No.
Like
what was
5, 6
that?
years ago.
I'm just saying, maybe some of us should have a little other
You wouldn't
Zoom
rock with
meeting
that,
and come
Anton?
together with our
I
songs.
love Lecrae.
You wouldn't rock with that, Anton?
Nah, I can't. It's just I don't know, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro.
Lecrae went to school here, MTSU.
I'm gonna be honest with you, bro.
That's why he left Houston. I got you. I didn't know
He
that,
came
Courtney.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all didn't know
Went to
that.
Middle Tennessee State
I would.
University.
I'm more of a Sade type of guy now. I just be
Yeah, I am
vibing.
too. I am too.
Oh
I'm
God,
Sade all
remember
day.
the show that you guys told me to watch? The what's it called? Good times. I watched it.
Did
I
you
pulled it
really?
up.
Oh,
Yes,
Did you really?
it was good. It was
Anytime
good. I
you
was
need
watching.
my God.
entertainment.
Good time.
Yeah, good time. I was
Hanging
like,
in the jury. Good time.
Wait, what?
What, Courtney? Courtney, that no.
Hanging in
You
the
watched
jury.
No,
singing in the jury.
That's not what
no,
it
you
said.
watch Dave Chappelle. Don't play Courtney. Don't do that.
Is that
You
not
watch
what
Dave Chappelle.
Wait, what?
it's something
Courtney
in the
said
jury,
again.
ain't it?
Courtney
Anton,
said
I'm not finna
slow-mo.
let you off the hook, bro.
Hanging in the
Why?
jury.
Let me off the hook.
Nah, I ain't finna let
That
you
ain't
off the
it?
hook.
No, it's a hanging in the chow line.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Courtney, oh
Hanging
my
in
goodness.
the trial line.
Hanging in the child line. Okay, that makes more
Yeah,
sense. 'Cause
y'all
I
know
don't know
what the
what
challenge.
they
Wait,
hang
wait,
on the
wait.
jury for.
Court, are you really finna act like you ain't watched the Chappelle episode?
I forgot. You know,
Oh.
I remember, the little
Wait.
game show.
Ooh, question
And you
for
joke us with
everybody.
these belly lighting effects, man. Wait, you ain't
Question
up
for
on Show
everybody.
Baraka?
I feel like Keisha tonight though, with the hair and the hoops.
Question for everybody.
I don't know no Kiana.
I look like Keisha.
Who had a better life, Willona
Y'all
or
crazy.
Florida? Willona or Florida?
Florida,
Who had a? You said okay. Chicago said Florida. JR, what about you?
What was the question?
Who had
Who
a
had a
better
better
life,
life,
Willona or
Willona
Florida?
or
Evans?
Florida?
What are you talking about?
I don't know nothing about that show.
Good
Okay,
time.
skip.
No, I
Anton don't know
Anton,
about
watched Good Times.
jail.
I
Anton
don't know
don't know
nothing about good. I don't know nothing
You know
about
Okay,
about
good
them
Courtney,
bars
have you
though.
seen
You
it?
know about them bars though.
times.
I'm gonna
I don't
find
really
out.
Okay,
watch
so
Pull
looks
up
like
out
this is
G.
what?
Pause.
So in
Pause.
Chicago,
I
it just
haven't
me
watched
and you.
enough to know.
So we the only ones, huh? So y'all ain't never watched Good Times.
I
Okay.
watched
Never
it.
watched
I
Good
haven't
9/11 North
seen
Times.
Hudson. 9/11
I
North
mean,
You know,
Hudson.
honestly, Good Times was way before my time.
Yeah.
We was watching
Oh,
Martin.
Anton, you're older than me. It was before my time too.
Good
But
Times
I'm
was
so
like the
sorry.
70s.
right.
Yeah, but it was in
I was
syndication.
born in the 80s.
I was born after you, and I still know about it.
I was watching Martin. We was watching
Me too.
Martin. I
Living
mean,
single, New
Okay,
York
yeah.
okay, let's do
undercover.
this. Oh man, Malik Yoba. I definitely am younger than y'all,
correct.
and I still saw those things. So I thought y'all maybe have been watching them. But let's do a
Nah.
different show. So let's think about Martin. Everybody seen that?
hmm
Gina or Pam? Who had a better life?
Wait. Who had a
Gina,
better
Gina.
life, or who would I
MS
stab?
Doom, Matt
Oh,
Villain.
Who would I
Let's start with
stab?
Courtney.
That's the
Hold on,
question.
Courtney,
Rilla.
who had a better life?
Hold on, Rilla. I need him to pay attention.
You said who had a better life?
Back in my office. Hey!
What do you mean by who had a better life? What does that mean?
Whatever you think it is, whatever you think it in terms of better life. Gina or Pam? Gina or Pam?
Model.
So Courtney said Gina. What did you say, Anton?
I'm gonna say Gina.
The chat says Gina.
JR, what did you say?
4.
Gina or Pam? JR, what you doing? JR.
Charlie, dale na.
JR, I'm disappointed. No, I'm not.
You know what's so funny about Pam? Honestly, I mean,
That's
not
on
Pam.
March?
Yeah.
Charlie,
What about it?
Charlie, girl.
She's saying who had a better life.
Amir, go on mute. JR, which one? Gina or Pam?
Who had a better life?
Mm-hmm.
Gina.
Okay. So, Anton, what were you going to say?
No, I was saying as it relates to Gina, it's so funny because I was watching the other night. I was watching House Party.
Mm-hmm.
She was kind of stacked.
Look at Courtney.
Y'all better stop. Rila. Hold on. Let's go around. What's over there? Hey!
Oh yeah, House Party. Yep.
Yo, let me tell you something, Court. You're gonna really make me dig and go into all my original Lightbox movie posters. I do this.
Original Lightbox movie.
Yeah, because
I'm so old school.
that's where the value is. That's where the value is. Go ahead, though.
Dog, you know who I used to really had. I don't know, man. I kind of was always into the exotic women looking women that was on TV in general. I was always feeling what's Diana Ross's daughter?
Oh, Tracy Ellis Ross. You said that before.
Tracy Ellis Ross. Oh my god, bro.
I love her.
She used to do it for me.
She's amazing.
From Girlfriend.
Exotic looking.
From Girl.
Really
I love her.
Bro.
Exotic.
Big
Okay,
eyes.
exotic. That's exotic.
Anton like vanity.
Like, hey.
She was hot.
Yo.
I used to rock with her from The Last Dragon.
Wait. Kay,
what
you
was
need
her
to.
name?
Kay, you.
She was on The Last Dragon.
Matthews,
She was
Vanity. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, she was
God
she
bless
was
her dead.
who he was simping for.
So what does exotic mean? Like, what does it look like?
Okay, exotic for me is just like
how are you trying
out
to
of the,
show records for the rest of the time?
it's out of the norm, basically, for me.
Well, yeah,
So
that's what
exotic-
it normally means, but
Yeah, so it's just like if you used to seeing a specific thing. So, like for example, if you would ask a lot of guys, who's one of the finest women? Most of the time they'll say something like Halle Berry. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll say whoever the typical is, you know?
Yeah.
But exotic for me is it's got to be something different about you. It's got to be something unique.
like color eyes, maybe.
Yeah, you got to have like a big head or something. You got to have no, it ain't even the eyes. It's just like you got to have a big head. You got to have like
a forehead, like 5
yeah,
heads.
or you got to have like
veins.
I don't know, your ears is gonna be weird or something. I don't know. It's gonna just be something unique about you that just make you stand out from all of the rest of these chicks.
I see.
Yeah. You know who I have a random crush on? It's like a celebrity crush.
Who was
Chris
that?
Rock.
Okay, Courtney. something wrong with you.
I don't know why. I have
What is
a
wrong
crush
with
on
you,
Chris
Courtney?
Rock.
Chris Rock?
He's so funny. He's so intelligent. And to know me is to know I love to laugh.
Really?
Chris
It's
Rock?
so weird. I love Chris Rock.
He's not even the best
Crush on Chris
comedian.
Rock. He hasn't. I used to DM him back in the day. He never responded.
Courtney, you got some weird taste. You say you like all comedians. Chris Rock, Cedric the Entertainer. Courtney don't like nothing but comedians.
Well, wait a minute. I don't like Cedric like that. I was talking about like a big guy, that's attractive. That's not, big but not sloppy big. Like he's set up nice as a bigger man.
Nah, Chris Rock
I
doesn't
do
do
like
nothing.
I don't know. I mean, not
For most
kooky
girls
Chris
that I
Rock.
know.
Not kooky Chris Rock, but I have a different taste. That's what I don't know.
Sherelle says it's her birthday today. Is it your birthday too?
Shout out to Sherelle. She did say that earlier. I did.
Look at JR.
It's my birthday too, Sherelle.
Yeah, happy
Happy birthday to
Sherelle.
the queens.
I know.
Queen
I
Mother
don't know about
Earth.
Chris
Queen
Rock.
Mother Earth. Come on, take a look at this Section 80. Section 80.
What is it?
Wait a minute, what version is bad is that? Because that ain't the bad album. That's not what he looks like on the cover.
It's just a single.
Oh, I was about to say, I was like, that ain't the album.
Chris Rock. I don't even. You know what? I
That's
can't even think
weird.
of. Let me see. If I had to think of
Because
one.
you said like you like something weird. And for me,
movies?
like no one would think Chris Rock is like, oh, but
Yo.
I don't
No,
know.
that is.
Chris Rock,
That's a good.
Chris Rock
that's an
and Dave
interesting
Chappelle
pick.
are like my favorite comedians.
Court,
Chris Rock
do
and
that's
you
a
Dave
good
remember?
pick.
Do you remember when Chris Rock went on that? Gosh, he went on some talk show. He was sitting on the couch with the host and Nia Long, and he was talking about how he shot his shot at Nia Long,
Mhm.
and she told him she only deal with a specific type of dude. Do you remember that? Oh, she
yeah.
shot him down. He was hurt by that.
Who
She
was
said-
who was
said
it now?
it was, I can't remember the talk show. I
Mm.
remember it was Chris. I mean, we could look it up, but if you Google it, I'm pretty sure it's gonna pull up like Chris Rock and Nia Long. It was a talk show, and Nia Long specifically said she only dealt with big brothers,
Mm.
not
Like
fat,
that?
not tall, big,
Muscle.
Like big
Muscle.
no,
big.
lower.
Oh, talking about his penis.
Yes.
But how would she know?
Well, how she
Yes.
know who Chris Rock
Yeah,
is?
that don't even make
I have
sense.
no. Listen, only thing. Listen, y'all. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up.
That don't even make sense.
It doesn't.
Like, cause
you
how
have
would
to
you
watch
know?
Maybe she
You're
saw
not
a
gonna
picture.
look at
Maybe
every
he's in her
man.
picture. You know, back in the day, they were sending little dick
Mhm.
pics. Maybe he's in a
How? How?
That's right.
And mail? Like they would take pictures and get them
We
developed?
didn't have. What
It
year
was the
was
Wendy
that?
Williams
wore
show.
these
Wait,
types of
wait.
pants.
It was a blind date. It was a blind date with Chris Rock and Nia Long. Hold on.
Maybe
What?
Yep.
What?
I know. I got it on mute now, but yep. This is from.
And you know what? I liked.
2009.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like I was into. I like older white women.
Oh,
Like I like. You know who was sexy to me?
Anton letting it all out in the after hours. That's
Letting
what
it
we've been
all
waiting
out
for.
in the after
Come on, Anton.
I like this.
Man, that's that vagina.
What was
monologue in it.
what was her name? The lady that my favorite movie, the one that played in The Devil Wears Prada.
Oh,
yeah.
Meryl
Oh
Streep.
yeah.
Meryl Streep.
Meryl
Hot.
Streep.
Yeah, she's amazing.
Meryl Streep. Meryl
She is
Streep
pretty
can
hot.
get it.
Chris Rock.
She's
Meryl
dope.
Streep can get it,
She's
bro.
pretty hot, yeah.
Meryl
Meryl
Streep can get it.
Meryl Streep can get it, bro.
Nah, she dope. She's dope.
She's a
What
grandma,
about
but
Sharon
she's
Stone,
hot.
Anton?
That's an
Meryl
odd.
Streep can get it, bro.
What
I
about
like who?
Sharon Stone.
Nah, I'm straight. Well, Sharon Stone when she was younger, yeah, but
Like
I
What's that
don't
movie?
like her.
Indecent.
What was that? Indecent
Indecent.
Somebody
wait,
said
why do you
Anton
like-
is down
not
bad.
Indecent Proposal.
What?
Why do you like older white women? What's
was
the
it Fatal
what's the
Attraction Court? No,
Oh, Fatal Attraction. Yeah.
No, that
Now
was Glenn
Nah,
Close.
bro.
No, that was Glenn Close.
What was it?
Like-
It was Indecent Proposal.
No.
It was a
What's the girl's name?
When she was
Nah,
opening her
bro.
legs.
Yeah.
It was
that
a
wasn't
chick. It
Indecent
was a
Proposal.
chick that was she was like, I think she was like a newscaster or something. I gotta remember who she was. Gosh, I gotta remember what she was. She was an older white woman. She was hot, bro.
Why do you have a thing with
where?
older
Barbara
women?
Walters.
Barbara Walters.
Nah, I'm a pass on no
I'm
on
asking
her.
questions.
Anton, why? Tell me why.
What?
What? Like single
Why?
white
Why
women?
old?
I've always kind of been into older women. I've always liked mature women. I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with how I lost my virginity or something like that. I don't know.
Wait a minute.
Oh, what?
No, he talked about that. He
This
talked
after
about
hours.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was
He talked
sad.
about it.
It wasn't sad to me.
But it was sad though. I mean,
It wasn't sad. It was very pleasant.
Anton, when
but you were,
reflect on
like,
that now,
11.
wait.
I was
Did
like
you guys
11,
see?
11.
JR asleep.
Yeah, Jared knocked out.
No.
I know JR asleep. JR like this. I saw you.
Okay, you want to play? I'm prepared for war.
Anton, 11.
Put that on. Put that
I
on,
was,
Chicago.
I was 11 when I lost my virginity.
Wow.
How could she do that to you?
Yeah,
What do you mean? 'Cause
exactly.
she didn't really know at first. And then I disclosed it to her, but I had already.
How old did she think you were?
She was smitten with me.
11-year-olds can't look that much older.
Yes,
Right.
If you've ever if I showed you a picture of me when I was 11, you'd be like, man, that boy got a grown beard. Like real talk. I was like, I had a beard and everything. When she met me, she thought I was 16, and she was 17.
Oh.
And then I actually met her at skating, and so
17 and 11 is absolutely
she was
predatory behavior.
She was
That's
obsessed
still,
with
yeah,
me.
you're right, Kay. I agree with you there.
The only reason she ever
That's terrible.
That's
The only
pedo.
reason she ever left me alone is because my mom threatened her. So.
Good.
And she should go to jail.
She should have stumped in
She
the
should
ground.
literally be in jail.
No, she shouldn't.
Or she should at least get
Yes,
beat
she
by
should.
your sisters or somebody.
Yeah, somebody.
Wait, y'all trying to take away from the good vibes. Wait a minute, Anton.
Hmm?
I gotta ask you this, bro.
Look at
So,
Chicago
we-
about to ask about something regular.
Something random, right?
Yeah,
Because
it's gonna
you
be
already
random in the
revealed
mud.
facts. Because you already
Anton be
revealed
like,
to us,
Chicago, why you always trying to keep the peace?
man, you know what I do. Listen, so you already revealed that you an MC. You got bars and you a
Used
battle
to be.
rapper, right? I think that stuff still be in y'all. Y'all creatives create, but I won't get into the mire of that.
Like Courtney.
Facts.
Thank you, Mira.
So, Juke or Jit?
Neither.
What? So you ain't never,
you
ain't never Jit?
I was never into the
No.
dancing.
Nope.
Am I missing something?
Yes, Courtney is too. No,
I was never into the dancing scene.
Yeah,
I mean, if I have to select one, I would select.
you
Jit
better
just
not say
because
no Jit. Boy,
That's a Detroit thing.
So
That's a
step in a
Detroit thing.
ballroom.
I don't know. As I get older, I would say ballrooming.
Man.
Stepping is a Chicago.
I took so many ballroom lessons.
No,
what,
it's
honestly?
different. It's different. What me and Anton talking about is different.
Okay.
We
Well,
really
Juke
talking
is
about
a Memphis thing.
Stepping is just more of a
Yeah, Shana.
Chicago thing, but ballrooming is just like universal. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's nowhere.
Yeah, it is, bro. Ballrooming is much more
nowhere
universal
near
than
the
stepping.
same. No.
Yes,
But
it is,
Detroit,
bro.
but listen, Detroit ballroom is specifically the Chicago
It's a
version
different
of stepping.
vibe. It's a different vibe, but nah.
House of
Nope.
techno.
House music is the original. Techno is the evolved version of house.
Techno's trash. House is good.
House music.
The techno is Detroit all day. But
Yeah, that's what house is. But house is old school. House was been around like forever. You know what I'm saying?
no, I was just saying that to a mirror. No, no. I just wanted to, because since we bringing you out, I just kind of wanted to know. But juking is always gonna be greater than jitting, bro. Don't get that confused.
Well, maybe
Not
juking
even a little
is different
bit.
here, but Memphis
It's
is known for
footwork.
juking.
Yeah. Tell us what Memphis.
Thank you, Cheryl.
You ain't never heard of Memphis juking? Where like it's the footwork.
Yeah, so in Chicago and Detroit, and so this is the thing y'all got to know about Chicago and Detroit, because again, it's 4-hour drive, and we
Yes,
so
Dark
close,
Knight.
and we look at each other as cousins, right? But because Chicago really has been the major port in the third largest city, Detroit has kind of always been for us.
Mm-hmm.
For us, I'm speaking strictly from Chicago, play kind of to the background. So there's always this back and forth with Chicago and Detroit, but Detroit got.
You know what's so funny though?
Yeah.
Y'all never ever even acknowledge Milwaukee, and it's right up the street from y'all.
Yeah, Milwaukee is literally 45 minutes, and
I know. I drove right past Chicago to get over to Milwaukee.
I ain't gonna even lie to you. I know some pretty dope people in Milwaukee. I know some pretty dope people in Wisconsin.
I love
Period.
Milwaukee, bro.
I stayed in Milwaukee for a couple weeks on a job trip.
Did you
I
really?
had fun.
Man, well, Milwaukee was dope,
Milwaukee,
bro.
I
I
had a good
love
time in
Milwaukee.
Milwaukee.
I was in Flint one time.
As a matter of
Had
fact, I
fun.
documented it on my channel when I
What
first
happened to
went to
Milwaukee?
Milwaukee. Nothing. It's just I don't
It's
know what's
a
wrong with it.
nice city.
But no, nobody ever mentioned it. Like people,
But
and it
nobody
seemed like
mentioned
people from
Naptown either. They don't mention
yeah, but it seemed
Naptown.
like people from Chicago would mention Milwaukee more often, considering how close it
Close
is.
it is.
Well,
There's
you
a
know what?
train right away.
No. You know what I learned, Anton, when I was in Detroit? That gosh, the Great Migration from the South to the North, how it went through. It didn't go through Wisconsin. It went from the South, like Memphis, or Tennessee, Arkansas, so on and so forth. Well, yeah, so on and so forth. And then when it went through Chicago, Cass was going to Canada, and it went through Detroit to Canada, right? And so there's a whole like culture and all types of stuff that settled in Chicago, settled in Detroit, and didn't necessarily make it to Milwaukee. What we recognize, I ain't gonna even front you, dog. What we recognize Milwaukee and Wisconsin for is the cats that got chased out of Chicago.
Really?
That's where they go to. They go to Milwaukee and Wisconsin.
I like Milwaukee. Milwaukee.
JR.
Yeah.
Oh, you there? You still alive?
JR ain't never been on the live on the after hours this long. This is crazy.
Yeah,
That
no,
y'all
he's
decided to do the
knocked
after
out.
hours like this. Yeah, this is crazy.
So Memphis is known for gangster walking too. Do you ever heard of gangster walking?
No.
3-6 Mafia.
Is that like is it like Snoop Dogg when he does
No.
No, it's not.
It's way different and a lot more aggressive.
Yeah.
I don't I done been to Nashville a bunch of times. I've never been to Memphis though.
Well,
Yo, we gotta do it like a family
be careful
trip.
where
Memphis
you go.
in May. Memphis in May.
Yeah, you just be careful where you're going.
It's a couple different cities that I haven't been to that a
careful.
bunch of people are familiar with. I've never been to Memphis, and weirdly enough, I didn't travel crisscross this whole country a million times, and I've never ever been interested in or ever stopped in Atlanta. Not one time.
You're missing out.
You were
in Atlanta?
playing.
5 years.
I've never.
Your court. I heard TLA come out on this channel the other day talking about his escapades at Magic City, fam.
Oh, he was talking about the Magic City.
Man,
Magic City Mondays. So that is a thing. Magic City Mondays.
Them singles, and he
I've
was
never
ready to
been in
mingle.
Atlanta. I don't know. You know what? Honestly, one of the reasons why Atlanta kind of turned me off is because it just seems like the majority of the people that I find that are in Atlanta is not even from Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, yo, Atlanta is not really like, it seemed like Atlanta is just a mismatch of a bunch of people that was that was trying to get to Atlanta from different parts of the country.
Yeah.
Somebody said they drive like the Middle East in Atlanta. Would they drive sideways?
No. But fam, you got to understand the dynamic. The reason why you have so many people there was a huge rush of people going to Atlanta in the 90s to go to Spelman, Clark, Morehouse.
Said the Freaknik.
Yeah, and the freak.
Yeah, but that was back in the day though.
Right. And so those people, when they got there, they stayed planted, right? And they didn't lose none of their culture. I mean, again, I was a kid, a dirty ghetto kid coming from Chicago. I lived in Atlanta for 20 years, right? If certain circumstances hadn't happened, I don't think I would have left Atlanta, right? And so, yeah, it's rare. That is a running joke down there that you rarely will meet somebody that's a native, but the culture down there, fam, it's a different world, man.
And that's Atlanta, you're saying?
Man, Atlanta is amazing. My version of Atlanta.
So, what's your favorite city? What's your favorite city
in America?
Yeah, that's not where you currently at. So you can't say your current city.
The NO, baby. The NO.
New Orleans?
I love New Orleans.
Really?
I absolutely adore New Orleans. I go every year.
I can't do New Orleans.
The dialect. Oh my God. I love
No. I can visit,
authentic.
but listen, when I go to New Orleans, I don't even fly into New Orleans. I don't stay there. Like I'm usually over in Biloxi.
I was about to say that. You talk about Biloxi all the time.
That's my spot. So we'll shoot over and we'll fly into Biloxi, and then we'll go and drive over to Atlanta maybe a day or so, and party, and then head back. But we
But
don't
isn't
really
New
stay in Atlanta.
Orleans always flat
I
because
mean,
of
in
all the
Biloxi.
hurricanes and such?
Was
Yeah,
below
it's below sea
sea
level.
level, so it's
Yep.
low and humid. But I love it. It's just different. When I'm there in New Orleans, I don't even feel like I'm in the States. It's just something different
They
about it. The
vibe,
people, it's
man.
just they're just completely
The
different.
court out the blue,
Yeah.
you're gonna see a second line going down the street. Like
So
what the
so
fuck?
what's your
It's
city,
amazing.
Rilla? What's your city,
New
Rilla?
Orleans.
New Orleans too?
Man, me and Courtney talked about this. Your
What the
fam.
piss is going
Yo,
on,
fam. That man, the time that I spent in New Orleans, I was just like the
I can't do
people,
it.
the culture, the
Right.
food.
I know I
Man,
went for
listen.
coffee one time, and then I heard, and I was like, "Who they are?" And I just
So I
joined
will
them.
say,
Going down, and it's
I
just
will
amazing.
say,
That
we was
French
partying in New Orleans, and we
goodness.
was about to head home, and it was like it was like 2:45 in the morning or some crap like that. And so we was walking to our car, and then the band just started up, and I'm like, "What the fuck is going on?" You know what I'm saying? And so we wound up being there for another like 3 hours. But I will give them that. But it's too muggy. Like it's humid as hell in New Orleans, man. And every other shop is a voodoo shop. It seemed like, and
Got
I'm
a lot
like,
of
what
voodoo
the heck is
shops.
going on?
They do.
So let me ask you this, Anton. As a believer, what are your thoughts around voodoo?
I don't know nothing about it. Like I can't even say that I can speak on it specifically because I don't know what it really is or what it means or anything like that. I don't know. I don't know nothing about it. I can't really speak on it. I'm
Kay,
not
do you have
educated
thoughts
on it.
around voodoo? Kay, you're
You
muted.
muted, Kay. You muted, Kay.
I love it. When I was in literally like sixth
I love
grade,
it. Voodoo, the witchery.
when I was in sixth grade, I did like a 15-page report on it, and that's how I learned a lot. Of course, I don't know everything because but it was extremely interesting. I love it. I'm all
Okay,
about
so you pick New
people's
Orleans.
Wait,
Hey, what's
you
your
said what?
favorite city to visit outside of where you stay?
Hmm?
What would be do you have a favorite city to visit outside of where you stay?
I like Milwaukee.
All right. I like Milwaukee.
I guess it depends on what. But yeah, I like Milwaukee a lot.
Amir, you got a favorite city to visit?
You guys know I'm really political. I love DC. I love the historical buildings. I love
DC is great too.
yeah,
I've been
and
there.
DC has a really
Yeah.
nice party scene as well. Like my husband used to take me there, and we used to go to they have like a Middle Eastern section of DC. There's like all these fancy hookah bars that are also restaurants and also bars. I don't know. It's a lot of stuff there.
The Air and Space Museum is my favorite thing there.
That's beautiful. Yeah, it's amazing.
I've been to so many places.
And the Smithsonian.
Did you say yours, Anton?
It used to be New York. Now it's Tampa by far. It's not even close. It's
Yeah,
Tampa.
Tampa is dope too. Yeah.
Yeah. See, but I wouldn't live in New Orleans. I love to visit.
Right.
But
It's
I
just a
wouldn't live
place
in
you
New
want to
Orleans.
go.
Yeah, it's my favorite city to visit. I would live in Destin. If I was to move right now, I'd move to Destin, Florida.
Oh, Courtney, let's take a vacation to New
It's
Orleans.
just it's peaceful, it's beautiful, it's classy, the white beaches. I adore
It's
Destin,
touristy
Florida.
down there, no? In Destin, Florida.
But you know what? When I visit, not really. It's not really touristy because it's
But
really
you know what's so weird
a
though?
retired
Ironically,
spot.
so in Tampa, they got this place called Ybor City. Is YBOR Ybor City, and it's like a mini New Orleans, but it's like cleaner.
I'm gonna go visit now.
Tampa is super because so Tampa. Let me tell you why Tampa is so dope. First of all, they got the best sports teams by far right now. But aside from that, Tampa is like a central. The weather is dope, but it's like a central spot to if you want to go over to Orlando, you can get over there in like an hour, or you can go down to Naples, where all of where the beauty and the retired folks are. And it's just like, okay, so you know how like Miami is always on 100% of the time. Tampa is like you get all of the weather, you get the central location, except for you can go to places that's on or you can go to places that's off. It's a central place where you fly in and out of and all of that. It's just super duper dope.
Like a regular city. It's not just like a tourist city. Yeah.
It's not overcrowded. It's not overly on all the time. It's just dope. It's just a vibe.
JR.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have
Yep. Let it go to LA.
JR, can you put on a little bit of a
LA.
light because we're concerned.
LA.
Wait, that's your favorite city, JR?
I mean, that I like so far. I haven't traveled to too many cities in the U.S. like that. Like I haven't gone to New York. No, you good?
I want to go to New York.
Okay, turn off your light. Why are you relaying you?
Her light is off.
That's as dark as it gets.
Sassy time.
Her light's off.
My light doesn't go any lower than that. That's it.
Anyways.
Yeah.
All right.
But I'm gonna always have a place in Detroit. I bought a place in Tampa. And I'm gonna have my place in Detroit. I'm chilling.
I feel you.
Yeah, I keep saying I gotta get back up to.
I had a friend that used to go to Detroit to go to like abandoned places and take a bunch of pictures, and it was so dope. Like
they didn't revamp and tore everything, either tore it down and rebuilt, or they just completely.
She was in like all
everything
types
now.
of dilapidated. It was just like the most dope thing I've ever seen.
It was one of the
so
dopest
dope.
urbex. Like a lot of my channel, a lot of my early content was based off of urban exploration. Like all of the old factories and all of the, they didn't tear all of that junk down, and they rebuilt everything now. So what made Detroit is so dope is that you can just get straight over to Windsor, you can get straight over to Canada. We used to go over to Canada.
I heard that Detroit is about to be like Brooklyn. You know how
It's
Brooklyn
crazy.
used to be one
It's
kind of
out
way,
of
and
control
it's getting
being built.
gentrified.
They're rebuilding.
It's out of control being built.
Anton, do you think that Detroit is getting like gentrified the way that
It
already is? It already is. That's the thing, because the media will lead you to believe like Detroit is like super abandoned or whatever. When in reality, Detroit is already it's crazy. It's crazy. Matter of fact, where I'm moving,
maybe just in downtown.
I'm moving downtown within 2 years, because they building like the tallest whatever. It's called the Hudson's Building. It's right in the middle. It's right down the street from Little Caesars Arena where the Pistons play, and they already moved the Pistons back into the city.
Right.
And then they moved the Lions back into the city prior to that, and the Lions and the Tigers is right across the street from each other.
Literally across the street.
Yeah, it's directly across the street from each other. And it's already built up. It's super built up, and it's just going up even more. So it's super dope. And I'm moving back into the city within the next 2 years. But really, I'm just waiting until my daughter get to a space where she can start driving, and then we moving back into the city.
The space that you're talking about, are they doing that on the river?
They're doing it everywhere, bro. They
No,
built
I'm
up the
talking
river
about
walk.
Riverwalk
They built up
is
the
dope.
Riverwalk, everything, bro. It's crazy.
And I tell anybody that you guys jazz, I'm talking about free jazz fest programming, like maybe Atlanta maybe rivals y'all a little bit, but y'all in Atlanta have the dopest jazz fest, and you sitting right there on the Riverwalk, and it's just absolutely amazing.
They rebuilt that part too. Hart Plaza, everything is under construction.
What is
Everything
Campus Martius looking like?
crazy. Beautiful. That junk is gorgeous. I mean, there's waterfalls, and they literally made a beach in Campus Martius. Like, it's sand. They have concerts, movies in the park. It's crazy, bro. It's incredible, bro.
You know, I spent a summer there in Detroit when I was probably like 6 or 7. My great grandmother lived in Detroit. And the only thing I remember is being on a ship and we went to Boblo Island. Is that still there? Is that a thing?
No, it used to be the Boblo boat, and then you get on the Boblo boat.
I remember
and drive
that.
over to Boblo Island and have a good time. A lot of people who got they lost their virginity on the Boblo boat.
Oh, okay. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, but
yeah. So it's super dope, but I don't know, man. It's so funny because it's so many properties I could have bought. I even tried to this lady was playing hardball with me. I tried to go back and buy my childhood home and just document the renovation process. You know, because I bought a lot of property back in my neighborhood and all of that other type of stuff. She will not sell me that house. She will not sell me my childhood home.
Oh, this gentrification. I go back to my old city here in Nashville. I don't even know what it looks. I don't recognize my city at all from when I grew up.
I wish I could buy up some property there, but I think we're going to move back to Turkey pretty soon here.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, we're leaving the States because of what's going on.
Dang, that's pretty tripped out.
But see, Anton, to your point, that's why I say, like, in my family with my grandma, we not turning that house loose, and we have been making moves to buy my great grandma's property in Blytheville, Arkansas, for the exact reason of what you're talking about. You know, you want to go back, and maybe it's not so much as a nostalgic reason as much as it is about having legacy and just, you know, something to pass down.
Nah, that ain't for mine.
It's nostalgic.
I was buying mine for content. So,
well, you know,
literally, it was gonna be
when
for
you bought
content.
back your freedom. When you bought back your freedom, it's you know, it's a little bit different.
You know, ironically enough, like even the house where I had moved back into the basement when I had went broke, my mom's home, I bought that from her. I wrote her a really big 6-figure check, and I bought that house from her. I own all of the houses that I've ever stayed in. I own the condos, the houses, everything. So
16 bars.
Oh Lord, I'm about to.
I'm going to sleep because I got to get up in 2.5 hours.
I gotta get up in 4.
Yeah.
I'm all at y'all.
All right, y'all.
Salute.
Been real.
All right.
Salute. This is probably the dopest after hours ever, man.
All right. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night, guys. Thank you. Gotta go to the office early in the morning.
All right.
Good night, JR. Good night, Kay.
Good night.
Bye, Rila.
Rila.
Ain't nobody got time for that. Bruh. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got. Bruh.
All right, y'all, it's been real. Make sure you guys hit the like button on the way out. Subscribe to the channel. Appreciate all the super chats, all the support, all the likes, all the shares. Meet us next Thursday, 7:30 Central Time. It's very important that you guys subscribe to the channel because we have so many different shows that are live streaming, and I would hate for you guys to miss the opportunity to witness greatness. Again, this is the greatest show ever. I'm Lapeef J.I. Catch y'all on the next round. We out.